Chapter 526, Plentiful Peace Hall. Drenched in sweat. Xia Fei had known that learning the law of energy purification would not be easy, but he had not expected it to be this difficult. As the pattern took form in his seventh brain region, silver threads of energy began to weave to and fro like a butterfly dancing amid flowers, drawing out a profound and complex design. At the start, none of this was too different from cultivating the law of space. Although the energy expenditure was high, this was no obstacle to Xia Fei. When this pattern reached about 1/5 completion, the situation suddenly changed. Those threads of energy began breaking free of Xia Fei's control. It was as if some invisible power was preventing Xia Fei from forming the pattern. This was not even the most difficult part. What was most difficult was that his body had become scalding hot, his body temperature rapidly rising. Xia Fei felt like he was in the middle of lava and his organs were burning. His cells began to work faster, and sweat started seeping out of his forehead and from his armpits. An immense pain caused Xia Fei to almost lose his mind. Incredible endurance pushed Xia Fei forward, but just because he endured the pain did not mean that there was no pain. Excessively suppressing one wave of intense pain would only mean that the next wave was stronger. His face went ghastly pale. Xia Fei had no other choice except to stop cultivating. Lighting a cigarette, Xia Fei undid his clothes to let himself cool down. This isn't a question of endurance. I'm confident that no one in the path of cultivation has a tougher resolve than you. It feels like your method has been wrong from the very beginning, Phantom said. Xia Fei replied, I understand that too. Using the wrong method to cultivate will often have one stray from the path, that's why I stopped. It seems that it's not for naught that energy masters are the most brilliant existences in the law realm. The law of energy purification is clearly much more difficult to cultivate than the law of space or law of primal chaos. The law of space, the law of time, and the law of matter were known as the three great laws. There were several dozen levels to them. One started at a level 1 law warrior, and when one cultivated to level 9, one could advance to a law sovereign, after which, one had to work from level 1 law sovereign again until they became a law emperor. The law of primal chaos and law of energy purification were considered special laws. There were 9 levels in all, and at level 9, one's cultivation was complete. Not even the law of primal chaos that Xia Fei had received from the gods of black and white had caused him this much pain when cultivating. The first primal chaos pattern had very naturally formed in his brain. Of course, his attempts to cultivate to level 2 after had been at least 10 times more difficult. Therefore, his speed had plunged. Any law that was infused with primal chaos energy would be twisted, and one's fighting power would be multiplied by 2 or 3 times. One might even be able to change the nature of matter itself. Given how powerful the law of primal chaos was, Xia Fei could accept the slow progress he was making with it. While he could at least make out the way ahead with the law of primal chaos, he had actually made zero progress with the law of energy purification at all. There was this fundamental difference between the two. Phantom frowned. I know of one method that can greatly lower the pain caused by the burning in your body, but the forming of the law pattern will depend on your efforts. Xia Fei was stunned. That burning sensation alone had almost burned his body to ash. If there really was a way to lower his body temperature rapidly, that was a good thing. Currently, he had to deal with the two problems of managing his internal body temperature and the fine control of drawing the pattern. If he could resolve one, he had a chance to become a supreme energy master. Without the heat worrying him, Xia Fei could entirely focus on forming the law. Can you really control my body temperature? Xia Fei hastily asked. Phantom smugly smiled. Why would I lie? I learned a drug concocting method 10,000 times better than the one from my previous life from Sentinel Goddess Sophie's databanks. Controlling body temperature is a minor matter for me. My method can be considered fine and delicate. If you can find an extremely cold place to cultivate, while the external temperature is very low, your insides will still be burning up. You won't be able to resolve the problem of the heat produced from your cells working too quickly. If you take the drug I prescribe, your body's temperature will remain identical to the external temperature without a problem. Xia Fei firmly nodded. He did not easily believe others, but he trusted Phantom entirely. After all, this unfortunate assassin had already become a part of him. All right, we'll go out shopping for the ingredients tomorrow. Xia Fei declared. The city Xia Fei resided in was built for basic law warriors to cultivate in. It was a small city with few stores. If he wanted to buy something actually, he would need to go to the Yu family's main city. The main city was home to 600,000 to 700,000 people and congregated the vast majority of the clan's resources. It was a modernized city in the truest sense, home to stores, amusement parks, libraries, theaters. It could even compare to the bustling cities found in the Alliance. Still, the buildings here were rather interesting. Skyscrapers could be next to elegant old-fashioned parks, and next to the parks could be a modern 7-story overpass. The fusion of ancient and modern gave off an indescribably bizarre feeling. Xia Fei had felt the same way when he had gone to the Mu family's main city. It was as if the Lore Realm was a place where the ancient and modern day were brought together. The people of the Lore Realm normally used energy bikes to get around. These bikes had smooth outer appearance like that of a beetle, and they came in different sizes. They relied on origin crystals for power, with a basic red stone able to power a bike for several months. Xia Fei was a speed ability user, so he naturally did not need some method of transportation. To him, several hundred kilometers was the distance of a leisurely stroll, done in an instant. This was why so many people envied speed ability users. Distance essentially did not exist for them. Apothecaries were an extremely ancient profession which also existed in the Lore Realm, though there were few of them, and they were rather unremarkable existences. But being unremarkable did not mean that apothecaries had a low status. After all, in the Lore Realm, energy was in the mainstream. Making a living as an apothecary was extremely difficult, and one had to be extremely skilled to survive in the middle of energy masters and high-tech treatment centers. Every apothecary of the Lore Realm had their specialty, special skills that origin energy or modern medicine could not replace. Apothecaries were either complete unknowns, who spent their entire lives treating coughs and colds for the common folk, or heaven ascendants and masters of particular fields, who enjoyed both wealth and fame. Xia Fei came to a small shabby 4-story building in the city. This was the only medicinal ingredient store in the Yu family, and it was where several apothecaries saw patients. The front courtyard was rather desolate. A golden signboard partially obscured by ivy declared that this place was called Plentiful Peace Hall. Phantom pursed his lips. To think that the apothecary profession had fallen so low in the Lore Realm. My master Moon Shadow is the most respected person in the sect precisely because his understanding of herbs is far more than an ordinary person can achieve. Xia Fei smiled and nonchalantly said, "This place isn't the Alliance, and adepts rarely rely on drugs to advance. Instead, they use origin energy. Apothecaries can only serve as a support, so it's understandable that their status is lower." Walking through the empty courtyard into the main lobby, he saw 2 old men chatting on a sofa. At the counter was a woman in her 20s, the only employee of Plentiful Peace Hall. The old men glanced at Xia Fei as he came in. Few adepts in the Lore Realm sought the aid of apothecaries, so Xia Fei's appearance piqued their curiosity. Xia Fei went up to the counter, and the woman behind it put down the magazine in her hand and calmly said, "Good sir, are you here to buy medicinal ingredients or seek consultation from an apothecary?" Xia Fei replied, "Buying ingredients, I have a list." He took out his prepared list and handed it over. "If the names aren't right, I've also added notes. Thank you for the trouble." Lightly stroking his spatial ring, Xia Fei took out a few fruits from earth. "A small gift from my hometown. If you don't want them, then please treat it as a mere jest." There was no problem with giving too many gifts. Xia Fei kept this principle no matter where he went, even when it came to buying medicinal ingredients. The woman smiled sweetly. The candied fruits from Beijing's Daoxiangkan had a tempting color, and all women liked eating snacks, this one being no exception. She naturally felt much friendlier to Xia Fei. "Please wait a moment there. I will go to the storehouse to get the items you need." Xia Fei nodded and walked over to the sofa to wait. There was a tea set and hot water on the coffee table. With nothing to do, Xia Fei brewed himself a pot of Taiguanyan, sipping on it as he waited for his order to be filled. Taiguanyan had a very thick aroma, and the 2 old men sitting on the side quickly sniffed it. What an alluring fragrance, strong and rich while not losing out on freshness. "Kid, what tea is this?" A hawk-nosed old man peered over and asked. "Taiguanyan, from my hometown. Would you two like to try some?" "Oh, so you're an adept from the Alliance. Since it's a product of your hometown, then we won't stand on ceremony." The 2 elders invited Xia Fei to sit with them, and when Xia Fei heard that they were talking about pharmacology, he became very interested. He came over with the teapot and served the tea to them. Taiguanyan had a very unique aroma, and the 2 elders were full of praise for it. Through their conversation, Xia Fei learned that these 2 men were called Zhou Sen and Yu Kaichuan. They were both apothecaries, and because they did not have any business, they decided to sit and chat about a certain prescription. After idly chatting for a while, the two apothecaries continued to discuss the problem that they had just been talking about, with Xia Fei listening on the side. Let alone Phantom, even Xia Fei, a beginner when it came to pharmacology, could not stand to listen to them talk about this problem. If the method they were discussing were to be used to treat someone with a damaged seventh brain region, it was more likely to result in a kill than cure. Xia Fei's brain region had once been damaged, so he had a rather deep understanding of this field. In the field of medicine, it was not unheard of to use medicine that hurt as much as it helped, but it should not be used in such a haphazard and fantastical manner as they proposed, or else chaos would ensue. Gentlemen, the medicinal properties of the 100-pace red is too fierce, and it's not proper to mix it with the sultan grass. Why not exchange the 100-pace red for 70% purity small net red? Xia Fei spoke very politely, and the two elders were startled and began to ponder Xia Fei's proposal. Suddenly, an icy cold voice came from behind them. 100-pace red switched out for small net red extract? Are you trying to save someone or kill someone? Chapter 527, Do you have a license? 100-pace red switched out for small net red extract? Are you trying to save someone or kill someone? A cold and sinister voice sounded. Xia Fei frowned and turned his head. He saw that the one who had spoken was a fatty with a rather fierce face. He appeared 60-some years old and was squinting at him with a pair of triangular eyes. Switching out 100-pace red for small net red is naturally to save someone, Xia Fei sternly replied. Humph! The fat old man swaggered his body over and sat across from Xia Fei. Zhou Sen and Yu Kaixuan hastily bowed and then explained to Xia Fei, "This is the owner of Plentiful Peace Hall, Master Yu Yudu." Xia Fei gave a slight nod. He sincerely disliked this fatty and kept an aloof and cold attitude. Small net red is also known as 10-step rapture, an indicator of just how strong its medicinal effects are. If you take 70% purity extract and mix it with the gentle sultan grass, the ferocity of the medicinal effect will be reduced by 70%, and what adept doesn't have a tough body? This degree of medicinal strength is perfect. While 100-pace red doesn't seem to be as fierce as small net red, there is no way of neutralizing it. Mixing it with sultan grass only strengthens the effect, making it lethal medicine. Xia Fei ignored Yu Yudu, focusing on Zhou Sen and Yu Kaixuan as he explained why the seemingly fiercer small net red was a better choice than 100-pace red. His theory was practically sound, and it was in line with the style he learned from the assassin sect, which focused on maximizing the uses of ingredients to their limit. Phantom listened and repeatedly nodded his head in praise. In truth, Xia Fei had a lot of talent in pharmacology. If he was not so focused on cultivation, he would have been able to become a rather excellent apothecary. Phantom was absolutely certain of this. Zhou Sen and Yu Kaixuan found this explanation very reasonable and pensively lowered their heads. As for Yu Yudu, he coldly snorted and appeared very impatient. "You there? Are you an apothecary or something?" demanded Yu Yudu disdainfully. Xia Fei raised an eyebrow and sternly said, "My name isn't Yu. I'm Xia Fei, an adept, not an apothecary." Yu Yudu seemed not to care, saying, "You there, since you're not an apothecary, what are you blabbering on about? This one is an experienced apothecary. What are your credentials to participate in a discussion between apothecaries?" Credentials? Xia Fei felt very indignant, coldly speaking. An apothecary is nothing more than a license. If you pass a test, you get the license, but that doesn't mean that you actually meet the standards. Yu Yudu coldly laughed. "Why don't I tell you what it means? If you can't even pass the test for the apothecary license, that just goes to show how pathetic you are. It means that you still don't have the right to join discussions between apothecaries and that you still haven't reached that level." 100-pace red switched out for small net red? Ridiculous. With so little knowledge, you dare to try and mess around in Plentiful Peace Hall? I feel embarrassed for you. Xia Fei felt like he had eaten a fly, and he could not stand the look on Yu Yudu's accursed face. Phantom was even angrier. After all, Xia Fei had learned everything about pharmacology from him, and he scowled after hearing Yu Yudu demean all of his knowledge. "Kill him!" Phantom gruffly said. "This arrogant scoundrel with all his nonsense dares to call himself an apothecary? He brings shame on this hallowed profession." Phantom normally did not curse, but Yu Yudu had so provoked him that he no longer cared about being polite. Xia Fei clenched his fists, but he then unclenched them. "Forget it. If I kill someone like him, I'll essentially have to wipe out a third of the world. He'll understand the bitter consequences once he actually does use the 100 pace red in his medicines. Xia Fei felt that there was no meaning in arguing with Yu Yudu. Though he was angry, he had no plans of taking the man's life. Phantom stomped his foot and returned to his little home, presumably too angry for words. At this time, the woman at the counter returned with the ingredients Xia Fei required, packed in a small box. Xia Fei went up to the counter to inspect the goods. This was the lower realm, and though Xia Fei some of the ingredients required that would be extremely rare in the alliance, the little old plentiful peace hall barely needed any effort to get them. This was a sign of just how abundant this place's ingredient stockpile was. The quality of these goods are rather high, and as you are a major client, the price will be 165 Tier 3 crystals. I've gotten rid of the remainder for you, the woman smilingly said. Xia Fei shrugged. While they had all the ingredients he wanted, the price was a bit on the expensive side. He took out the crystals from his spatial ring and paid the bill. The woman's eyes lit up. The sum she had quoted was not small, but Xia Fei had casually taken it out, and it was in hard cash. She wondered if Xia Fei was not one of those legendary wealthy scions. In truth, you can open an account at the Union Bank. The crystals can be stored there and will even generate interest. It also makes payment much easier, the woman whispered. Perhaps because she had received snacks from Xia Fei, she treated him rather generously. In truth, Xia Fei was no wealthy scion. It had taken him a great deal of effort to get these crystals. He had used 3 on cultivation, and he had now spent another 165 to buy these medicinal ingredients. He now had only 832 crystals left. As for the smattering of Tier 2 crystals, those were all Furbal's food. These ingredients aren't bad. They should be enough to last you 1 week. Just when Xia Fei was in pain over how many crystals he had just spent, Phantom suddenly spoke. Truly, the one who did not manage the household had no idea how much firewood and rice cost. The medicinal ingredients he had bought for 165 Tier 3 crystals was only good for a week. There was no need to mention the depression in Xia Fei's heart. There was nothing to be done. Cultivating the law of energy purification had to come at a price. If it was that easy to become an energy master, the streets would be full of them, and it would not have been such a revered profession in the lower realm. Putting away the package, Xia Fei prepared to leave. At this moment, Yu Yude suddenly smiled. He took out a card and placed it on the coffee table. Pointing at it, he said, "Go on, then. Get out of here. When you're worthy enough to get the title of apothecary, you can come back. If I'm happy, I may even teach you a thing or two. For now, you're still not at a high enough level to talk to me." Xia Fei furrowed his brows. As the saying went, once or twice was fine, but thrice was once too much. Xia Fei was not planning to quarrel with him, but Yu Yude's repeated provocations were simply too much. It had exceeded Xia Fei's patience. Even saints had their breaking points, and when Xia Fei's line was crossed, he would erupt without reservation. Xia Fei sat down across from Yu Yude, a smile on his face. Yu Yude continued to casually smile, refusing to look Xia Fei in the eye. Whoosh! Xia Fei grabbed the card on the table. Yu Yude, Level 3 Intermediate Apothecary. Xia Fei coldly read out the words on the card. Yu Yude frowned. "Are you allowed to put your grungy hands on? Put it down already." Pa! With a slight exertion of strength, that apothecary license that Yu Yude was so proud of, his precious treasure, was torn in two. 3 people, 6 eyes, stared at Xia Fei in shock. Destroying an apothecary's license. This was an immense humiliation. It was like smashing the sign of a dojo. This was undoubtedly a challenge from Xia Fei. A blatant one. Not even killing Yu Yude was as bad. A smirk on his lips, Xia Fei nonchalantly said, "Today, the license of Level 3 Intermediate Apothecary Yu Yude has been shredded." Clack! Xia Fei threw the remnants of the metal card onto the table, and Yu Yude frantically picked them up and tried to piece them back together. Alas, the remnants of the license were not that easy to join together. "Brat! You did that on purpose," roared Yu Yude, his complexion ashen. "Yes, it's on purpose." Messing with Xia Fei was futile. He had grown up on the streets and had seen every sort of hoodlum. The moment Xia Fei became unreasonable, no one could hope to take advantage of him. You stay right there. I'm going to settle this score with you." Xia Fei cracked his wrists, his finger joints clicking. Excellent. That's exactly what I wanted. Yu Yudu paled. He was an apothecary and knew no martial arts. When it came to brute strength, the three of them together were no match for Xia Fei. Gritting his teeth, Yu Yudu spat, "Since you've destroyed my license, I presume that you want to compete with me in pharmacology. I'm going to find an elder in the family to act as a referee." Xia Fei chuckled. "Whatever you say. Though you call yourself an apothecary, do you have a license?" Xia Fei was clearly the one who had snapped apart his apothecary license, and now he was asking if Yu Yudu had one. Xia Fei was the lowliest of scoundrels, pouring salt on the wound. Phantom laughed. "All right. Compete with him. With me here, you can rest easy. Today, we're going to mess up this ball of fat." Yu Yudu really did find an elder of the family. This old fellow was called Yu Chonggeng, and he appeared to be a relative of Yu Yudu. In the Yu family, the number of people running around with the Yu surname stood at 1 million at least, and anyone could be considered a relative to another in some sense. It was very normal for Yu Yudu to be able to invite an elder as a referee. 2 tables were laid out. Yu Yudu seemed intent on competing with Xia Fei. Quite a few people came to see the show. In the lore realm, apothecary was an unpopular profession. A scene like this had never happened at Plentiful Peace Hall before, and so many people had never paid so much attention to an apothecary. Many of the spectators did not even know what an apothecary did. Rather than saying that they had come to see an apothecary, it was better to say that they had come to see Xia Fei. After all, it was already known throughout the family that Xia Fei had killed a demon chrysalis all by himself, leaving everyone shocked. Besides that, Xia Fei had also tamed those 2 savage beast kings of Roaring Tiger Park, and he also had a 7th brain region that was 100% open. These various rumors made everyone curious. Xia Fei acted like nothing was going on as he puffed on a cigarette. Suddenly, a smiling Yu Hua walked toward the crowd. The moment people saw Yu Hua, they immediately greeted him and opened a path. They all appeared to respect and fear him. Sitting down next to Xia Fei, Yu Hua asked, "You truly cause a lot of trouble. A warrior quarreling with an apothecary? What am I supposed to say about this?" "He challenged me first," said Xia Fei coolly. Yu Hua's eyes brightened. "Then Yu Yudu is your enemy, yes? Rather than killing him, you compete with him in drug concoction? This doesn't match your style, does it?" "Relax. He won't survive," Xia Fei casually said. "And it will be even more miserable than death." Chapter 528, only 134 seconds. "Relax, he won't survive," Xia Fei casually said. Yu Hua was startled. He did not know where Xia Fei's confidence was coming from, but he could not help but be amazed by his self-assured demeanor. Could Xia Fei also be an apothecary? Yu Hua wondered. Apothecaries were in the minority at the lore realm, but everyone knew that there were some things that only apothecaries could do. For example, if an adept damaged their 7th brain region while cultivating a law, while the surrounding brain cells would not all die like in Xia Fei's case, even a bit of damage would affect the adept's cultivation progress and level. After all, injuries to the 7th brain region were not like ordinary injuries and were very difficult to heal. Those apothecaries who could treat injuries of the 7th brain region were incredibly popular people in the lore realm, comparable to the revered energy masters. At this time, Elder Yu Chonggeng and apothecary Yu Yudu walked over. The Yu family had an elder court which consisted of 9 elders. The head elder was Patriarch Yu Zhong, and Yu Chonggeng was one of the elders possessing a high position in the family. Yu Hua and Yu Chonggeng greeted each other, with the latter being very polite to the former. It seemed like all the members of the clan were on particularly good terms with this unscrupulous businessman. "The rules of the contest will be like this: over there is an adept called Yu Lian. His 7th brain region is somewhat damaged. You and Yudu will give him medicines according to your prescribed methods. The one who can treat him will be the victor. Your quarrel arose from a prescription for a drug which can heal the 7th brain region, so I presume that there's no problem with using this to determine the victor, yes?" Yu Chonggeng asked. Yu Yudu expressed his agreement. He had discussed these rules with Yu Chonggeng already, so he naturally had no objection. Xia Fei shook his head. When an apothecary gives medicine, they first have to guarantee that it has no side effects. If you're giving a sick person medicine, you have to take it yourself first to show that it's not poisonous. Make 2 servings. The first one we will drink ourselves to prove that it is not poisonous, and only then will we give it to someone else, Xia Fei sternly said. Everyone was shocked. Xia Fei was proposing that the two of them serve as test subjects for their concoctions. If there was a problem with the medicine, the first to die would be the one who made it. Yu Yudo laughed heartily. As long as you stick with putting small net red in your medicine, I guarantee that you won't live to see tonight's moon. Yu Yudo was incredibly confident in his prescription. Xia Fei's proposal to test the medicine on themselves was exactly what he wanted. Xia Fei indifferently retorted, "The moon? I can guarantee that you won't live 3 minutes." Neither side was backing down, so it was best to let their medicines do the talking. The two of them were both using lethal medicines in their prescriptions. This testing of medicines on themselves would be a mortal confrontation. Yu Chonggang announced the rules of the contest, and everyone thought that they were right. It made sense for apothecaries to test their medicines on themselves, and no one could give a good argument against it. However, from the tense looks on the faces of Xia Fei and Yu Yudu, the crowd speculated that there might be some hidden danger to this contest. Xia Fei and Yu Yudu first inspected the patient, Yu Lian, and his damaged 7th brain region. The damage to the adept's brain region was not serious and came from cultivating too much. It was much better compared to the former state of Xia Fei's 7th brain region, and there was hope of healing it. The signal was given for the apothecaries to get to work. Xia Fei was to the left, Yu Yudu to the right. Each with their tools, they began mixing their medicines. Xia Fei did everything methodically, sorting, purifying, mixing, and stirring. Moreover, Xia Fei had an excellent grasp of time and was able to mix in new ingredients at any moment, his accuracy down to the microsecond. Yu Yudu began to panic a little. It appeared that the licenseless Xia Fei was even more skilled than a licensed apothecary. Was he really an apothecary? Was he also skilled in the art of mixing medicines? Yu Yudu did not have the skill to make a high-difficulty medicine which could completely repair the 7th brain region. If he had been this capable, he would have already been rich. The so-called prescription was really just a topic of idle conversation. None of them had actually succeeded with it. However, Xia Fei was different. In order to repair his brain region, Xia Fei had tried all sorts of concoctions and was familiar with every sort of ingredient, so he was bursting with confidence. His attitude was relaxed and determined. To those who did not know the truth, Xia Fei appeared to be the real apothecary while Yu Yudu appeared somewhat fearful. "I didn't think that this cockroach knew how to make medicines," said Yu Kikai as she stood in the crowd with folded arms. Yu Hua pointed to a seat next to him, indicating that she should sit down. Yu Kikai happily ran through the crowd and sat down next to Yu Hua. She sweetly smiled as she called him her uncle. "Kikai, you seem to have gotten prettier since we last met," Yu Hua said. Yu Kikai proudly replied, "Haha, of course. Do you think that Xia Fei will die from his own medicine? Do you very much hope for Xia Fei to die?" Yu Kikai firmly nodded. "Of course I do. I hate that cockroach. I'd like nothing more than to tear him apart myself." Yu Hua smiled and muttered to himself, "He probably won't die that easily." "Why?" Yu Kikai did not get it. "It's not like he's an apothecary. Isn't competing with a real apothecary in terms of making medicine suicidal?" Yu Hua replied, "You can't just look at things on the surface. While Yu Yudu is a legitimate apothecary, look at how nervous he is. He clearly isn't confident in himself. As for Xia Fei, he looks confident and relaxed. If an apothecary isn't confident in his medicine, how can he convince others of it?" Yu Kikai frowned and spoke in disgust. "I hate how Xia Fei always looks like he doesn't care. He doesn't even look me straight in the eyes." As they were talking, Xia Fei finished mixing his medicine before Yu Yudu, and 2 bottles of faint yellow liquid were placed on the table. Without even 1 second of hesitation, Xia Fei downed one of the bottles. This was self-confidence. Xia Fei was confident that there was no problem with his medicine. Lighting a cigarette, Xia Fei sat down and waited. This placed all the pressure on Yu Yudu's shoulders. Xia Fei had already proven that there was nothing wrong with his mixture. Everyone was now looking at Yu Yudu in hopes of seeing the final result. Pouring the liquid in the mixing vessel into 2 glass bottles, Yu Yudu was disconcerted. He just could not understand. Small net red had the fiercer medicinal effect, so why was Xia Fei fine? Was he really wrong? His medicine was done mixing, but Yu Yudu was reluctant to drink it. The spectators did not like this. Most of them had come to see a show, and Yu Yudu's unwillingness to drink his medicine drew their ire. "Are you good or not? He's already drunk his medicine, why haven't you? Is your mixture really lethal?" Various piercing cries rang out in the lobby. Yu Yudu turned pale, and sweat began to drip down his face. Why don't we just end it there? Elder Yu Chonggang was a distant relative of his, and even a fool could see that Yu Yudu was not confident in his mixture. Thus, he tried to persuade Yu Yudu into giving up. Xia Fei snorted, muttering, "This is a licensed apothecary? Very impressive." Gulp. Provoked by Xia Fei, Yu Yudu drank the contents of one of his bottles. Xia Fei did not wait for the result. Standing up, he began walking out. "Where are you going?" asked Yu Hua with a smile. "How can you leave when the result isn't even out yet?" A smile on his lips, Xia Fei nonchalantly replied, "You best prepare his funeral. He still have 134 seconds left." The crowd hurriedly opened a path for him, and Xia Fei coolly walked out of Plentiful Peace Hall, leaving behind the gobsmacked crowd and a pale-faced apothecary. Some busybody had a timer, and the place was silent as everyone stared at level 3 apothecary Yu Yudu. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. As the counter ticked down, Yu Yudu's eyes suddenly rolled over, and he collapsed to the ground, with froth coming out of his mouth while his entire body convulsed. Dead. He's really dead. It really was exactly as Xia Fei said. Between Xia Fei and Yu Yudu, just who is the real apothecary? The crowd chattered. The society of the Lower Realm did not have much sentimentality. No one came up to worry over Yu Yudu. All they saw was a loser, and a loser's death won no sympathy. Yu Kikai looked at Yu Hua with her mouth agape. She mumbled in shock, "He said that the man would die, and he really died? Xia Fei's really mozzing." Yu Hua furrowed his brows as he played around with a pill in his hand. He had intended to give it to Xia Fei, but since the loser was Yu Yudu, he naturally had no intention of wasting this precious pill. A brain region that is 100% open, Skywing bloodline, and even an apothecary. Yu Hua softly mumbled. Xia Fei is truly a rather interesting character. Everyone was focused on how Yu Yudu had died, and in exactly the same way Xia Fei had said he would, down to the very second. No one noticed a hand reaching out of the crowd and snatching away the bottle of light yellow medicine that Xia Fei had left on the table and then vanishing without a trace. To Xia Fei, the medicine mixing was just a minor interlude that he paid little attention to. With an expert like Phantom at his side, Xia Fei did not waste time actually studying pharmacology. He left this task to Phantom. In any case, Phantom had plenty of time, and their lives were linked to each other. Xia Fei would benefit if Phantom could meet with success in pharmacology. His primary task was to resolve the problem with the law of energy purification and get ever closer to the revered profession of energy master quickly. Energy was money, cultivation, and power. All of it required the support of a massive amount of energy. Success in the lower realm required passing through the trial of energy. He had gone to great lengths to get the law of energy purification. Xia Fei had no intention of giving up on this chance to become an energy master. A silver bathtub was placed in the training room, and Xia Fei poured in the medical concoction. 165 third-tier origin crystals. You could buy a system with that in the Alliance, but now I'm using it for a bath. Spending money? This is burning money. Xia Fei said, mocking himself. Phantom casually replied, once you become an energy master, won't you have as many origin crystals as you want? Once you experience this medicine, you'll change your opinion. Once water was poured in, the medicinal concoction became as blue as the sky. Xia Fei thrust a hand in and found that the water was not cold. Actually, it was rather warm. Taking off his clothes, he entered the bathtub. The temperature was just right, and he felt incredibly comfortable. The warmth penetrated right into the marrow of his bones. You can start now. You'll soon realize that this money isn't wasted, and it's more than worth it. Phantom proudly proclaimed. Xia Fei nodded and began, once more, forming the pattern of the law of energy purification in his 7th brain region. Chapter 529, Dark Ghost. When the pattern for the law of energy purification had reached 1/5 completion, that burning sensation emerged once more. That lava-like temperature instantly set Xia Fei's body aflame. Phantom's medical concoction began taking effect, and the gentle medicine swiftly neutralized the heat. Such a powerful medicinal effect! Xia Fei murmured in shock. His body maintained the appropriate temperature, neither too hot nor too cold. It was like taking a bath in the spring sunlight, so comfortable that Xia Fei wanted to shout. Focusing his mind, Xia Fei began charging at the first level of the law of energy purification. His body no longer felt like it was burning, but the energy threads in his brain region were still difficult to control. They seemed to be rejecting him, refusing to follow his orders. Xia Fei gritted his teeth and patiently tried again and again to control them. As Xia Fei was trying to become an energy master, something that he could have never expected was quietly taking place. A middle-aged man of 40-some years left Plentiful Peace Hall, with a slight panic on his face. This was because he had stored the brain region healing medicine that Xia Fei had mixed in his spatial ring. As law adepts pursued power, they also accepted enormous risk. Excessive cultivation would damage their brains, with light injuries resulting in a massive drop in level, while serious injuries would take their lives. For this reason, the brain-healing medicines mixed by apothecaries became necessary and precious medicines that could easily fetch a price in the hundreds of origin crystals, allowing apothecaries to reap a rich profit. Even though they were expensive, law adepts still had to buy them, regardless of the costs. After all, the cost in money was nothing compared to damage to the brain. In short, while brain-healing medicine was something very trivial to Xia Fei, it was extremely precious in the law realm. What was the middle-aged man going to do with the medicine he had stolen? After making several turns, he arrived at a rather extravagant residence. In the many cities of the Yu family, there were few residences like this one, and having one was a sign of illustrious status. This middle-aged man pushed open the door and went into the living room. "Guhi, for what reason have you come to find me?" Another middle-aged man smiled as he walked into the living room. Guhi waved his hand, indicating that the man should close the door. Acting all mysterious, "What are you trying to sell?" "Brother King He, this is a precious treasure for you," said Guhi proudly, though he kept his voice low and spoke in a mysterious tone. King He and Guhi were cousins, and they were famous local tyrants of the Yu family. Wherever people were, an underworld would exist. This family had more than 1 million people, so there were naturally some involved in crime. The two brothers made a living off of selling banned drugs. Whether they were psychedelics or banned hormones used by adepts, these two would be involved, and they were rather wealthy in the family. Relying on their uncle, who was a ranking elder in the elder court, King He and Guhi prospered and were quite domineering. "Do you know about medicines that can heal the brain?" Guhi whispered. King He was startled. "Who doesn't know about such a thing? Hurry and talk. What are you on about?" Guhi smiled and recounted what had happened this morning at Plentiful Peace Hall. King He sighed. "There's something like that? A nameless little soldier compelled Yu to death." "He's not exactly nameless. Xia Fei has some reputation in our family. Apparently, he killed a demon chrysalis all by himself, and his brain region is 100% open. He's a rather promising seedling. It's just that this kid is too incautious. When mixing this brain-healing medicine, he didn't add in a blocker." King He asked in shock, "He didn't add a blocker? Does he not know that if he doesn't add a blocker, he's essentially exposed the prescription, and others can just copy the process and make imitations? Isn't this just a little too dumb?" The apothecaries always kept their recipes under wraps. Normally, in these circumstances, an apothecary would add in a neutralizer to prevent others from obtaining the recipe to their medicines by analyzing the ingredients. This was normally called a blocker. Xia Fei had not added a blocker in his medicine, meaning that anyone could analyze the contents of the medicine for its composition. "Did you manage to get that brain-healing medicine without a blocker?" King He nervously asked. An outstanding recipe meant business opportunity, which translated to money. As people frequently worked with hormones, King He and Guhi were familiar with this line of business. If they could grasp the recipe to a brain-healing medicine, they would be able to make loads of money. Guhi smiled as he removed a glass bottle from his bosom and wagged it in front of King He. He smugly said, "This is the brain-healing liquid without a blocker. I was just in time for the show when I went to Plentiful Peace Hall to get some goods today, so I managed to steal it." On the surface, Plentiful Peace Hall was a pharmacy, but in reality, it was doing some illicit things in the shadows. After all, apothecaries did not make that much in the law realm, so there were plenty of them who made their money through other means. The Yu family regulated banned drugs very strictly, and not even drug pushers like King He and Guhi were bold enough to import banned drugs through the spatial gate. Thus, they stashed their goods in the middle of Yu's products. Today, as usual, Guhi had gone over to get the goods, just in time to see Xia Fei and Yu competing against each other. His sharp intuition and his modicum of pharmacology knowledge allowed Guhi to spot a business opportunity, so he had stolen the bottle and came back with it. "There's no time to lose. Let's immediately go and find Dark Ghost. If this bottle of medicine is the real deal, we'll be rich. Yu Qinghe sternly said. Dark Ghost was an illustrious apothecary of the Law realm, but his fame was not in his exquisite grasp of pharmacology. Rather, it was because he created hormones. There were countless adepts who died every year after taking too many hormones, and Dark Ghost was the one who gave them that push. Many law adepts had taken it upon themselves to eliminate this scum, but alas, Dark Ghost was too vigilant. He never stayed in any one place for too long, so no one had ever been able to catch him. Yu Qinghe and Yu Qinghe got their goods from Dark Ghost, so they had worked with him before. Yu Qinghe frowned. Dark Ghost has a strange temperament, and he is actually Yu Yudu's lover. If he learned that his love had been killed by Xia Fei, he might charge into the Yu family out of anger. Yu Qinghe patted him on the shoulder and casually said, "What's the point in worrying about that? Xia Fei's life has got nothing to do with us. We just need to have him analyze the medicine and start making money. He can do whatever he wants after that." Yu Qinghe slapped his thigh. That makes sense. A man will die for riches like a bird will die for food. As long as we have the brain-healing medicine recipe, at worst, we can just leave the Yu family. Brain-healing medicine is profitable no matter where we go. It's decided then. A shabby and old-fashioned transport barge floated in space. The warship belonging to Yu Qinghe and Yu Qinghe approached and quickly docked, and the two of them entered. Whether it was the spatial gate or the spatial compass, they could carry passengers, but this would leave a trail. The two brothers had wandered randomly about before finally taking a ship here. If they directly used a compass, Dark Ghost would immediately kill the two of them without even batting an eye. A bald man led the Yu brothers into a break room. On the way here, they could see many bottles of unrefined ingredients, many of Dark Ghost's subordinates working away at them. There was an acrid stench in the air. The bald man opened a door and roughly pushed the Yu brothers inside. In the center was an old man, his bare upper body covered in tattoos. Even his forehead and face had tattoos. This was the infamous Dark Ghost, a black apothecary who specialized in the production of hormones. Dark Ghost was seated cross-legged, and upon seeing the Yu brothers, he unhappily sat up straight and said, "Didn't I already say not to find me unless you had something for me? You could have just gone to Yudu." This love was somewhat blush-worthy. Yu Yudu and Dark Ghost were both rather old, yet they were lovers. The thought of these two old men whispering sweet nothings into each other's ears would truly be something else. Yu Qinghe did not tell Dark Ghost about Yu Yudu's death. He respectfully said, "Master Ghost, I have something to request of you." "What?" "Talk." Dark Ghost, who had a rather effeminate voice, was as savage and fierce as the rumors said. In truth, when together with Yu Yudu, he would often play the role of the bottom. "I have here a bottle of brain-healing liquid without a blocker. We'd like you to see if it's the real thing, and if it is real, can you extract the recipe?" Dark Ghost chuckled. Which apothecary was it that carelessly forgot to add a blocker? "Let me take a look." Yu Qinghe removed that bottle of light yellow liquid from the spatial ring and said, "The person is called Xia Fei. He's a newly promoted law warrior of the Yu clan, not an apothecary." "Not an apothecary, but he can concoct a brain-healing medicine," Dark Ghost exclaimed. "Are you two pulling a fast one over on me?" The Yu brothers smiled. "That is why we asked Master Ghost to take a look. We also doubt that this medicine is the real deal." Dark Ghost opened the bottle and sniffed it. What a strange aroma! He used crest mist fruit and small net red? Someone who dared concoct this is either a fool or madman. Someone even crazier than this old man? Interesting, interesting. The Yu brothers grimaced. "So you're saying that it's fake?" Dark Ghost chuckled. "We would have to test it to know, but on these two sets of aroma alone, I can tell you that the one who made this is the maddest of madmen. Even I wouldn't dare to drink such a vicious medicine." "How old is that Xia Fei whom you speak of?" "Age?" Yu Qinghe pursed his lips. "He's apparently 22 this year." "What?" Dark Ghost's eyes became extremely sharp and filled with surprise. "Only 22 yet he dared to make such a crazy medicine? Regardless of what this medicine is, the liquid is full, the purity just right, and the color the proper shade. This is clearly the level of a master." Dark Ghost became excited, and he led the Yu brothers out of the room. "I'd like to see what sort of medicine such a young apothecary could make, and why he would use such intense ingredients." They went to a room in which a strange and intricate machine was placed. It cost tens of thousands of grade 3 origin crystals. Dark Ghost took out a reagent tube and dripped a few drops from the bottle into it, after which, he placed the tube in the high-speed centrifuge. Several minutes later, a line of text appeared on the screen. A mild and gentle medicinal effect. It's really a brain-healing medicine. Dark Ghost excitedly said. A restoration strength of 17. It actually has 0.0017 restoration strength. Dark Ghost exclaimed. That kid's a real genius. This medicine is comparable to high-level restoration medicines. The Yu brothers were over the moon with excitement. This was pure money. Even a fool knew the value of high-level restoration medicines. Hurry and look at the recipe. Yu King, he frantically said. Dark Ghost nodded and activated the ingredient analysis system. Plush. No one expected what would happen next. Smoke rose from this analysis machine worth tens of thousands of grade 3 origin crystals. Destroyed. Chapter 530, Dark Ghost's Fury. Stupefied. The room was so quiet one could hear a pin drop. It couldn't be. Dark Ghost finally managed to mumble in shock. This is an NJ47 pharmacological analysis machine. A high-class intricate machine that cost 65,000 grade 3 origin crystals for a single one. Just like that, it broke. Yu Qinghe and Yu Gehe were also flabbergasted. They did not know a thing about pharmacological analysis, but Dark Ghost seemed to be implying that this machine was very formidable. The profit for producing banned drugs was high, but 65,000 grade 3 origin crystals was no small sum for Dark Ghost, and it would leave them in pain for a very long time. Dark Ghost frowned as he messed around with the machine for some time. Ultimately, he sighed. Ah! It's really broken. The computation chip has completely burned out, and even the testing data has been completely wiped out. What sort of brain-healing liquid is in this bottle? The loss of the machine hurt, but the loss of the data was what truly incensed Dark Ghost. After all, databanks were not built in a day. This was all experimental data. Even money could not buy it. The Yu brothers cautiously asked, Master Ghost, can the machine be repaired? Dark Ghost coldly glanced at them. Replacing the chip is so expensive that it will be better to just buy a new one. The Yu brothers clicked their tongues. 65,000 grade 3 origin crystals. It was the entirety of the two brothers' wealth. Even for the wealthy Yu family, it would still be a significant loss. It just broke immediately. Was it a flaw with the machine or did it have something to do with Xia Fei's recipe? Dark Ghost grabbed Xia Fei's bottle of light yellow fluid again and began examining it as well as smelling it. There's no problem here. It's definitely a bottle of brain-healing liquid. At most, the recipe should be strange and wild. Could it really be a problem with the machine? Dark Ghost muttered to himself, his brows furrowing. Yu Gehe was somewhat more cowardly, so upon seeing how dejected Dark Ghost was, he became uneasy and asked, Master Ghost, it seems like Xia Fei's medicine is too strange. Why don't we forget about it? Forget about it? Dark Ghost shrilly yelled. Never. I've never seen medicine like this in my life. Daring to mix together several harmful ingredients, not even the maddest of madmen would do such a thing. You're certain that this medicine didn't have a blocker put in? Dark Ghost asked. Yu Gehe frantically replied, I began watching him from the very first step. There truly was no blocker. Dark Ghost nodded. Very well. Follow me. Dark Ghost led the Yu brothers to another room in the ship. This place was much quieter than the bustling upper floor and was more luxuriously decorated. There were two large machines in the room, both extremely intricate and cleaned until they were shining. There were even 3 employees who were tasked with protecting and cleaning these machines. This was a sign of just how valuable they were. I spent all my life's wealth on these hyper-accurate analysis machines. These are the best models in the circuit. There is no other competitor. Dark Ghost proudly said. Yu Qinghe asked in shock, Master Ghost, these two machines seem extremely sharp. I presume that they are very expensive. Naturally, Dark Ghost proudly said, they're 100 times more so than the previous machine. Even top-class families may be unable to buy such. They are my precious babies, the most important part of my private laboratory. The Yu brothers were alarmed. 100 times more expensive? That would mean that these two machines both cost 6 million grade 3 origin crystals or more. Together, they cost at least 10 million crystals. In terms of the grade 2 origin crystals, the most commonly used currency in the lore realm, the price broke 1 billion. Dark Ghost looked smugly at the shocked expressions on the Yu brothers' faces. I've nearly spent my entire life building this top-class laboratory. It can even compare to the facilities of the Apothecary Association. This is my way of proving to the world that even an underground apothecary can be professional. The light yellow liquid was placed in the centrifuge. The screen displayed the initial analysis the machine had on the medicine. The number was much more precise than the other machine. For example, the restoration value was placed at 17.859613, accurate down to 6 decimal places. Using a machine to assess a medicine was extremely difficult, yet this machine was able to so accurately assess the medicinal effect. This was a clear sign of its precision. This is a product of the Fig Corporation, Dark Ghost added, folding his arms. The Yu brothers were stunned once more. Fig's headquarters was established in the God race, and it was known as the most advanced corporations in the Law realm. Be it spatial compasses, liquid war armor, or pharmacological analysis machines, that company always produced the most advanced models. The most defining trait of the Fig Corporation's product was that they were expensive. Very, very expensive. When comparing the same machine, an ordinary corporation might sell its product for 100 crystals, but Fig Corporation would sell it for 10,000, and it would not add a single extra function. If they did add a function, the price would be that much higher. Though they were pricey, Fig Corporation's products were still all the rage in the Law realm. This was because the high price they commanded was a reflection of the fact that they were the most intricate and most advanced products on the market. The Law realm had clear class divisions, and a clan like the Yu family did not have the money to buy Fig Corporation's products. Only hegemonic existences like the 9 great families of mankind had the ability to do so. Dark Ghost probably had to use a lot of his connections to buy this pharmacological analysis machine. Just when Dark Ghost was acting smug, a scene that would make one shatter their eyeglasses occurred. After the machine started automatically analyzing the various components of the medicine, it suddenly let out a piercing wail. It was like the cry of a beast being choked, low and shrill. Hurry and shut it off. Dark Ghost was so scared that his face turned white. If this machine was broken, it would be an extremely heavy blow to him. An employee frantically cut off the power source. Alas, it was too late. The shrill sound slowly died away, and acrid smoke began pouring out of the machine. The most advanced pharmacological analysis machine in the Law realm. Also destroyed. Dark Ghost did not dare to believe his eyes. Even his precious baby had been destroyed? This was clearly not a problem with the machine but rather with Xia Fei's medicine. Appearing on the verge of tears, Dark Ghost collapsed onto the machine, so racked by pain that it was a surprise that he did not fall unconscious. Veins bulged on his forehead. Which madman made this murderous medicine? It destroyed my baby. I'll kill him. Kill him. Dark Ghost raised his arm and madly raved. The employees and the Yu brothers did not dare to make a noise, afraid that the unreasonable Dark Ghost would demand compensation. In all honesty, if they had known that this was going to happen, the Yu brothers would not have given Dark Ghost Xia Fei's medicine even if they died because of it. Compensation? Not even if one took everything they had could they pay. This was the result of a lifetime of effort from Dark Ghost. I'll kill him. Dark Ghost's eyes exploded with savage light. He pounded on an office table. I don't believe it. Such a puny law warrior has made a medicine that could destroy machines. Dark Ghost was so angry that he was somewhat deranged. As a top-class underground apothecary who produced hormones, Dark Ghost had talents that could not be doubted. If he had not been so obsessed with the drugs that the Law realm specifically banned, Dark Ghost would probably be the next candidate for president of the Apothecary Association. He had analyzed countless recipes before, and this was precisely why so many apothecaries considered him a mortal foe. Making forbidden drugs was naturally illegal, but Dark Ghost's original sin was offending all his peers, thus making it so that no place in the Law realm was safe for him. Manufacturing hormones? That was just an excuse. Hatred was the real reason. When a man went mad, he could do anything. Dark Ghost grabbed Xia Fei's concoction and went to the other machine, also a Fig product, a top-class pharmacological analysis machine. This one was even newer and more expensive. Start it up. Analyze this medicine for me. I want to see what's so weird about this medicine. Accursed Xia Fei, I'll show you. Dark Ghost's eyes had gone red. He madly yelled at the machine. A machine was still a machine. It could not understand Dark Ghost's words and dutifully executed its orders. At the same time, when the most intricate machine encountered a situation it could not understand, it would break. Rumble. This machine's reaction made even less sense. It did not start smoking, nor did it let out a screeching howl. It simply exploded. Fortunately, due to its thick alloy shell, the internal explosion of the machine did not hurt anyone, but this could not prevent the earth-shaking shockwave. Thick black smoke plumed. The room's fire suppression systems detected smoke and automatically activated. White foam poured in from the ceiling, drenching Dark Ghost, the Yu brothers, and the 3 employees, leaving them in miserable states. "I won't accept this. I won't!" Dark Ghost yelled out with a mouth full of foam. His body and head were covered in white foam, making him look like Santa Claus. The Yu brothers trembled, not daring to even breathe, and they simply stood in the foam. Dark Ghost was an illustrious underground apothecary of the Law realm. It wasn't because he himself was so terrifying and powerful, but because of the powerful soldiers under his command. Apothecaries, just like energy masters, could get a lot of human capital once they were at a high enough rank. Without needing to do anything themselves besides send a letter, they could recruit many elite warriors. After all, these warriors relied on them for the most part. It was a mutually beneficial relationship. Dark Ghost had gone insane. He was furious. It was clear that someone was going to die for this, and he had the men and power to make anyone die. Xia Fei was no fool. The reason Dark Ghost had been given such a heavy blow was that he had treated Xia Fei like a fool. A brain-healing liquid without a blocker? Xia Fei would never do something so unprofessional. As had been proved countless times, anyone who treated Xia Fei like a fool would end up being the true fool. Bang! Dark Ghost kicked open the door as he howled Xia Fei's name. He had put all the blame on Xia Fei. At this moment, a bald man came to the door. Seeing Dark Ghost covered in foam, the man frowned. He wanted to laugh, but he did not dare to do so. "Master Ghost, our spies have reported that Yu Yudu is dead," the man sternly reported. "Dead? How did he die?" Dark Ghost paled. Today seemed to be an extremely bad one for him. His machines had broken, and his lover was dead. What was there to say? Apparently, he was compelled to death by an adept of the Yu family called Xia Fei. Xia Fei? Xia Fei? How is it him again? Chapter 531, Battle at the Summit. In the training room, the fragrance gradually receded, and the blue medicinal liquid in the bathtub lost its luster, becoming a little different from regular water. Xia Fei sighed and rose from the bathtub. He dried his body and put on his clothes. "It's still far away. Although the medicinal liquid can stop the heat waves in my body, it can't make those restless energy threads in the 7th brain region listen. Let's change medicines and try again," Phantom helplessly said. It had been 3 days, but Xia Fei had still not made any progress in cultivating the law of energy purification. The medicine worth 165 grade 3 origin crystals had not lasted the week, Phantom said. After 3 days, it had been all used up. This was adding insult to injury. Xia Fei had no other choice except to consider where he might have gone wrong. "It seems that becoming an energy master isn't as easy as I thought." Phantom comforted Xia Fei. "You don't have a master, and even when doing things on your own, you managed to get to 50% completion in the first level of the law of energy purification. This is already very surprising. There's no need to blame yourself." "I'm still lacking some sort of insight," Xia Fei muttered to himself. The law of energy purification is different from the law of space or the law of primal chaos. It doesn't seem to belong to the same system at all, so my past experience won't be of any help. I'll have to re-experience the profundities of this law. His efforts were truly admirable, but Xia Fei had noticed that something was not right. In order to cultivate the law of energy purification, one had to experience and comprehend it. In the living room, Pod saw Xia Fei and hastily went to make his favorite fried paste noodles, but Xia Fei was not in the mood to eat. After feeding Furball 2 origin crystals, Xia Fei decided to take a midnight stroll. Furball immediately jumped onto his shoulder. Now that he was full, Furball felt like it was the perfect time to curry some favor with his owner, so he began to nuzzle Xia Fei's neck. Xia Fei smiled and left the city with Furball for the wilderness. In truth, while the Yu family resided on a warship, this warship was the size of a planet and played host to all kinds of gorgeous sceneries. Xia Fei had not been to many of these places, so he decided to go on some sightseeing and alleviate his bad mood. Distance presented no problem for a speed ability user, and by the time Xia Fei came back to his senses, he was very far from the city atop a verdant mountain. The sides of the mountain were steep, and the summit was a rock like a giant millstone. With nothing else to do, Xia Fei climbed the summit and looked up at the stars. Xia Fei had been very curious ever since he was a child, and he liked looking up at the stars and wondering what was out there. This was a habit that he still had. Xia Fei always found this artificial moon strange, inferior to the natural river of stars behind it. Suddenly, he felt strong gales on all sides. "Someone's here," Phantom sternly said. "I know." Xia Fei did not care too much. There were around 1 million people in the Yu family, so there might have been a few people like him who had found it hard to sleep and decided to take a nighttime stroll. The Yu family had a public safety division, and it had always kept the place very safe. Whoosh! A black figure swiftly moved up behind Xia Fei. "You are Xia Fei?" "The new law adept," that man sternly said. Xia Fei turned his head and saw a big bald man wearing a dark combat uniform, coldly staring at him. His head was tattooed, and his bald head gleamed under the starlight. "I am," Xia Fei casually replied. "Master Ghost seeks your presence. He has some matters that he wishes to discuss with you," the baldy sternly said. Xia Fei softly laughed. "Master Ghost? I know of a ghost, but nothing of this Master Ghost." The baldy slightly creased his brows. The ghost Xia Fei spoke of was naturally Phantom, but the man simply took this as disrespect to Dark Ghost. "Once you go, you will naturally know of Master Ghost." "And if I don't want to go?" Xia Fei asked. "Then I will have to invite you to go." The baldy emphasized the word invite, seemingly threatening Xia Fei. Threat? Xia Fei had a belly full of anger with nowhere to vent it. He wanted someone to threaten, and this baldy was threatening him? "Anyone who wants to see me should come himself. If not, they can scram," Xia Fei rudely said. The baldy snorted. He had already learned from the Yu brothers that this Xia Fei was only a level 4 law warrior. A puny level 4 warrior dared to act so domineering? If not for Dark Ghost's orders to capture him alive, he would already beat this fellow up. However, Furball on Xia Fei's shoulder left the man alarmed. Although he did not know what sort of creature Furball was, that sharp gaze could only belong to a high-grade exotic beast. Moreover, it was so arrogant that it did not even bother glancing at him. "It seems like the exotic beast and the master are the same," the bald man said to himself. He waved his hand, and 6 more men in black appeared, surrounding Xia Fei. Furball suddenly let out an untimely laugh. It was obvious that these people intended to encircle Xia Fei, but Furball clearly did not care. Frowning, the baldy grunted. "Take him away. Hurry up already." "Yes." The 6 men charged up, and at the same time, Xia Fei lunged at them. It was clear that these 6 planned to close in on Xia Fei like a net. Xia Fei sought to break out of the net. He would not permit himself to be placed in a passive position. Perhaps because he was a new law adept, so he was not particularly well regarded in the law realm, but a newly promoted law warrior did not mean a lack of experience. It had to be understood that Xia Fei had been killing since he was in his teens. He had experienced far too many battles. The moment his enemies began to move out, Xia Fei had already predicted what their next move would be. "Counterattack," the baldy exclaimed. In these circumstances, an inexperienced fighter who was outnumbered would choose to stay in place rather than charging in, but that would ensure that they lost the upper hand. The 6 law warriors he had brought were not very powerful, with an average strength of level 7. They were experts in encirclement, using the laws of space and matter together, such that even a law elder would find it hard to break out. While Xia Fei's choice to attack rather than defend seemed impulsive, it was actually the best way to break out. It appeared that his decision-making ability was not weak. It could even be very strong. Wild Storm. His first attack was a violent and brutal technique. Xia Fei used his speed to rush up to his first foe and swung his fist at him. Xia Fei cared little for why these people wanted to catch him. What was important was that he was angry and wanted to fight someone. These people had delivered themselves to him. Encirclement required every member to be in sync. Xia Fei did not wait for his foes to attack, going on a frenzied offense from the very start to upset his enemies' plans. Bang! The fist infused with the power of Law of Primal Chaos was abnormally violent, and before this law warrior knew what was going on, he had already sent flying. Crack! Bones broke and muscles snapped. No mercy. One strike to take a life. Xia Fei busted a hole through the encirclement. Xia Fei moved again. He was very skilled in combining his speed ability with his law energy. He knew that the laws were his weapon, and when combined with his bizarre movement techniques, he could produce surprising results. He walked out horizontally, a truly bizarre and flabbergasting way to move. At this moment, these warriors came to know that one could actually walk horizontally. Chain blockade. Xia Fei was moving in an unreasonable fashion, and the move he used was even more unreasonable. Iron wall. The law adept in front of him reacted rather quickly, using the law of matter to instantly construct a metal wall. The metal in the soil instantly gathered together into a steel wall to stop Xia Fei. Rumble. The chain blockade technique Xia Fei had just used, which was designed to tear away at space, was different in that it carried warping power. 3 frenzied tornadoes tore apart the metal wall. As easily as a monster's claws tore at the corpse of an enemy. The metal wall had not been able to stop the tearing force, but it dropped its speed and weakened its power. Another law adept rejoiced and set up a spatial wall, telling himself, a single attack shouldn't be able to break through both laws of matter and space defenses, right? Rumble. When Xia Fei's spatial fissure collided against the spatial wall, it created a massive boom. Because of the wall created from the law of matter, the tornadoes had no choice except to stop. The adept became slightly smug. Alas, while the spatial tear had stopped, Xia Fei had not. Break for me! Xia Fei roared. Holding October flying snow in his hand, he punched at the spatial wall. His fist blasted through the wall and struck the man right in the forehead. Bang! The person's brain cracked open. White and red flesh splattered across the summit. The punch did not stop there. There was another adept behind him who used the law of matter, but before he could react, a silver dagger swept across his neck. Fast. Sharp. Not even leaving behind a single wound. Crack. Xia Fei flicked his fingers, sending the man's head flying off like a ball. All of this took mere seconds. The encirclement of 6 had halved its number in the blink of an eye. Feels good. Once Xia Fei got going, he would not stop, not until all his enemies were dead. The 6-man encirclement had been broken, and there was no way the remaining 3 would be any match for Xia Fei. Bang! The last law adept took a wild storm punch straight to the chest. His depression had been completely swept away. Xia Fei stared at the bald man several dozen meters away. Furball felt tired, and all he had done throughout was simply watch Xia Fei. In his view, these foes were not worthy of his power. Such a violent fist technique, the baldy said with a hearty laugh. It seems like I've underestimated you. Although you're only level 4, you have first-class combat strength among your peers. Of course, your speed ability also plays a big role in allowing you to make surprise attacks. However, what I'm most interested in is those spatial tears of yours. It seems to contain some unique energy. Can you tell me what it is? He was naturally referring to the law of primal chaos. The special reversal properties of this law had been developed by the god race, and humans had no understanding of it. Xia Fei was not so foolish to reveal the secret of the law of primal chaos. Suddenly, there was a flash of lightning in the distance. Xia Fei smiled. The Yu family guards have already noticed your intrusion. It seems to me that you need to think about how to get out of here in one piece. The baldy coldly laughed. The Yu family? I can go wherever I want. Nobody should even think about trying to stop me. Come on. Let me see what sort of power you're using. He suddenly disappeared, and when he next appeared, he was right in front of Xia Fei. His right hand crackled with lightning. Blue sparks of electricity leaked out from between his fingers. Instant movement. Xia Fei mentally exclaimed. The baldy's hand thrust like a knife at Xia Fei's heart. Chapter 532, Law Emperor Yu Hua. Instant movement was no simple technique. It required a precise grasp of the law of space, it also required the fastest control of constructing and collapsing a spatial barrier. Without the cultivation of a law sovereign, even with the best of talents, one would find it very hard to pull off this technique successfully. Given that this man could instantly appear at Xia Fei's side so easily, he clearly had a high level of cultivation. It must be understood that the distance between him and Xia Fei was less than 100 meters, and the closer the distance, the harder it was to use instant movement. The bald man's hand thrust like a knife at Xia Fei's heart. The fingers crackled with blue lightning. This was not the power of any law, but the man's ability, lightning. Shift. The dragon-scale hecto-slasher suddenly transformed into a giant saber which swung out horizontally to block the path of the man's thrusting hand. Bang! As the bald man's hand struck Xia Fei's saber, there was a massive explosion. Electricity coursed through Xia Fei's body as if he had been struck by lightning, and the hair on his head stood on end. Every inch of his muscles ached. Xia Fei's body was forced back 100 steps. His feet were buried into the rocks, leaving 2 deep furrows in the ground. Your reaction's rather fast. A pity you didn't use a spatial screen, otherwise, the electricity would have found it difficult to wound you, the bald man coldly said. He was implying that he had not used his full strength and had just attacked to test Xia Fei's cultivation. Xia Fei did not answer. He bent his body, appearing like a tree being battered by the wind. He leaned his body toward the ground while his legs began to bend slightly as he built up power. The bald man was startled. In this state, Xia Fei was clearly building up power for a counterattack. He had gone easy on Xia Fei moments ago, but he had not imagined that Xia Fei would still refuse to concede. Furball! Bang bang bang! Furball had already been waiting, and as soon as Xia Fei gave the order, it spat out more than a dozen energy balls. Like a cannon installed on Xia Fei's shoulder, it unleashed a continuous salvo. Furball's attacks could convert matter into energy. The bald man realized that something was strange about it, so it did not dare to take the attack directly and, instead, dodged quickly. Chain blockade! His movements had some order to them, and Xia Fei spotted a break between his dodges and unleashed his spatial tears. This was not the end of his attack yet. Xia Fei unleashed the accumulated power in his body and charged forward. 3 layers of attacks. The first layer was Furball's white cannonball fire, the second layer was the spatial tears, and the third layer was Xia Fei's sly thrust. It was like the waves beating on the shore. Even if he dodged the first layer, there was still a second and a third. Each one was fatal. This was the style Xia Fei had developed after far too many battles, wave attacking. The bald man assumed a fighting stance, and a round shield suddenly appeared in his right hand. A law weapon. Many of the weapons used in the law realm had law force attached to them. A true master simply needed to add law force to ordinary weapons when creating law weapons, and they could sell for astronomical prices. This was one of the paths to prosperity. After all, the most numerous in this realm were the low-ranking law warriors. They could go their entire lives without reaching a higher rank. Once they had a law weapon created by a high-ranking warrior, they could greatly increase their fighting power. Of course, granting a weapon law force was not easy but rather required a specific technique. Thus, they were few in number and extremely expensive. Rumble! A multicolored light flew through the air. A bronze wall appeared around the round shield, dispersing Xia Fei's attack. Bang! There was another boom. Xia Fei's iron fist arrived. There was clearly a metal shield in front of him, and Xia Fei knew that he could not hit his foe's body, but he still punched without hesitation. The bald man's entire body was forced back 100 meters. Such was the power of this punch. The spatial barrier around the round shield instantly shuddered. The law of primal chaos's energy infused in Wildstorm was just that powerful. The two once more assumed fighting positions. Using his lightning ability, the bald man could push back Xia Fei 100 meters, upon which, Xia Fei would use his law of primal chaos to return the blow in kind and send his opponent flying. The bald man's eyes were brimming with shock. He found it hard to believe that Xia Fei's counterattack would be this powerful. So strong, the bald man sternly said. This can't merely be the law of space. Xia Fei did not answer. He took out a grade 3 origin crystal to replenish his energy. While his combination attack was very strong, it consumed a lot of energy. He slowly unclenched his fist, and a fiery pain spread across his body. The defense was very strong. Xia Fei could break the defenses of a demon chrysalis, but even his full strength could not break this shield. This law weapon was clearly a much higher rank than the lapis killing rain. The sounds of fighting from below gradually grew louder. It was clear that the baldy had not come alone. His subordinates were already fighting the Yu family's guards. Glancing down the mountain, Xia Fei saw that there were over 50 black-clothed men battling with the first squad of guards, and both sides were evenly matched. "You and Diane, Master Ghost is getting impatient. Hurry up a little." A voice came from the sky, and Xia Fei looked up and saw a man wearing a white cloak standing several hundred meters above him, coldly looking down at them. "Mu Lin Bei, don't go interfering in this old man's business." "I'll do what I want," the baldy, Yuan Dian, coldly grunted. The two of them did not seem to like each other. The white-clothed Mu Lin Bei shrugged. "Whatever. In any case, you're the one who will have to take the punishment from Master Ghost." With these words, Mu Linbei waved his sleeve and vanished. Xia Fei frowned as he mentally grumbled. What sort of god had he offended that so many experts wanted to capture him? Yuan Dian furiously said, "The time is up. Come with me." Xia Fei's full-strength attack had caught Yuan Dian by surprise. His eyes now turned sharp and vicious, his patience completely spent. Whoosh! Yuan Dian instantly appeared at Xia Fei's side, his hands pinching Xia Fei from the sides like steel tongs. Crafty approach. Xia Fei suddenly crouched, avoiding Yuan Dian by moving under his armpit. Bang! An invisible wall locked down on Xia Fei's current location. Yuan Dian had used the power of the law of space to block off the surroundings. Xia Fei could no longer use his speed ability. With his lips curving into a savage smile, Yuan Dian turned his hand around and made a grab of him again. Smack! His hand seized Xia Fei's left arm, and a powerful electric current instantly flowed to every cell in his body. During moments of danger, a man would instinctively make a conditioned reflex. Xia Fei's instinctive reaction was to use the law of primal chaos to protect his body. That strange and abstruse pattern immediately formed within his seventh brain region, and then something shocking took place. The powerful electric current, which was in the middle of flowing through Xia Fei, following the law energy's emergence, suddenly reversed and attacked the one who had unleashed it. Bang! The summit shuddered. Yuan Dian was injured by his own electric current, and he was sent flying, his eyes brimming with shock. The one who had released the ability not only failed to injure his foe, but he had been hurt by the backlash, too. There was no reasoning that could explain this. It was far too bizarre. A chance. Invigorated, Xia Fei took out a bloodthirsty dagger, the blood crystal. Xia Fei stepped forward and floated forward like a ghost, his dagger stabbing at Yuan Dian. Sly thrust. The blood crystal would suck away at his foe's essence blood, crazily devouring it. Yuan Dian, who was suffering from the backlash of his special ability, had been deprived of his defenses, so the blood crystal could stab him without resistance. Once this bloodthirsty dagger was in, Yuan Dian would have no other choice but to die. Whoosh! Yuan Dian, who had been thrown back horizontally, suddenly flew upward as if someone was carrying him. The blood crystal swept past his body and only left a wound on his leg. It was unable to devour his blood. Looking up, Xia Fei saw that Mu Linbei had appeared, and the injured Yuan Dian was held under his armpit. After shooting Xia Fei a confused glance, Mu Linbei disappeared into the darkness of the night with Yuan Dian. Less than 1/1000th of a second after he had left, a dazzling red light swept past which almost tore apart the sky. Such a powerful attack! If Mu Linbei had been just a bit slower, he would have met a gruesome fate. A smiling figure appeared next to Xia Fei, glancing up at the sky. What a pity! I still let him get away, Yu Hua breezily said. Xia Fei gave Yu Hua a strange look. That red light, which had torn across the sky moments ago, was clearly some sort of spatial fissure technique, and it had been unleashed by Yu Hua. You're this powerful? Xia Fei remarked. Yu Hua nonchalantly looked below. Dark Ghost's men were rapidly retreating, and the battle was over. Though I'm a merchant, that doesn't mean a merchant can't know laws, Yu Hua said with a smile. Xia Fei shook his head. You're a very formidable merchant. I've seen Chief Instructor Yu Luxuan's attack, and yours was much stronger than his. If my guess is right, you should be a law emperor. Yu Hua nodded. Your guess is right, but is there any rule that says a law emperor can't do business? Xia Fei did not keep questioning him. Yu Hua was clearly not as harmless as he put on, and he had secrets of his own. For a powerful warrior with law emperor cultivation to become an unscrupulous businessman was something that anyone would find strange. That attack he had unleashed earlier was enough to make gods and ghosts weep. It was powerful to an absurd level. Who were those people? Why did they want to kill you? Yu Hua asked. Xia Fei had not even been in the law realm for a month, yet he was being pursued by so many experts. Yu Hua did not know whether to laugh or cry. Was Xia Fei really as the tales from the alliance made him out to be someone whom trouble sought even if he did absolutely nothing? They didn't come to kill me but to capture me. Capture you? Who would want to capture you? Some fellow they call Master Ghost. Master Ghost? Yu Hua smiled. In this day and age, even cats and dogs like to call themselves ghosts or gods. You can catch someone on the street and find that they call themselves ghost something. This name alone won't be enough to find anything. After some thought, Xia Fei added, Two of his subordinates have the names of Yuan Dian and Mu Linbei. Yu Hua nodded, softly saying, "Oh, so they're dark ghost's men. It seems like someone in the family is working with dark ghost. Otherwise, they wouldn't have gotten in so easily. This drug seller is getting a little too bold." Xia Fei suddenly seemed to have a concern and sternly said, "If there's nothing else, I'll go first." Yu Hua found this rather funny. "Go where? Someone wants to kill you, but you don't want to know who they are." Xia Fei did not turn his head. "I'll go and find you tomorrow, but I have something urgent to attend to right now." Yu Hua did not know why Xia Fei was in such a hurry that he even did not wait to find out who his enemy was. Phantom curiously asked, "What are you doing?" "It would be fine to hear him talk about that ghost fellow." Xia Fei whispered, "When I used the law of primal chaos to reverse Yuan Dian's attack, it seemed to have set off a chain reaction. I'm about to break into the second level of the law of primal chaos." "Level 2 of the law of primal chaos?" Phantom exclaimed in shock. "You'll be making a breakthrough tonight?" "Tonight," replied Xia Fei with a firm nod. Chapter 533, Level 2 of the Law of Primal Chaos. As the saying went, success came serendipitously, not through plans or schemes. Xia Fei had been trying all he could to comprehend the law of energy purification. Alas, he was unable to comprehend it, and his progress had been slow. However, after a battle, he was on the brink of advancing in the law of primal chaos. Before, Xia Fei would always pour all this disruptive force into all his fighting techniques, but this time, he had used his body as the medium to circulate his power. This had resulted in his comprehension of the law of primal chaos massively increasing, allowing him to achieve level 2 successfully. Once more examining his seventh brain region, where two mysterious patterns were aligned next to each other, Xia Fei let out a long sigh. He exited his cultivation state and walked out of his room into the yard. It was already bright, the artificial sun hanging high in the sky. The Yu family was still, seemingly unaffected by the battle from last night. "Congratulations! You've successfully grasped the second level of the law of primal chaos," Phantom said with a smile. "Your attack power should have at least doubled, should it not?" Xia Fei lit a cigarette. "Perhaps. In truth, the greatest boost I've received from getting to level 2 is in its control. Look." Xia Fei reached out with his right hand as Phantom watched. "There's some mysterious power circulating through your palm. Is it the law of primal chaos?" Xia Fei firmly nodded. "I find it much easier to control the law of primal chaos now. Without using much effort, I can pour this disruptive force into wherever I please. I don't know how much my fighting power has increased, but this sort of unrestrained control is far more exciting." Phantom heartily laughed. "Everyone else thinks that your fighting power originates from your unique understanding of the law of space. They have no idea that your true trump card is the law of primal chaos. This subversive and disruptive force you have is truly too heaven-defying. Last night, you made a mess of that fellow Yuan Dian. Backlash from an ability? He's probably going to his grave confused." Xia Fei replied, "The law of primal chaos truly does take people by surprise. Over the month or so I've been here, I've never heard of anyone else cultivating the law of primal chaos. Is such a powerful law not known even in the lower realm? The law of primal chaos was truly very heaven-defying. Otherwise, the gods of black and white would not have been hunted down for researching it, but Xia Fei did not know of such a thing, nor did he know that only 3 people in the universe could use the law of primal chaos. Besides the gods of black and white, there was just Xia Fei. The gods of black and white had been forced to flee far away from their home. Xia Fei alone walked the path of primal chaos and reversal. Was it a blessing or a curse? Xia Fei did not know yet. The gods of black and white were the ones who gave you the law of primal chaos, and they're members of the god race, which is one of the 2 supreme races in the lower realm. You're still very far away from their level. The same is true for the people of the Yu family. It's very normal for them not to know of the law of primal chaos," Phantom said. After eating breakfast, Xia Fei took Furball to see Yu Hua so as to learn who this dark ghost person was. Last night, he had been in such a rush to leave because he sensed that his law of primal chaos was on the verge of reaching level 2. That desire to break through had been so intense that Xia Fei could not even stay for 15 minutes. The Yu family's main city. Yu Hua's home was an ordinary 12-story building in the suburbs. He lived alone on the top floor. Xia Fei knocked on the door and was welcomed with the sight of Yu Hua's bloodshot eyes. "Come inside and sit." Yu Hua let Xia Fei into his home. As an unscrupulous and rather big-time businessman, Yu Hua did not have a single servant, and his home was almost absurdly simple and clean. This left Xia Fei rather surprised. It was utterly spotless, a sign that Yu Hua was a very meticulous person. After an entire night of work, I managed to find out what Dark Ghost's men were after, Yu Hua said as he threw Xia Fei a bottle of mineral water. Xia Fei was taken aback. What does that guy want? I don't remember ever provoking him. Yu Hua replied, Dark Ghost is an apothecary. In his early days, he was called by Yingxia, and he was actually rather famous in the circle, but because he began to research forbidden hormones, he was banished. Since then, he changed his name to Dark Ghost and has amassed quite a number of excellent people under him. He focuses specifically on producing psychedelics and hormones. Xia Fei was confused. Let him manufacture his hormones. What does that have to do with me? Yu Hua smiled and turned on his terminal so that he could show Xia Fei a video. The video depicted the scene of Yu Gehe stealing his brain-healing medicine from Plentiful Peace Hall. This man is a drug seller in the clan, who has a small connection with Dark Ghost. He stole the brain-healing liquid you concocted and probably took it to Dark Ghost for him to research. Dark Ghost must have discovered that your medicine is pretty good, so he sent his men to grab you so that he could question you on the recipe. Xia Fei replied, it's a tenable hypothesis, but it's just some brain-healing medicine. Is it really worth a bunch of drug sellers sending such a large force into the Yu family to capture me? Yu Hua rolled his eyes at Xia Fei. In the past, Xia Fei's brain region had been severely damaged, and he and Phantom had researched many recipes which had failed to heal it. Thus, the two of them had not regarded these medicines as being anything much, but in the lore realm, any medicine that could heal the seventh brain region was extremely valuable. So you're saying that the medicine works? Yu Hua asked. It works, but the effects are very poor. It can only repair a little bit, and if it encounters any severe damage, it will immediately lose effect, Xia Fei nonchalantly said. A bit. Yu Hua laughed. This is the lore realm. Even healing a bit is already incredible. The circle has so many law adepts, and not everyone has the ability to buy high-level medicines. Plus, because of cultivation, most law adepts have brain region damage to some level. Even if it's not that useful, there's still a market for it. Dark Ghost is a master of pharmacology. He wouldn't try to capture you if he didn't think that there's any value in it. Xia Fei felt that Yu Hua's words made sense. The thought that the medicine he looked down on would be so valuable left him feeling rather surprised. Suddenly, Yu Hua thought of something and stretched out a hand as he beamed at Xia Fei. I heard that your financial situation is pretty good as of late. Isn't it time you return the money I loaned you? What money? Remember? When you first got here, I gave you 10 grade 2 origin crystals, and I even brought you through the spatial gate. That costs money. Are you not going to recognize your debt? Xia Fei pursed his lips. Yu Hua truly was an unscrupulous businessman. He was even after a little money like this. So stingy. How much? Adding on the interest, I'll take 2 grade 3 crystals from you. There's interest too. Why not? It's only natural for loaned money to have interest. Xia Fei was speechless. He took out 2 grade 3 crystals and handed them over. After carefully putting them away in his ring, Yu Hua said, not bad, not bad. Making a little money in the morning means that the rest of the day will go splendidly. In short, the cause of all this is your brain-healing medicine, but there's one thing I don't get. Since you know pharmacology, how could you not put a blocker in your concoction, and since you didn't add a blocker, why does Dark Ghost still want to catch you? Xia Fei smiled. I did add a blocker. Impossible. I watched the video from start to finish, but I didn't see you adding in any substance of the sort. Xia Fei replied, my blocker doesn't require adding a neutralizer. It comes from another method. What method? Yu Hua curiously asked. Of course, Xia Fei would not tell Yu Hua this secret. In truth, even if he wanted to, he would find it very hard to describe. When it came to purification, Xia Fei's medicine had no secret about it. The key was in how it was mixed. What to put in first, what to put in last, what time to put it in, stirring clockwise or anti-clockwise, the temperature of the liquid, the speed at which the liquid was poured. All of which was carefully selected, joining together into a complicated pharmacological process. It stood apart from what was commonly understood as pharmacology and formed its own school. It was for this reason that Dark Ghost had suffered such a great loss. He had no understanding of its secrets. Yu Hua saw that Xia Fei was unwilling to talk, so he changed the subject. Since you have the recipe, we can produce it on a large scale and sell it. The most valuable thing in the law realm is money. Only with money can you have everything. Xia Fei smiled but did not answer. He opened a bottle of mineral water and took a sip. I have the capital. If you're willing to provide the recipe, we can split the money evenly. When the time comes, you won't have to worry about lacking crystals for cultivation. Yu Hua's proposal was truly tempting. Alas, even if Xia Fei wanted to agree, he could not. Phantom's methods were all about using everything to their maximum, and it was unimaginably demanding when it came to the mixing process. Only someone who had gone through a long period of training could properly mix the medicine. This sort of rigorous mixing method was unsuitable for mass production, and not even machines could do it. It was a unique existence. I said before, that medicine is basically ineffective and is hardly worth anything. Even if we mass produce it, we won't be able to make much money, so just forget about it. Xia Fei refused. Yu Hua sighed. Seeing that Xia Fei was not going to agree, he gave up. Dark Ghost's drug sellers and our Yu family have always minded each other's business. Now that they've crossed the line, we must counterattack, or else everyone in the circle will take us as a bunch of softies. Xia Fei frowned. So you're going to strike back? Not strike back, but wipe them out. When are we making our move? What? You're interested? Yu Hua asked with a smile. Xia Fei firmly nodded. One has to watch their enemy die with their eyes in order to rest easy. Yu Hua's eyes flashed, seemingly moved by Xia Fei's words. It appeared that a ruthless decisiveness permeated every cell of Xia Fei's body. Very well. Tomorrow at the same time, I'll wait for you at the spatial gate. Going out to experience a little is good for you. It's best for law adepts to travel around and experience different laws. Only then can their martial techniques swiftly progress. It's settled then. Xia Fei sternly said. Cultivation was a very mystical thing. At times, one could put in all of one's efforts and come out with nothing, and at other times, one might come upon an unexpected harvest. Though Xia Fei still made no progress in the law of energy purification, his laws of space and primal chaos made large strides. The thought of taking revenge on Dark Ghost left Xia Fei feeling excited. After a night of diligent cultivation, he had gotten even closer to level 5 of the law of space. This rate of progress could be called divine. Peerlessly divine speed. A pity. I'm just a little bit away, Xia Fei muttered. If I were given 3 more days, I could reach level 5. The time for departure was here. Xia Fei packed his things, placed Furball on his shoulder, pawed in his spatial ring, and went out. From a distance, he could already see Yu Hua waiting for him at the spatial gate. Why is it just you? Xia Fei asked in confusion. Didn't you say that we were going to kill Dark Ghost? Yu Hua replied, we are. Just you and me. Xia Fei asked in disbelief. Dark Ghost had many subordinates. On that night alone, 100 people had appeared. One unscrupulous businessman and one newly promoted law warrior were going to wipe out a powerful drug seller? What in the world? I was originally going to go alone. You're the one who wanted to come. Yu Hua smiled. Are you chickening out? Xia Fei was speechless. All he could do was harden his head and pass through the spatial gate. Before going, Yu Hua glanced into the distance. In that direction was the pier where Patriarch Yu Zhang spent every day fishing. Yu Hua muttered, old rascal, fishing again. Chapter 534, Casa. Xia Fei knew that Yu Hua was much stronger than anyone could imagine. Even without Xia Fei coming along, Yu Hua really might be able to deal with Dark Ghost's group by himself. However, he suddenly realized a problem. This group consisting of him and Yu Hua was very weird. Xia Fei was a newly promoted law warrior, and just like back in the Alliance, he did not rely on the instructors for guidance, exploring, cultivating, and studying on his own. Though he resided in the Yu family, he wandered around beyond its walls. Yu Hua, while a member of the Yu family, was not that close with the rest of his clan. The Yu family also did not give Yu Hua any sort of position, and he was purely an independent merchant. They were both people who disliked depending on others and liked doing things on their own. They passed through the spatial gate into a giant city, chaotic and bustling. One sun had yet to set in the west, while another sun was rising in the east. This city and this planet both seemed very strange. This is Kasa, one of the most prosperous commercial planets in the circle. As it has 3 suns orbiting in a cycle, there is no night here. Sunlight bathes this place throughout the day, so it is also called the nightless market. Yu Hua walked up to Xia Fei's side and spoke. Xia Fei frowned. Weren't we going to Dark Ghost's base? What are we doing at a market? Yu Hua smiled. Dark Ghost is very cunning. No one knows where his base is, but after my investigation, I learned that the brothers Yu Gehe and Yu Qinghe, as well as those assassins who tried capturing you, all used this place as their first stop. Whether it is through the spatial compass or the spatial gate, they can be tracked by the enforcement board. Presumably, there's a transfer station at Kasa Market which they use to get to Dark Ghost's base. Our first step is to investigate this place and find Dark Ghost's underlings in the market. The market extended all the way to the horizon, and the crowds were ceaseless. In spatial gates alone, there were several in the area, and every few minutes, someone would arrive or leave. Trying to track down Dark Ghost would not be an easy task. Chaotic and bustling markets are the perfect places for doing a little dirty business. Kasa is also an infamous black market in the circle. This is a great time for you to experience a bit and understand the dark side of the lore realm, Yu Hua lightly added. Xia Fei had no objection. He was a very curious person, and while black markets symbolized filth, they also represented opportunity. Many excellent items, which could not see the light of day, were available for trade here. As long as one had good enough eyes, they might be able to exchange for 1 or 2 useful items. Yu Hua and Xia Fei left the platform that the spatial gate was located on and joined the throngs of people. This place was as chaotic as a food market. There were hawkers, brawlers, drinkers, socialites, warriors with profound gazes, and petty peddlers. All sorts of people were squeezed together into a strange group. Let's first find an inn to stay at, and then we can take our time with the search, Yu Hua suggested. After passing through several bustling small alleys, they arrived at an unremarkable hotel. At the entrance, 2 drunkards were supporting each other as they vomited. Xia Fei could not help but pinch his nose. This environment was truly rather awful. They opened the door and entered the gloomy hotel. There was a plump woman behind the small counter, wearing a short blouse which exposed her legs covered in black hair. Her body was greasy all over, and she was gnawing on some sort black substance. Seeing Yu Hua and Xia Fei walk in, the fat woman wiped her mouth with her hand and then reached into a drawer for a key that she placed on the counter. Yu Hua nodded at her, grabbed the oily key, and went up the stairs with Xia Fei. The best thing about places like this is that no one cares what you do. If you go to the higher class hotels, you'll inevitably end up drawing someone's attention, Yu Hua explained to Xia Fei. The room at the end of the 2nd floor corridor was opened, and the pungent scent of mold assailed them. In truth, this room was already the best the hotel had. As it was at the end of the corridor, the 3 windows opened in 3 different directions, offering a wide field of view. Alas, the sounds coming from outside were all vulgar, and the stenches from the street would waft inside. It was better to just close the windows. The room was both simple and messy. 2 beds, 2 chairs, 2 wardrobes, one of them missing one of its doors, and the bedding was sporting so many colors that it seemed like a flag of all nations. Yu Hua took out 2 bottles of mineral water from his spatial ring and a delicate white porcelain bottle. From this bottle, he took out 2 crimson pills. This is nothing. Once you eat it, you can change your appearance. The medicinal effect will persist for a week. Dark Ghost's men might recognize either you or me, so it'd be best if we change our appearances, Yu Hua said. As Xia Fei took the pill and examined it, Yu Hua placed the pill on his tongue and swallowed it down with some water. Several minutes later, Yu Hua's very white and clean face became dark and tanned, a thick beard sprouted beneath his chin, and his facial features shifted around. He appeared almost like the legendary Zhang Fei. Looking at himself in a mirror, Yu Hua seemed very satisfied. Not bad. The medicine is working perfectly. Phantom carefully examined the pill and concluded. There's nothing wrong with this medicine, but it contains too much crane flame grass. If you eat it, you'll end up looking older. Xia Fei nodded. As long as it was not poisonous, he did not care who he became. After all, it was changing his face. The worse his looks, the better. A few moments later, Xia Fei became a savage middle-aged man, a frightening scar across the right side of his face. With this fiendish face, if he tried to kidnap someone, he could frighten them half to death without doing a thing. Phantom hid to the side to have a laugh. Xia Fei had always been a rather relaxed and smiling person, which caused many of his enemies to mistake him for someone who was easy to bully around and make trouble. Of course, those people who had tried to make trouble for Xia Fei had all died very miserable deaths, for while Xia Fei was relaxed only on the surface, his bones were brimming with violence and a determination to kill. Now, Xia Fei could not play the role of the smiling man hiding a dagger behind his back. This savage face and the sharp eyes utterly exposed him, wickedness written all over his face. Xia Fei frowned, very dissatisfied with this appearance. It made people far too wary, and he had no means of catching someone by surprise and stabbing them in the back. Not bad. Even a close friend of yours probably won't recognize you, Yu Hua nodded and said. I need to go and see someone, so I'll be back late. You can stay in the hotel or go out to find your own amusement. If you encounter any problems, use this to notify me. Saying this, Yu Hua threw a miniature terminal at Xia Fei. This is an encrypted model, so you don't have to worry about anyone listening in. Xia Fei nodded, after which, Yu Hua turned and left. This room was truly too unbearable. Furball, who would usually throw itself on a bed as soon as it saw one, decided to stay on Xia Fei's shoulder. It could not help but sigh, for it seemed like it would even have to put off its afternoon nap today. Xia Fei took Pod out from his spatial ring, and the diligent little robot immediately began cleaning the room without the slightest complaint. Fortunately, the bathroom had an automatic washing unit. Pod quickly cleaned the bedding so it seemed brand new, after which, he began working on wiping the windows and the ceiling. Furball and Xia Fei took a bed. Furball began snoring away, while Xia Fei threw himself into cultivating the law of space. Level 5 was on the precipice of completion, and some additional strength would be more protection. Xia Fei suppressed his desire to go to the market and patiently began exploring the law of space. A grade 3 origin crystal was completely consumed, so Xia Fei took out a second. As his rank increased, the rate at which he consumed energy would accelerate. Each day, he required a large amount of energy to sustain his cultivation progress. Originally, Xia Fei needed over 10 grade 2 origin crystals every day. Nowadays, he needed 300. The energy consumption rate had increased by 20 times. I'm getting closer and closer. The law of space totem is at 90% completion, Xia Fei said, stopping his cultivation. Phantom sternly nodded. Excessive cultivation is not desirable. Rest a little and then you can break through with one last push. The room had already been cleaned up. Pod had done a lot in this time, while Furball had done nothing but sleep. Xia Fei put away Pod, grabbed Furball and left the hotel. As this was his first time in Casa, Xia Fei did not understand where the interesting places were, so he just randomly wandered around. He got strange looks from all sides, but very few people dared to look at him directly. This was because his appearance was far too savage. His face was that of a killing god. Xia Fei did not care about the looks of others and paid them no mind. After strolling on several streets, Xia Fei arrived at a somewhat wider avenue. The stores on both sides sold weapons, and Xia Fei avidly looked through them. There were ordinary weapons here which were infused with law energy. The prices varied, but all weapons infused with law energy commanded high prices which would leave one speechless. This is a wrist guard which has a built-in spatial barrier. It possesses the defensive power of a law sovereign. If you're attacked, the barrier will automatically activate, becoming a steel wall that protects you from harm. In a rather large store, a salesman pointed at a silver wrist guard at the center of the lobby. It was covered with fancy patterns and gleamed. A law sovereign defense. Xia Fei muttered. How much does this thing go for? Not expensive at all. 1,000 grade 3 origin crystals. If you want it, I can even give you a 10% discount, the short-bearded salesman replied. Xia Fei shook his head. There was no way he could shoulder this price. While a defense tool was good, alas, his money was finite. At most, he had 700 grade 3 origin crystals. These law weapons, which could easily go for tens of thousands of grade 3 origin crystals, were beyond his means. Walking out of the store, Xia Fei looked up and saw 2 suns overhead. Casa was a planet of eternal day, and the temperature was very high. Yu Hua had been gone for 10-some hours, but there was still no news from him. Xia Fei could not help but start getting worried. Suddenly, a black dot flying out of the sky drew Xia Fei's attention. It seemed like something was falling out of space. The sunlight was so bright that Xia Fei could hardly make it out. Snap! The long-range vision system his armor was equipped with activated, and Xia Fei squinted and focused. It's a meteor. Xia Fei sternly said as he more clearly made out the flying object. Numerous uncontrolled meteors flew through the universe, blindly hurtling through the river of stars. Be they spaceships or planets, they were all frequently assailed by meteors. It was moving incredibly fast. The meteor penetrated through Khasa's atmosphere and ignited into flames. Whoosh! It flew over the market and landed in the distance. The billboards on both sides of the street instantly stopped working, and all electronic equipment fell silent as if they had all broken at the same time. It's an ultra-electromagnetic wave. This meteor was carrying darkness metal. Xia Fei furrowed his brows and sternly said. Chapter 535, Darkness Metal. The meteor streaked across the sky at maximum speed, leaving a long trail behind it. All electronic equipment immediately stopped working. Bang! Things were not over once the meteor disappeared at the end of the horizon. A massive shockwave swept out like a storm. This was an electromagnetic storm, a superstorm created by darkness metal. Rumble! There was chaos in the streets. The pedestrians out were blown to the ground by the shockwave, and some of the older buildings even collapsed from the shockwave. Xia Fei crossed his arms in front of his chest and rooted his feet against the ground. The communications terminal on his wrist that Yu Hua had left for him became scalding hot and began to spark. Xia Fei hastily threw the terminal to the ground. An electromagnetic storm would instantly destroy all chips, and this machine was clearly already broken. Any electronic device would have some shielding. Electromagnetic waves were ever present in the interstellar era and needed to be guarded against. Alas, the electromagnetic waves brought by this meteor were simply too powerful. Even the shielding had been rendered ineffective. Pod. Xia Fei paled. Pod was a robot, and his body was packed with chips. Would he be affected by all this electromagnetic disturbance? He would be in trouble if something happened to Pod. He hurriedly released Pod from the spatial ring. The little robot appeared very uneasy, but he did not seem to be affected by the electromagnetic disturbance. Master, this is scary. There's electromagnetic disturbance everywhere, and it's the ultra-electromagnetic waves brought by darkness metal, Pod fearfully said as he looked around. Xia Fei softly asked, Are you okay? I was in the spatial ring just now, so I'm fine. Moreover, my body was modified by the Sentinel Goddess and is extremely resistant to electromagnetic disturbances. After confirming that Pod was fine, Xia Fei sighed in relief and put him back into the spatial ring to prevent him from being caught in any afterpulse. The street was in disarray. Injured civilians were moaning in pain, while merchants grumbled about how their computers broke, all of their sales data destroyed. It really is darkness metal. Xia Fei said to himself. What is darkness metal? Phantom curiously asked. It's a very precious high-level alloy. It naturally forms in the universe and is impossible to replicate. It is extraordinarily valuable. I came to know a bit about it when studying the technology of the ancient civilization. Even a tiny bit of darkness metal is incredibly valuable. It's one of the best materials for making weapons. That ultra-electromagnetic explosion earlier was because the darkness metal contained in the meteor reacted when it was passing through the atmosphere. Gritting his teeth, Xia Fei stared at the distant impact zone. Khasa had many experts, and presumably many of them knew the value of darkness metal. At this moment, the battle for darkness metal had probably already begun. The communications terminal was broken, so Xia Fei could not get in touch with Yu Hua or find out where he was. Come on, let's go and look at the impact zone, Xia Fei sternly said. Whoosh! Xia Fei jumped onto a roof and swiftly moved into the distance. Even the spatial gates are broken. Phantom gasped. This electromagnetic storm is truly something else. Several dozen spatial gates had been set up around Khasa to make it easier for businessmen to move around. At this moment, all of these gates had stopped working. This also meant that all routes leading outside of Khasa had been sealed. The city had been locked down. Even leaving via warship was impossible. This was because warships needed electronic systems to function, and all electronic systems on this planet had been damaged. Xia Fei saw quite a few adepts making their way toward the meteor's impact site. They could be curious, or they could also be after darkness metal. They had differing goals, but there was one thing for certain. The more people there were, the worse the situation was for Xia Fei. Darkness metal's value was inestimable. After all, it was the finest material for crafting weapons and armor, and it had many other uses in advanced technologies. A piece of darkness metal dropping from the heavens was enough to make one go insane. In the distance, a tower of smoke rose into the sky. The surrounding trees had pushed outward, making the impact zone look somewhat like a crop circle. A massive crater had been smashed out of the ground, the earth as hot as a volcano. Kill him! Before Xia Fei could get close to the meteor, he was surrounded and attacked. Several law adepts, who had arrived before Xia Fei, had decided to kill anyone who got close. Swift-footed Xia Fei became their next target. I can't force my way through, Xia Fei mentally remarked. Crafty approach. Launching himself forward, Xia Fei accelerated past these adepts in an effort to approach the meteor from the side. However, after running 1,000 meters, he discovered that there was fighting on this side, too. An iron tower of a law adept was fighting against a short and thin fellow. There was fighting everywhere. There was blood everywhere. Xia Fei avoided direct confrontation, relying on crafty approach and his speed ability to get closer to the crater. A pitch-black meteor lay at the bottom of the crater. It was not that large, only about 1 meter in diameter. The friction from moving through the atmosphere had left the meteor with an extremely high surface temperature. Smoking was seething off of it, scorching the surrounding soil. 3 people stood in a triangle around it, their eyes focused on the meteor while law adepts battled around them. Yu Hua. Xia Fei immediately recognized one of the 3 people at the center to be Yu Hua. The others were a red-haired elder and a thin, weak-looking middle-aged man with a fair face. He had already arrived, but it appeared that he was just standing around here with the other 2, all 3 greedily eyeing the meteor. Perhaps because his appearance was too savage, Xia Fei was immediately encircled and attacked. By using Nothing, Xia Fei had changed his appearance and rendered himself unrecognizable. This should have been a good thing, alas, his fiendish face stood out too much. No matter where Xia Fei went, he would become the first target of attack. Die! A law adept suddenly emerged from the ground. The powers of the law of matter allowed him to become one with the soil and take enemies by surprise easily. The earth turned into a dagger in his hand which he stabbed at Xia Fei's chest. Crafty approach. Stomping his foot against the ground, Xia Fei made a semicircle and appeared behind the adept. A punch infused with the law of primal chaos struck out. Bang! Blood rained down, the law of matter adept was instantly blown into chunks by Xia Fei's punch. So powerful! Level 2 of the law of primal chaos isn't one to mess around. Phantom said in shock. Xia Fei was also astonished. This was his first time in combat since reaching level 2 of the law of primal chaos. He had not expected it to multiply his fighting power by so much. His confidence swelled. The sensation of power left Xia Fei extremely satisfied. Yu Hua's eyes narrowed into thin slits. Xia Fei's performance had left him very surprised. He still did not move. Yu Hua and the other 2 were like old monks in meditation, just standing there. What exactly were they trying to do? At this moment, a scream came from the meteor in the center. A law adept had tried to ambush Yu Hua and the other 2 adepts, alas, he had barely gotten close when he suddenly bounced away, a powerful energy penetrating through his body. Thump! The man landed on the ground, vomited blood, and died. So Yu Hua and those other 2 are engaging in some unseen battle. The law energy each of them is releasing is in equilibrium. Anyone who tries to get between them will suffer an energy backlash. Anyone else who tries to get close will suffer the same result. Phantom sternly said. Xia Fei carefully looked. Sure enough, the air around them was solidified. The dust drifting through the air would drift away when it got close to them, stopped by some invisible wall. This had to be the power of the law of space. What sort of foe could fight evenly with Yu Hua? These 2 were probably also law emperors. 3 law emperors were in one place and fighting with one another. This was a rare sight, and the reason was the precious darkness metal. Xia Fei slowly walked up behind Yu Hua, wondering how he could get between these 3 law emperors and steal the meteor. Alas, the possible outcomes were all poor. He had seen Yu Hua attack before, and one attack could shake the heavens. Xia Fei did not have the strength to contend against a law emperor. The other 2 people gradually gathered their own men. They had clearly come with their own subordinates. Yu Hua smiled. This is no way of doing things. Let's lock this place down first. If some other experts come in, we'll probably all die very gruesomely. The other 2 grimaced. None of the 3 law emperors was backing down, their law energy wrangling against one another such that none could break away. If a 4th law emperor, all 3 of them could be killed very easily. The red-haired elder nodded at his subordinate. This subordinate took out a pyramidal object from his spatial ring and placed it near the center of the meteor. This is the golden bell curtain. A large-scale spatial protection weapon. So this red-haired elder is part of the Sung Lori Jin clan. The others present were amazed. This Sung Lori Jin clan was apparently a very formidable family in the Lore realm. The strange pyramidal device activated, red beams of light shot in the air and then descended like a sun umbrella, concealing the crater and everyone inside it. It was impossible for outsiders to make out what was going on inside, but those inside could see what was going on outside. The red-haired elder coldly laughed. Jingu, clean up these extras. As he spoke, an adept of the Jin clan suddenly struck. Led by a young man of 20-some years, all those who were not followers of one of the three law emperors were slain. Xia Fei frowned. He was standing behind Yu Hua and was considered to be one of Yu Hua's men. Although Jingu did not attack him, he shot him a hostile and murderous glance. In his bosom, Furball became restless. He instinctively sensed danger and began radiating fighting intent. Through their mental connection, Xia Fei instructed him to restrain himself. In this stalemate of three law emperors, the Sung Lori Jin clan had the most men, with over 10 warriors, all of rather high rank. The white-faced middle-aged man had 7, and then the weakest was Yu Hua, who had just Xia Fei on his side. Furball was Xia Fei's trump card, and he would not show off Furball's power until the last moment. All warriors had to leave themselves a backup plan. The crater became much emptier, with only the 3 parties left. Everyone else had been killed. The red-haired elder proposed, since we're all at about the same level of strength, why don't we split this darkness metal evenly to avoid damaging a good relationship? The middle-aged man hesitated, but Yu Hua snorted. An even split? This darkness metal is mine. The rest of you will get squat. His eyes erupted with killing intent. Xia Fei was flabbergasted. He had never realized that this unscrupulous businessman would have such a vicious side to him. Chapter 536, Yu Hua's scheme. An even split? This darkness metal is mine. The rest of you will get squat. Yu Hua's words left everyone stunned. Unmasked arrogance and killing intent, completely different from the haggling merchant of the past. It was as if Yu Hua had become a completely different person. The red-haired elder sighed. You can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want without consequences. We of the Sung Lori Jin clan are able to stand tall in the Lore realm for so long purely because we scared everyone off. If my guess is right, the one on my left should be someone from the Cold Valley Lu clan, yes. The frail middle-aged man nodded. Yes. This one is proud to call myself Lu Hanzong, deacon of the Cold Valley Lu clan. A deacon was the equivalent of a Yu clan elder, one of the top individuals of the family. This middle-aged man seemed to have a rather high status. Though he appeared weak, he spoke with great force and vigor. The red-haired elder chuckled. Nice to meet you. I am the steward of the Sung Lori Jin clan, Jin Shuimin. Lu Hanzong gave a slight nod, thus completing the exchange of courtesies. They were both members of respected families in the Lore realm. Though they were fighting against each other, they at least needed to keep up with their appearances. Jin Shuimin turned to Yu Hua and asked, and which clan is this Law Emperor from? Let me and Brother Lu understand who we are dealing with. There were only so many people with Law Emperor cultivation in the circle. While they might not have met before, he should have at least heard the name. Jin Shuimin both wanted to find out who Yu Hua was and to also draw closer to Lu Hanzong. When 3 parties were fighting, joining hands with one party to beat down the other was the best solution. Yu Hua heartily laughed. The Sungler Jins and the Cold Valley Lius. Such mighty families. I am just a nobody, so there's no need for you two to worry about me. Jin Shuimin and Lu Hanzong were startled. If Yu Hua was unwilling to reveal his true name, he clearly had other plans. They exchanged glances, the two ready to work together. Yu Hua's nothing pill had to be blamed for this. Both Xia Fei and Yu Hua originally had harmless faces which were difficult to remember and hard to dislike. However, after taking the pill, Yu Hua had become like Zhang Fei, a thick beard covering half of his vicious face. Xia Fei had become like a butcher selling meat in the middle of the street, his fiendish face even sporting a scar. They simply did not seem like good persons, more like marauders who specialized in burglary as they exuded the aura of bandits. First impressions were very important. Among the 20 or so people present, Yu Hua and Xia Fei's side was the weakest, and they also had savage and fiendish appearances. Was this not seeking bad luck? It was easy to earn the hostility of others. Xia Fei quietly stroked Furball. The situation was obvious. Yu Hua had suddenly become domineering, placing himself in a bad position. The Sung regions and Cold Valley Lius had already decided to work together to deal with Xia Fei and Yu Hua. It was too late to complain. Yu Hua had already made his bold declaration and offended everyone present. All Xia Fei had time for was to simulate the situation in his mind and find a way out of this mess swiftly. Jin Shuimin and Lu Hanzong used their eyes to communicate. Their men could smell what was going on and quietly began to surround Xia Fei. Yu Hua suddenly coldly grunted, his eyes glinting with savagery. It's easy to get in, but don't even think about leaving this place alive. 7 dragons split the heavens. Rumble. Dazzling spatial fissures erupted from Yu Hua's arms, 7 in all. They rapidly expanded as they rushed at Jin Shuimin and Lu Hanzong. The Jin and Lu Law Emperors instantly paled. 7 dragons. So you already broke through the threshold of level 6. You're a great Law Emperor. Law Emperor and Great Law Emperor differed by only a word, but this word represented a gap as vast as that between heaven and earth. In the cultivation of laws, levels 1 and 6 were thresholds. Between levels 5 and 6 was a pit which was difficult to cross, and to move from level 9 Law Adept to level 1 Law Elder was another threshold. Yu Hua had already crossed the level 6 threshold, so he was not just a Law Emperor but rather a level 7 Great Law Emperor. Xia Fei frowned. He knew that Yu Hua was powerful but not this powerful. He was an unscrupulous businessman, but he was also a top-class Great Law Emperor. Originally, Jin Shuimin, Lu Hanzong, and Yu Hua had been in a stalemate, even in both offense and defense, but when Yu Hua revealed his true strength, the balance tipped completely in his favor. 7 dragons tore through space, increasing the pressure on Jin and Lu as they slowly and steadily moved through the air. Jin Shuimin and Lu Hanzong paled as they tried with all their might to fight back against Yu Hua. Alas, the gap in strength rendered them helpless. If the 3 of them had not been engaged in that stalemate, the 2 might have been able to work together to kill Yu Hua, but now, anyone who pulled out would suffer a backlash. Beneath the golden bell curtain were 3 Law Emperors, Xia Fei, and more than 20 Law Adepts. The Jin and Lu subordinates saw that the situation was perilous, but there was nothing they could do except worry. The triangle formed by the 3 Law Emperors was a danger zone, and those of low cultivation would be penetrated through by law energy. All they could do was watch as the balance tipped in Yu Hua's favor. That young man under Jin Shuimin's command called Jin Gu turned a frosty gaze on Xia Fei. His steward was no match for Yu Hua, so he shifted his anger onto Xia Fei. Crafty approach. Xia Fei had sharp eyes, so rather than waiting for the Jin clan warriors to attack him first, he went on the offensive. Winning was one thing, but daring to fight was another. Even though he was outnumbered and outgunned, these were not good enough reasons to become timid. Even if this was the day of the universe's destruction, true warriors would never just sit back and wait for death. Furball. Kill. Awoo. Receiving Xia Fei's order, Furball immediately jumped out. The second offensive form of the Shatterstar Beast activated. 6 halos descended, enclosing Furball. These halos were energy Furball had accumulated over a long period, and anyone would find it hard to break through them. In truth, Furball's second form was primarily defensive, but if it was used properly, defense could also serve as offense. Floating through the air, Furball became a cannonball. Xia Fei was right behind him. Like he was bowling, Furball used the energy halos to protect himself as he hurtled into the warriors, slamming into anything in his path. The opposing warriors hastily dodged to the side. The power Furball contained was so powerful that any warrior with some sense could tell that this ball-shaped and chubby exotic beast was extremely dangerous. Bang! 2 somewhat weaker Law Adepts were sent flying. Furball's halos had obliterated their spatial barriers. Furball had not eaten those origin crystals for nothing. He had stored it all up precisely to use in battles like this. Xia Fei followed right behind Furball. He had no shield, for Furball was his shield. In his left hand was the blood crystal, and in his right hand was October flying snow. One was a bloodthirsty knife while the other was an ice-sealing dagger. Both were lethal weapons that killed without leaving a trace. Whoosh! Left and right attacked in unison. Xia Fei followed right behind Furball, using the path he had created, stabbing anyone that got close. This was a very sinister tactic. Holy Beast Shatterstar's defensive power was obscene, and no one dared to take it on directly. They could only dodge to the side, but while this let them avoid Furball's charge, it did not take them out of Xia Fei's attack range. This was a crafty thrust infused with the law of primal chaos. Not even a spatial barrier could stop this, for each thrust had disruptive power contained within. In a flash, 3 law adepts had been blasted away by Furball, while 4 others, who had only been focused on avoiding Furball, were pierced by Xia Fei's sly thrust. In just 2 charges, half of the 12 Jin clan subordinates had been slain. 1 man and 1 ball wreaked havoc beneath the golden bell curtain, leaving behind blood and death in their wake. The Jin clan members cultivated the law of space, and they were experts in the defensive arts. As for the Cold Valley Lius, they specialized in the law of matter. As Xia Fei and Furball charged over, the terrain suddenly changed. Walls rose from the earth, made from the metal extracted from the soil. This was the defense that matter law users excelled in. However, Furball did not care and charged right at the walls. Rumble! Like a giant bulldozer, he ran over the wall. No steel wall could stop Furball's progress. He crushed through 3 walls in a row, charging into the 7 Lu clan law adepts at the center as he howled. Crack crack! With a nimble flick of his wrists, Xia Fei punched a hole in the throats of 2 law adepts and then continued onward with Furball. No one had seen such strange tactics before, and for a moment, the remaining adepts were in a panic. Furball and Xia Fei had the upper hand. I knew it. That's the holy beast Shatterstar, a law adept yelled. What? Shatterstar? That monster that's said to be able to destroy planets. My god! He has a Shatterstar for a pet. We're doomed. Upon realizing what Furball really was, these law adepts became even more frantic. As someone with a holy beast as a pet, Xia Fei suddenly became much more powerful in their eyes, and together with his savage visage, he became an extremely intimidating presence. On the other end, Yu Hua's 7 dragons split the heavens technique had already broken the encirclement. There was no more stopping the twisting and tearing of space. The veins on the foreheads of Jin Shuimin and Lu Hanzong bulged, and they could only watch as the dragon-like tears got closer and closer. Rumble! The stalemate was finally broken. The 7 tears slashed at the 2 law emperors like 7 sharp sabers. Bang! Space tore apart, and not just space, but the people within that space. Jin Shuimin was struck by 4 tears, Lu Hanzong by 3. Their bodies shattered like glass, exploding into pieces. Xia Fei was alarmed at this sight. So this was the true power of the law of space. Sure enough, the Yu family was a clan that excelled at spatial tears, with Yu Hua fully displaying this power. With one move, he had torn apart the body of a law emperor. This power was unbelievable. A dominance that was difficult to describe. In truth, there was a reason Yu Hua could do this. The 3 of them had originally been in a stalemate, their law energy neutralizing each other. Once this balance was broken, none of them would be able to set up spatial barriers. This was like the tide. When the tide receded, one always needed a few minutes to stabilize. Could Yu Hua have been scheming against Jin Shuimin and Lu Hanzong from the start? He intentionally lowered his strength so that he could form an equilibrium with the other 2, baiting Jin Shuimin into using the golden bell curtain to cover the crater. In this way, no one would be able to find out what happened inside. After that, he broke the equilibrium he created with his hands to kill 2 law emperors with one move, taking the valuable darkness medal for himself. Superb logical analysis had always been one of Xia Fei's strong suits, and the conclusion he had reached shook him to the core. If it were really as Xia Fei speculated, Yu Hua's shrewdness and decisiveness were terrifying beyond belief. Everything had been within his calculations. Xia Fei could not help but shiver, for Yu Hua's calculations had not included Xia Fei as part of the equation. Chapter 537, Splitting the Spoils. Yu Hua revealed an entirely different side of him, leaving Xia Fei doubtful and suspicious. Just when Xia Fei was getting lost in some absurd ideas, a new development took place. I'm taking you 2 down with me. Jingu saw that his clan's steward was dead, and in rage, he took out a black metal sphere from his ring. This sphere looked like a grenade, its black surface gleaming. We'll perish together. Jingu brashly called out as he slammed the sphere on the ground. Xia Fei instinctively felt danger. He wanted to charge up and stop Jingu. Hurry up and follow me. Yu Hua pulled back Xia Fei, his eyes brimming with shock. This is a law bomb. A destructive weapon the Jin clan excels at making. Bang! As he spoke, the bomb exploded. Space rapidly shattered and collapsed. A tiny bomb could be this powerful? Shattering the fabric of space? Xia Fei was stupefied. Yu Hua pulled on Xia Fei with one hand while his other hand sliced through the air. Whoosh! A spatial door was forcefully opened, and Yu Hua, Xia Fei, Furball, and that meteor containing darkness metal vanished without a trace. Plush! Yu Hua vomited blood. He had already expended much of his energy in that clash with the other two Law Emperors, and then had to use Law energy to tear through the golden bell curtain, and adding the power of the spatial bomb, it all amounted to a fatal blow. When sunlight re-emerged, Xia Fei and Yu Hua were in an unfamiliar valley. Besides Furball and the meteor containing darkness metal, there was one of Jin Shuimin's arms. Yu Hua leaned against the side of a mountain and panted for breath, occasionally vomiting blood. This battle had clearly done significant damage to him. He took a pill from his spatial ring and placed it in his mouth, and then he closed his eyes to rest. He said nothing, focusing entirely on healing his injuries. Xia Fei sat on the side, still feeling some lingering fear from the power of that spatial bomb. If Yu Hua had not used his Law energy to block the shockwave, the consequences would have been unthinkable. He felt somewhat grateful to Yu Hua, but he also felt somewhat uneasy. Yu Hua felt unfathomable to Xia Fei. On the surface, he seemed like the usual unscrupulous businessman, even remembering the small sum Xia Fei owed him, but Yu Hua was also a very arrogant great Law Emperor with a profound cultivation. He had just revealed his wild side, leaving Xia Fei to wonder what had made Yu Hua have such a major split in personality. Xia Fei did not like people whom he could not see through. It made him feel like he was in danger. He glanced at the meteor next to him. Darkness metal was immensely valuable, and it was right in front of him, so he could not help but be tempted. Jin Shuimin's severed arm was also sporting a flashing spatial ring. As a Law Emperor, he had probably been carrying around a lot of valuable things with him. Yu Hua's breathing gradually stabilized, and his complexion began to improve. Xia Fei suddenly had an idea. If he killed Yu Hua, then both the darkness metal and Jin Shuimin's spatial ring would be his. Yu Hua was heavily injured. This was a chance for Xia Fei. His eyes chilled, but he quickly gave up on the idea. Xia Fei knew very well how powerful Yu Hua was. Alone, Xia Fei did not have the power to fight a Law Emperor. He would be taking on an enormous risk. Moreover, Xia Fei did not know where he was. Even if he was lucky enough to kill Yu Hua, if he ended up being trapped in here, he would still be in a dire situation. Seating himself across from Yu Hua, Xia Fei began to meditate. He took out a grade 3 origin crystal from his spatial ring and began cultivating the space law. He was only a bit away from reaching level 5, and Xia Fei would never give up on an opportunity to improve himself. The darkness metal and that tempting spatial ring were right in front of him, but he pretended not to see. If Xia Fei had a Law Sovereign's cultivation, he would definitely try to kill Yu Hua and take the treasure for himself, but he did not do it now, for the risk was far too great. In the end, strength reigned supreme. If he had been strong enough, the result would definitely have been different. Yu Hua saw that Xia Fei was focused on cultivating, and he furtively smiled. Quite the smart one. Yu Hua quietly noted. Xia Fei quickly entered a meditative state, the allure of the darkness metal swept away. He had seemingly forgotten his existence as he engrossed himself in cultivating laws. The fifth pattern in his brain region was finally completed, and an indescribable joy filled his heart. Opening his eyes, he saw Yu Hua smiling at him, a look of pleasant surprise in his eyes. The darkness metal and Jin Shuimin's spatial ring were still in their original positions. It could be seen that Yu Hua had not touched them. You advanced again? Yu Hua asked with a smile. Xia Fei nodded. I just reached level 5. Is your body okay? Yu Hua said, level 5 after only half a month? You've set a new record. I've seen people advance quickly, but not this quickly. I've taken a hard shock from the space law, but there's no need to worry. I only need a few days of rest to recover. Xia Fei asked, how exactly was that spatial bomb made? Its power was absurd. Yu Hua shook his head. The Sung Lori Jin clan is an illustrious family in the circle. Besides spatial defense arts, they have a top-class artificer, Jin Yang. He is the one who made both the golden bell curtain and that incredibly powerful spatial bomb. Casa is probably in a complete mess right now. When a spatial bomb explodes, everything within 100 kilometers will be flattened, the fabric of space shattered. No one could have survived it. Xia Fei firmly nodded. A spatial bomb could tear apart space, so the people within that space would naturally be torn apart as well. But this is actually a good thing. No one will know that we killed members of the Jin and Lu families. They'll think that all the law adepts on site died together, Yu Hua indifferently said. He had particularly emphasized the word we, his meaning obvious. He was reminding Xia Fei that, if this matter got out, there was no way he could plead innocence. The risk was big, but so was the harvest. Yu Hua pointed at the darkness metal and Jin Shuiman's spatial ring. Alas, we left in such a rush that I didn't get a chance to grab Lu Hanzong's spatial ring. He was also a law emperor, so he probably carried a lot of good things. Unmoved, Xia Fei continued to listen to Yu Hua speak. Come, let's split the spoils. As Yu Hua spoke, he looked at Furball. This fellow was slumbering in Xia Fei's bosom, completely free of worries. How should we split it? Yu Hua stroked his chin and muttered. Xia Fei, do you have any good ideas? Xia Fei smiled. He knew that Yu Hua was testing him. It was all due to your efforts that we could get all this. You have the right to decide how we split it. Yu Hua smiled and nodded. Darkness metal is very valuable, or else I wouldn't go through so much effort to get it. How about this, I'll give you two options and you choose one. Xia Fei expressed his agreement, and Yu Hua continued. If you don't want darkness metal, I can give you Jin Shuiman's spatial ring. He was a law emperor, and his clan produces spatial weapons. There are probably many valuable things inside it. If you like darkness metal, I can give you 1/3 of it, together with this spatial ring, but everything inside the spatial ring will be mine. From the size of the meteor, we should be able to get 15 kilograms of darkness metal from it. Yu Hua's meaning was obvious. He had pointed out that Jin Shuiman's clan specialized in the production of spatial weapons to tempt Xia Fei into giving up on the darkness metal and choosing the ring and its contents. Xia Fei hugged Furball and made an exception in feeding him a grade 3 origin crystal. Furball was delighted and nuzzled Xia Fei with even greater affection. This meteor is very strange, so just give some for me to research, Xia Fei nonchalantly said. Frowning, Yu Hua asked, you want to give up on the contents of the spatial ring and choose the metal? Xia Fei smiled. I've been a collector of strange and curious objects since I was a boy. Besides, since the Jin clan's law weapons are produced by Master Jin Yang, they presumably carry his mark. Any high-ranked artificer will have a habit of placing their mark on their products. If someone finds out that I have one of the personal weapons of the Jin family, I might have to suffer the consequences. At my level of cultivation, I dare not to be rash. But that spatial ring appears rather inconspicuous. If I take it, no one will recognize it. Thus, no matter how much I want a spatial weapon, I can't choose the option. I can only take option 2. Yu Hua felt sullen. He had used the high-class products in the spatial ring to tempt Xia Fei, but he had forgotten a most basic problem. While those were excellent products, their origins were easily exposed, so the gains did not make up for the losses. Looking at Furball, Yu Hua smiled. It's settled, then. Once we get back, I'll personally refine darkness metal. Once it's done, I'll give you 1/3. Xia Fei harmlessly smiled. I'll leave this to you. After moving the contents into his spatial ring, Yu Hua threw the golden ring over to Xia Fei. It's got quite a lot of space, around 10,000 cubic meters. Xia Fei was astonished. 10,000 cubic meters? That was 10 times more than his current ring. He stroked a finger across the ring. Sure enough, Yu Hua had actually given a conservative estimate. This ring was able to hold at least 12,000 cubic meters. Yu Hua seems like a rather decent person. Anyone else would have just killed you, and there's no need to split anything with you. What a nice guy. After all, this is a spatial ring with 12,000 cubic meters of space. Phantom said into Xia Fei's ear. Xia Fei indifferently said, let's wait and see. Even if he means me no harm, it will be best to be on my guard. I don't like people whom I can't see through. Phantom pursed his lips. I think that Yu Hua's rather nice. Don't forget that it's because of him that you could come to the Law Realm. Xia Fei lightly petted Furball. This fellow was in an excellent mood after eating a grade 3 origin crystal, vigorously nuzzling his chest. Because of Yu Hua or because of Furball? It's hard to say, Xia Fei muttered to himself. He was beginning to feel more and more certain that Yu Hua and Yu Zhong had invited him because of Furball. After all, his 7th brain region had been severely damaged, and he had essentially been trash. Great law emperors like Yu Zhong and Yu Hua had to have known this. Waving his hands, Yu Hua said, I still need to rest for a few days. Use this time to try for the level 6 threshold. That one is very difficult, Yu Hua mysteriously said after changing the topic, but with my help, that puny threshold is no problem at all. I have a trick that can accelerate your breakthrough. Do you want to know? Xia Fei was stunned. A trick to accelerate his breakthrough? If there really was a trick, it would be far too valuable to a law warrior. Level 6 was incredibly difficult to reach, with many adepts going their entire lives without success, and Yu Hua was planning to tell that secret to Xia Fei. Well? Didn't I say that Yu Hua means you no harm? He even wants to teach you a trick to reach level 6. Phantom smugly said. Xia Fei frowned, muttering to himself, could Yu Hua really not mean me harm? Am I really being too paranoid? Chapter 538, Promoting to Become a Law Elite. Yu Hua once more entered a recovery state as he silently leaned against the side of the mountain. Xia Fei used this time to raise his cultivation to a new level. Level 6 was a dividing line for a law adept. At level 6, one's cultivation would receive a major boost, and one would receive the title of Elite Law Warrior. Just like how Great Law Emperor Yu Hua could defeat 2 law emperors, there existed an impassable chasm between warriors and elites. Many people would fall before this natural barrier. Could Xia Fei rely on Yu Hua's secret trick to break through that threshold? The first pattern gradually formed in his mind, and without rest, Xia Fei moved on to the second, third, fourth, and fifth. This was like a sprinter doing warm-up runs. Xia Fei repeated the process from the first to the 6th totem over and over, and the moment he felt himself lacking, he would immediately stop and restart from the beginning. The effects were obvious as the 6th rank of the space law became clearer and clearer. Sprint. Sprint again. Xia Fei had tried this countless times when cultivating his speed ability. He had never imagined that the secret to advancing in the space law would be like sprinting, using the inertia from one's past attempts to charge through the threshold. This also had an obvious advantage. Each attempt at level 6 meant repeating the previous 5 thresholds, reviewing the old to learn the new. Through constant review, Xia Fei's strength was consolidated. There was also an obvious disadvantage: energy consumption. Yes, each sprint would rapidly consume energy. On average, he would spend 1 grade 3 origin crystal an hour. This was a massive number. Ordinary law adepts could never bear this price. Even if they understood the secret, they would find it difficult to apply it, for they simply did not have the crystals. Fortunately, Xia Fei had a rather abundant store of crystals, at least enough to get him through level 6. As for afterward, only God knew. A short 24 hours later, Xia Fei was 1/3 of the way to level 6. This advancing speed could be considered mad. Xia Fei was immersed in cultivation, unaware of the rising and setting of the sun. With another step, he would possess even greater power. His desire for power was at its maximum, and Xia Fei grew more and more excited. Yu Hua was very quiet. Occasionally, he would open his eyes and look over at Xia Fei and Furball. One was a natural warrior with a 100% open 7th brain region and another was a crafty holy beast. There was an imperceptible smile on his lips. He seemed to feel happy over Xia Fei's cultivation speed. When he saw Xia Fei, he seemed to see a younger version of himself. Closing his eyes, Yu Hua adjusted his mindset and muttered to himself, now is not the time, not yet. Break. As Xia Fei shouted, that level 6 threshold that law adepts considered a natural barrier shattered. Standing up and looking around, Xia Fei felt a powerful energy surging out of his 7th brain region. It was like water spilling out of a broken dam which coursed through his entire body. Yu Hua opened his eyes and counted off with his fingers. Only 4 days. You needed only 4 days to reach level 6. I really don't know what to say about this speed. Are you a genius or a madman? Xia Fei did not answer, overcome with joy and pleasure from this sensation of strength. I learned this way to break through the level 6 threshold in my youth. This method can only be used once. When you reach level 9 and attempt to break into Law Sovereign, you must not use this method, or else it will do more harm than good. Xia Fei nodded. Then what's the shortcut for advancing to Law Sovereign? Yu Hua smiled. There's no such thing as shortcuts in this world. It's only a matter of method. Back then, I was lost on the road to level 6 for an entire year before finding this workable secret technique. Efforts and enlightenment have always been necessities on the path of laws. As for the secret art to reaching Law Sovereign, I will also teach it to you, but not now. Xia Fei's opinion of Yu Hua had greatly changed. Even though this unscrupulous merchant had many secrets and had an arrogant and wild side, who did not? People had many faces, and was Xia Fei not also hiding a violent warrior personality behind his smiling face, a dagger held behind his back? As long as that person meant him no harm, Xia Fei would even make friends with a chaos-sowing demon king. A man with no likes or passions was not someone one could have deep relationships with. At the very least, Xia Fei now knew of Yu Hua's other face. Those fellows who hid their true selves very well were even more likely to draw Xia Fei's suspicion. I still need to rest for 3 days. Consolidate your efforts for a bit. After 3 days, we'll go and pay Dark Ghost a personal visit. Yu Hua sternly said. Xia Fei was startled. You've already found Dark Ghost's base? Yu Hua nodded. I've found someone who can take us close. Dark Ghost's ship moves around constantly, but he still needs to do business and has to interact with other drug peddlers. After saying this, Yu Hua closed his eyes again. Xia Fei had just broken into level 6, and he was actually rather tired. He did not continue cultivating and instead began studying martial techniques. To Xia Fei, studying martial techniques took less of his 7th brain region, so it could be considered a sort of break. Using studying martial techniques to take a break? Only a madman like Xia Fei would do such a thing. In the Black Sea of Stars, Dark Ghost's barge concealed itself within an asteroid belt. Success! I finally succeeded. Dark Ghost held up a bottle of golden liquid in excitement. Xia Fei's brain healing medicine had been like a curse, causing any pharmacological analysis machine to break down, which had caused Dark Ghost an enormous loss, but Dark Ghost was a master apothecary with some skills of his own. Purely through the most primitive analysis methods, he had managed to find the recipe. Master Ghost, don't you think that this concoction is a bit different from Xia Fei's? Yu Guhi uneasily said. Xia Fei's is light yellow, while yours is golden, and the scent is also stronger. Dark Ghost glared at the Yu brothers. Cut the chatter. The ingredients are the same, so how could there be a problem? I used only the best of ingredients, so the scent will naturally be thicker and the color brighter. Despite these words, Dark Ghost had no confidence. Xia Fei's recipe was so bizarre that even his most advanced analysis machine broke. Moreover, the ingredients were all lethal. This was the first time Dark Ghost had encountered such a wicked drug. He looked around unpleasantly at his subordinates. Mu Linbei shivered while Yuan Dian, who had bandages tied around his arm, quickly looked the other way. As for the Yu brothers, they were so scared that they started trembling. It must be said that the Yu brothers were quite unfortunate. Everything from the moment they stole Xia Fei's medicine up to now had been a nightmare. They planned to make big money once Dark Ghost found the recipe, but all they did was cause Dark Ghost to break his precious analytical instruments and almost go broke. Dark Ghost had been so angry that he had sent Mu Linbei and Yuan Dian, both law sovereigns, to capture Xia Fei, but in the end, Yuan Dian had been heavily injured. If not for Dark Ghost's astonishing medical skill, he might have even died. All of the blame was put to the Yu brothers, and they had spent the last few days under house arrest, each day like a year. You, come and test this medicine. Dark Ghost thrust a finger and tyrannically proclaimed. Yu King he was so scared that he almost pissed his pants. Pointing at himself, he said, Master Ghost, my brain region isn't damaged. Enough nonsense. You're the one who brought the medicine. If you're not trying it, who? You expect me to test it on my subordinates? Yu King he's face turned dark. He was truly unfortunate. If he had known that this would happen, he would have never stolen Xia Fei's medicine. What he had thought was a chance at fortune had really been a ticking time bomb. Now, the disaster had finally come to him. Yu King he, who knew that several lethal ingredients were part of this recipe, naturally refused to drink it no matter what. Dark Ghost ordered Mu Linbei to force it down Yu King he's throat, and his nose was pinched so that it could be poured straight down. Hot. So hot. Yu King he's face turned red, and he began tearing his clothes. Crack. He bared his upper body like a crazy man, becoming frantic, and his eyes began to turn red. Plush. He vomited blood. Yu King he wiped at his mouth and dejectedly howled, blood. It's blood. Thump. After howling a few times, he suddenly fell over with blood pouring out of his ears, nose, mouth, and eyes. It was an extremely gruesome death. Dark Ghost walked over and inspected Yu King he's body, muttering to himself, how did he die? The recipe is completely right. What's the problem? He had no idea that Xia Fei's drug-making method was essentially its own school, the mixing method a secret which was impossible to reproduce. Just knowing the recipe was not enough and did not provide the means of reaching the true medicine. Yu Gehe, Yu Qinghe's brothers, had been scared silly. He dropped to the floor, his face pale, overcome with regret for stealing Xia Fei's medicine. I don't believe it. I refuse to believe that a puny law warrior who's not even an apothecary can surpass me in this field. Dark Ghost went crazy. He was a genius at concocting wicked drugs. Xia Fei's medicine had given him his greatest predicament. There was no making sense of it. It was a bizarre and insane medicine. At this moment, a white-haired one-eyed elder walked into Dark Ghost's laboratory. Upon seeing him, everyone lowered their heads. Even Dark Ghost stopped shouting, becoming extremely quiet. Master Cruel Eagle, you came at just the right time. I can't keep waiting any longer. Please, you must help me go to the Yu family and capture that Xia Fei chap. If I don't unlock the secret to this medicine, I'm gonna go crazy. Dark Ghost ripped at his hair and roared. Cruel Eagle had brilliant eyes which exuded a dignity that could not be profaned. There's no need to go, Cruel Eagle coldly said. Their people are already on the upper floor. It won't be long before they get here. Everyone was stunned. Dark Ghost questioned, how did they get here? How many? 2, 1 a law emperor. They opened a spatial gate and forced their way in. Mu Linbei frowned. Yu Zhang? That's a problem. That old man is a law emperor. None of us is a match to him. Cruel Eagle shook his head. If it's Yu Zhang, I would leave already. I don't have the strength to fight against a peak law emperor. The one who came is Yu Hua, his family's other law emperor. Yu Hua? Didn't he stop concerning himself with his family's affairs a while ago? Yuan Dian asked as he began to untie the bandages around his arm. Bang! As he spoke, the doors to the laboratory blew open. Yu Hua and Xia Fei stood side by side, their eyes dark and sinister. Striding forward, Xia Fei pointed his finger at the people in the laboratory, coldly asking, I heard that someone wanted to capture me. Chapter 539, The Lost Law. I heard that someone wanted to capture me. Xia Fei coldly said as he pointed. I'm standing right here. Anyone who wants my life can try and take it. Arrogance. Unconcealed arrogance. His eyes were brimming with killing intent. Dark Ghost coldly grunted. Men, where are you? Seize this scoundrel at once. Xia Fei smiled. Stop shouting. You're the only ones alive on this ship now. You should feel fortunate. What? Dark Ghost was stunned. This barge had a crew of more than 1,000, of which 300 were warriors. After all, he had been wanted for a long time and had to be prepared at all times. Within the space of several minutes, Yu Hua and Xia Fei had killed all of them. This was a one-sided massacre. Mu Linbei and Yuan Dian were aching to fight, particularly Yuan Dian. After being injured by the backlash from Xia Fei's law of primal chaos, he had been harboring a grudge that he was anxious to return. Cruel Eagle frowned. He was the only law emperor under Dark Ghost, and facing Yu Hua was a duty he could not avoid, but Yu Hua was a man who was smile-whiling as he held a knife behind his back, and this sort of attitude left him feeling very uneasy. It was as if Yu Hua was certain of his victory. Cruel Eagle. Yu Hua came out and spoke first. Yes, Cruel Eagle sternly replied. Yu Hua smiled. It's difficult to become a law emperor, so leave. I'll let you live. Cruel Eagle's soul eye flashed. Yu Hua's words had stimulated his fighting intent. For what reason? No reason. This is a grudge between Xia Fei and Dark Ghost. If you don't interfere, I won't interfere. And if I don't agree? Cruel Eagle frowned and asked. With a flip of his palm, the 7 dragons split the heavens technique appeared. 7 dragons split the heavens. Cruel Eagle was stunned. So you're a great law emperor. Yu Hua smiled and nodded. With a bitter chuckle, Cruel Eagle said, with my strength, I have no chance at victory against a great law emperor. Plus, your Yu family is most skilled in spatial tiers, so I won't fight with you. Yu Hua mused, a man who knows when to adapt to circumstances will achieve great things. When experts fought, the results would be injury or death. Cruel Eagle was unwilling to fight with Yu Hua, leaving Dark Ghost's group frantic and fuming. Cruel Eagle, I saved your life. You agreed to serve me for 30 years. Dark Ghost loudly called. Dark Eagle glanced at him. I agreed that I would give you 30 years of my life, not all of it. Also, this is the Lore Realm. You don't really take promises seriously, do you? Dark Ghost became so infuriated that his face went white. On the side, Mu Linbei and Yuan Dian were aghast. Cruel Eagle was the strongest among them, a level 5 Law Emperor. Once he was gone, no one would be able to escape from Yu Hua's clutches alive. After all, his level was far higher than theirs. It's over. It's all over. Yu Gehe dejectedly sat down on the floor and began weeping, his voice suffused with despair. Yu Hua patted Xia Fei on the shoulder. I'll leave this place to you. That night, it's these two fellows who wanted to catch you, so they're naturally your enemies. I remember you saying that you need to see your enemies die with your own eyes. Now, I'm giving you the chance to personally kill them. Xia Fei nodded, his face unperturbed. Mu Linbei and Yuan Dian exhaled. If Yu Hua was not participating, then they really did not care about Xia Fei. After all, his level was extremely low, and while his attacks were infused with some bizarre power, it was not enough to hurt them. Yuan Dian had been defeated that night purely because of his carelessness. After saying this, Yu Hua disappeared from the room with Cruel Eagle. Yu Hua was a great Law Emperor and could use the skill of spatial traversal, taking with him anyone he wanted. Don't think about trying to leave using a spatial compass, I've already locked down the entire ship, Yu Hua said before leaving. Yuan Dian heartily laughed. Leave? If I don't kill this brat, I'll never be able to stomach this rage. Savagely glaring at Xia Fei, Mu Linbei and Yuan Dian planned to strike together. Among the stars, Yu Hua and Cruel Eagle floated. Cruel Eagle frowned. You said that you would let me go. Yu Hua smiled and pointed at Dark Ghost's barge down below. There's no rush. I'll let you watch a good show first. Cruel Eagle shook his head. The young man you brought won't be able to beat Mu Linbei and Yuan Dian. His cultivation is too lacking. By leaving him behind, you have delivered him to his death. Yu Hua heartily laughed. Do you really think so? Although I only have one eye, I have always had a sharp insight when it comes to people. Then I'm afraid that you will be disappointed today. Xia Fei isn't as simple as you think he is. Cruel Eagle pursed his lips and said no more. Yu Hua replied, just watch the show. You'll understand once it's over. On the ship, Mu Linbei and Yuan Dian began to flank Xia Fei. Dark Ghost furiously roared on the side, Yu Hua won't let us off. Since we're all dead, anyway, let's take this brat down with us. Xia Fei sighed, lightly saying, I didn't come to the Lore Realm to be dragged down by anyone. Tell me why you wanted to capture me, or else I'll kill you. With just you. Mu Linbei scornfully said. Just a mere level 4 law warrior. Yuan Dian had only lost to you because he was caught off guard. Yuan Dian glared at Mu Linbei, apparently not liking that this wound was being pried open again. Level 6, Xia Fei used his hands to draw a 6 in the air. Everyone was stunned. Such divine advancement speed. Xia Fei's advancement speed could almost be drawn as a straight line. He was breaking through so many thresholds that he would soon reach the heavens if this kept up. All of this had happened within the span of only a dozen or so days. Impossible. No one can advance that quickly, said Yuan Dian, his eyes red. Xia Fei did not answer. He disdained answering such questions. What does level 6 matter? This old man is a law sovereign. The irascible Yuan Dian struck first, his hands turning into blades and moving like lightning. Wild storm. Xia Fei clenched his hands into fists and took Yuan Dian's attacks head-on. Break for me. His fists stirred up gales, infused with an inexplicable power. Yuan Dian suddenly recalled the backlash from his lightning ability and hastily retreated, at the same time drawing back his ability. As the saying went, getting bitten by a snake once would make one afraid of a rope for 10 years. Yuan Dian had already suffered once at Xia Fei's hands, so he did not dare clash directly against him again. Mu Linbei frowned. He regarded Yuan Dian's panic with extreme disdain. 3 sovereigns of the proud moon. 3 crescent-shaped waves of light attacked Xia Fei like 3 sharp blades. Xia Fei was well aware that these were not light or blades but rather the power of the space law. Chain blockade. 4 tornadoes went up to meet them. Xia Fei had already cultivated the chain blockade technique to stage 4, and together with a massive boost in strength, it came with an extra tornado. Rumble. It was also the power of the space law, but Mu Linbei was a level 3 law sovereign, so he was naturally stronger than Xia Fei. However, the result would make one want to crush their glasses. Xia Fei's tornadoes engulfed the crescent blades and annihilated them. They were far stronger than Mu Linbei's attacks. Whoosh! The wind was slightly weakened, but it continued in the same direction, surging toward Mu Linbei. Not good. Mu Linbei paled in shock and swiftly moved to dodge. Rumble! With a boom, the laboratory's alloy ceiling was torn up. The massive barge shuddered. In space, Cruel Eagle grimaced. Such a powerful attack! It seems like I have underestimated Xia Fei. Although he's a law warrior, he can completely match a law sovereign's offensive might. Yu Hua happily nodded. Correct. Xia Fei's strength has truly reached the level of law sovereigns, but don't you find his attacks strange? Yu Hua's eyes flashed with a cunning light as he asked. Cruel Eagle replied, strange, yes, definitely. The space law should not possess this sort of formidable offensive power. Many clans and warriors cultivate the space law, but I've never heard of anyone who could make this law so dominating. It is as if Xia Fei's law energy has some special attribute that can subvert and disrupt the attacks of others, neutralizing them upon first contact. Yu Hua wondered aloud, could Xia Fei be adding another law into his space law? Cruel Eagle shook his head. It's possible. There are two circumstances in which the attack can become this powerful. The first is that the law adept has comprehended a new principle, and the second is that he has added in another law. Everyone knows that the three great laws stand proudly over the universe, with the others being known as minor laws or support laws. It is not easy to merge a minor law with a great law, and not every law that can be merged. This is because laws often repel one another naturally. I do not know of any support law that can boost his offensive might this much, so this should be some new power that Xia Fei comprehended from the space law. It's truly an epiphany that others would envy greatly. If he is allowed to continue, perhaps Xia Fei could really found his own faction and develop a new kind of law power. Even advancing into the god race is not out of the realm of possibility. Cruel Eagle seemed very excited, but Yu Hua could not get excited at all. Could it be the long-lost time law? Yu Hua suggested. Cruel Eagle immediately turned wary at these words, looking uneasily at him. Yu Hua smiled. Cruel Eagle, we all know that only two of the three great laws are still extant. The most important law of time has been lost to the ages, while your original name is Wanyan Yadu, and you're a member of the Wanyan family. It is said that the Wanyans were the last ones to have any interaction with the law of time. As a successor, did you never have a chance to interact with the law of time? Yu Hua shot him a profound gaze. I mean no harm. I happen to have learned of your real identity from a friend, and since we've had a chance meeting, I asked for your help to understand why Xia Fei's law attacks are so powerful. Cruel Eagle, or perhaps one could call him Wanyan Yadu, scowled. Having his real identity exposed was not a good thing to him. When I was young, I saw my grandfather use the law of time, so I can be sure that Xia Fei's attack doesn't contain the power of it. So you're saying that the Wanyan family really did find the law of time? Cruel Eagle let out a long sigh. I wish that our clan had never possessed that wicked law, otherwise, the Wanyan family wouldn't have been wiped out, I wouldn't have lost an eye, and I wouldn't have needed to spend my childhood wandering around for fear of my life. Xia Fei isn't using the time law, and I can't use it, either. This is because the Wanyan clan was wiped out when I was very young and I hadn't yet reached the age where I could study it. Yu Hua shook his head. So you're saying that you have no more use? Cruel Eagle was shocked. You said you would let me go. This is the law realm. Did you really take my words seriously? Yu Hua coldly sneered, returning the words Cruel Eagle had said to Dark Ghost several minutes ago. I kept you around to see if you could recognize what law Xia Fei has been using. Since you couldn't, you can die now. Yu Hua's eyes erupted with killing intent. Chapter 540, Foundry City. Rumble. Mu Linbei flew backward, blood spurted out of his mouth. Level 2 of the Law of Primal Chaos was so strong that Mu Linbei, a mighty Level 3 Law Sovereign, could not take even one punch from Xia Fei. A spiral appeared on his chest where the blow connected, his flesh torn apart, his bones and organs shattered to bits. It was as if some high-speed energy had been infused into Xia Fei's steely fist, and this energy did not move in a straight trajectory but twisted, instead. This was the wondrous attribute of the Law of Primal Chaos. It did not appear to have any sort of rule. This power simply did its utmost to tear apart the defenses of others, sowing chaos and rendering everything incredibly fragile. As fresh blood flowed from his mouth, Mu Linbei's white clothes were drenched in red. After painfully twitching a little, he finally stopped breathing. Only Dark Ghost and Yu Gehe were left in the laboratory. Yu Gehe was curled up in a corner, his head lowered. At this point, his fate was sealed, and he had given up on resistance. Dark Ghost gnashed his teeth and angrily glared at Xia Fei, his face truly as white as a ghost. Talk. There's nothing between us, so why did you want to capture me? Xia Fei coldly asked. Dark Ghost and Yu Gehe were both very weak and could not threaten Xia Fei, so he let down his guard and lit a cigarette for himself. Yu Gehe became heartbroken upon hearing Xia Fei's question and immediately began to weep in regret. So noisy. Crack. Xia Fei aimed his right fist at Yu Gehe's chest and punched, penetrating through his heart and leaving a giant hole. Dark Ghost's face paled and he grimaced. Not only was Xia Fei a superb apothecary, he was vicious and ruthless, too. Striking without mercy. At this moment, a massive explosion came from space. Yu Hua and Cruel Eagle were already battling, the energy of the space and matter laws clashing with each other to create a light which outshone the stars. Xia Fei was startled. Why had Yu Hua and Cruel Eagle started fighting? A few minutes ago, Yu Hua appeared prepared to let Cruel Eagle go out of respect for his peer. Xia Fei did not suspect Yu Hua too much, instead, he reckoned that Cruel Eagle had changed his mind, which led to the two fighting against each other. Yu Hua had treated him rather well, teaching him a secret art to pass through the threshold and even giving him a portion of the precious darkness metal. In Xia Fei's view, these were all signs of friendship. Whoosh! After a few rounds, Cruel Eagle saw that he was clearly no match for Yu Hua and frantically made to flee. Yu Hua pursued him without hesitation, and the two of them swiftly disappeared into the darkness of space. While Xia Fei was watching Yu Hua's battle with Cruel Eagle, Dark Ghost was not just sitting around. He had silently removed a bottle of black medicine from his ring. Turning his head, Xia Fei shrugged. A battle between Law Emperors was an apex clash which was a joy to watch, and it was also a valuable learning experience, but now that Yu Hua and Cruel Eagle had drifted far from sight, Xia Fei felt rather helpless as he could not watch their battle anymore. Raising the bottle high over his head, Dark Ghost's expression turned savage. Die, Xia Fei! Dark Ghost moved to smash the bottle of black liquid on the ground, but though he moved quickly, Xia Fei moved even faster. Whoosh! Xia Fei vanished, and the moment before the bottle hit the ground, Xia Fei appeared, caught the bottle, and gave Dark Ghost a slap. Smack! A clear handprint appeared on the left side of Dark Ghost's face, and 4 teeth along with some blood came out of his mouth. Dark Ghost did not have much when it came to martial arts, and Xia Fei's slap had him sprawling on the ground and seeing stars. It seems to be some sort of poison. Dark Ghost wanted to break it on the floor and take you with him. Phantom said as he looked at the black liquid in Xia Fei's hand. How vicious! Xia Fei broke out in a cold sweat, and he swiftly stored the bottle in his ring. Walking up to Dark Ghost's side, Xia Fei clamped 2 fingers on one of Dark Ghost's fingers. Pa! The finger and the spatial ring on it were plucked off. The fingers were connected to the heart, and Dark Ghost howled in pain as blood flowed out of his hand. I'll ask you one last time, why did you want to capture me? Xia Fei frowned and asked. Dark Ghost moaned in pain as he told Xia Fei about how the Yu brothers had gotten their hands on Xia Fei's medicine, how his medicine had drawn his interest, and how it had destroyed several of his valuable analysis machines. Xia Fei laughed as he listened. A medicine without a blocker? Did these people really take him for some novice? Xia Fei's way of mixing medicine was completely unconventional. He had chosen the most lethal of ingredients, demanding the most heaven-defying and rigorous of recipes. These people had wanted to reverse engineer it. Was this not seeking ill fortune? Once he knew the story, Xia Fei could not help but sigh at how fraught the Lore realm was with dangers. It was just a minor matter, but because Dark Ghost's group had become involved, it had become a big mess. Xia Fei secretly made up his mind to be more cautious in the future. In this man-eat-man world, anyone could hold a grudge for anything. Inconspicuousness remained king. After all, Xia Fei still was not some well-known individual at this time. Xia Fei had become displeased when he saw Cruel Eagle see Yu Hua and immediately go back on his promise, particularly those words of his, "This is the Lore realm. You don't really take promises seriously, do you?" Those words continued to linger in his mind. It seemed like promises in the Lore realm were no more than charades. Humans who sought things for their benefits while avoiding trouble was the true guiding principle in the law realm. Xia Fei was only a small warrior who had just entered the law realm. These battles and experiences were causing him to mature rapidly and grow accustomed gradually to this man-eat-man environment. Swish! With a light swipe of October flying snow, Dark Ghost's head was separated from his body. Xia Fei had completed his promise to watch his enemies die, and Dark Ghost ceased to exist within the law realm. Yu Hua and Cruel Eagle were still fighting, so Xia Fei began gathering the spoils. With no time to look at the contents, Xia Fei began taking the rings from Dark Ghost's people. A high-speed centrifuge. A particle purifier. Phantom was elated. He loved drug makers, and this Dark Ghost truly lived up to his reputation as an underground apothecary. All of the equipment he used was very high class and advanced, and there was a great number of them. After all, his drug production was at an almost factory level. He had several dozen high-speed centrifuges. While gathering the spoils, Xia Fei also looked through the spatial rings, making several surprising discoveries. In crystals alone, there were 171 valuable grade 4 origin crystals. Xia Fei was elated and threw Furball a grade 3 origin crystal. He had come away with a rich harvest this time, and Furball's boat had also been lifted by the rising tide, and he had giving it grade 3 origin crystals for food. What made Xia Fei uneasy was that Furball could drain all of the vast energy stored in a grade 3 origin crystal very quickly. His appetite was just too good. How many crystals would he have to consume to promote by a single level? Perhaps even all the crystals in the world might not be enough. The total value sums up to 375 grade 4 crystals. Converted to grade 3 crystals, that's a total of 37,500 crystals. That's not even counting the law weapons and other valuable machines. This money is enough to last us for a very long time. Phantom excitedly said. Xia Fei nodded. With this money, he would no longer need to count every crystal and could spend much more freely from here on out. Whoosh! Yu Hua suddenly appeared in front of Xia Fei, calm and relaxed. It appeared that Cruel Eagle had not given him much difficulty, and he had easily dispatched him. Glancing around at the empty barge, Yu Hua smiled. My good man, you've basically ransacked the place. You're even taking the herbs. Xia Fei smiled awkwardly. There's nothing to be done. Cultivating every day takes too much energy, so I took anything that's worth even a bit so that I can trade it for money later. Yu Hua replied, true. What warriors lack the most is energy, and it's not every day you get to pillage the base of a drug lord. You're in the crucial initial phase of a warrior, so storing away a little money can only be of benefit to you. Besides, it's about time you changed your equipment. You're an elite law warrior now, so you can't go out looking too unsightly. Xia Fei pouted. Aren't my items high enough of a grade? Almost all of them are eternal rank, and some are even immortal rank. Changing equipment naturally meant spending money, but Xia Fei preferred to spend all his money on cultivating. No matter where one went, the equipment used by warriors was never cheap. Those prices in the tens of thousands made Xia Fei wince in pain. Yu Hua replied, this is the law realm, so don't think your items from before will do you any good. The most important thing about equipment here isn't what grade it is, but what sort of law is attached to it and the level of that law. You've seen Yuan Dian's round shield, yes? A rather ordinary item, but because it has the defensive power of a spatial barrier attached to it, its grade is several times higher. That's the sort of thing you need. Glancing at the several spatial rings in Xia Fei's hand, Yu Hua said, forget it. Just keep those things you took from Dark Ghost and his men. I'll take you to see what a true warrior's equipment looks like. You may even be able to use this money to buy one or two nice things for yourself. Xia Fei felt helpless. He did not know how much law weapons cost, but from Yu Hua's tone, the price was probably horrifying. However, it was rare for him to have an opportunity to leave the Yu family and look around, and weapons were necessities for warriors, so even if he did not buy, it would be fine to take a look. Why did Cruel Eagle start fighting you? Xia Fei asked, changing the subject. Yu Hua shrugged. I have no idea. I was originally planning to spare him, but that fellow was too sinister. While I wasn't paying attention, he tried getting me by surprise. I couldn't spare him after that. Xia Fei did not doubt this story. He could see at a glance that Cruel Eagle was a sinister fellow, without even realizing that the truly sinister one was standing right in front of him. Unlike Casa, this was a bustling and beautiful planet. The streets were lined with ancient trees, tall and dignified. Exquisitely constructed buildings were packed together, brimming with style, expressing the wealth and refinement of their owners. This is Foundry City, a very famous base of artificers in the circle. 50% of the people living here are artificers or people connected to the work of creating weapons. If you want to buy something real good, then this is the right place. Artificers were not blacksmiths. One needed to be a high-ranking law user who could imbue law energy into a weapon and make it into a law weapon. Becoming an artificer was very difficult. Once one succeeded, one would be able to enjoy endless glory and fortune. Artificers were even more valuable than energy masters. This was because what energy masters produced was currency, energy, and money, but money might be unable to get one a high-class law weapon. The streets were lined with stores selling law weapons, and the signs would often carry both the store name and the cultivation of the artificer. For example, Law of Space Level 3 Sovereign, Artificer Zhang Baoquan's Best Service. Law of Matter Level 7 Sovereign, Artificer Kevin's Supreme Weapons. Each store would have at least one artificer, with the larger ones having several. Xia Fei's eyes shone brightly. There were so many artificers, and so many law weapons. Chapter 541, White Jade Ape. It was no wonder that Foundry City was a base for artificers. There were several hundred weapon stores of various sizes here, and even more derivative businesses, like pawn shops and auction houses, could be found. Seeing so many law weapons for the first time, Xia Fei almost fainted from shock. Yu Hua brought Xia Fei to a place called the Fourth Great Uncle Comprehensive Exchange, pointing at the sign and saying, "Fourth Uncle can be considered a first-class individual of Foundry City. His original surname is Su, and just like me, he's obsessed with doing business. He's been running this store in Foundry City for quite a few years now. It will be best if you trade in the things you have into crystals and then use them to buy law weapons." Xia Fei nodded. Those high-speed centrifuges could not be spent like money, and even if he needed to make medicine, just one would be enough. Bringing around too many useless things would just be a burden. Once they entered, Yu Hua went straight to Fourth Great Uncle's office as if he was an old hand. Most of the people who worked here were also members of the Yu family. They energetically greeted Yu Hua, their attitudes rather respectful. In the office, Xia Fei encountered the boss of this exchange, the Fourth Great Uncle. This was a fatty wearing glasses, impeccably dressed in a western suit, several jeweled rings flashing on his fingers. He presented the classical figure of a successful businessman. "Yu Hua, what wind blew you to my door?" The Fourth Great Uncle stood up from his chair with some difficulty and called to Yu Hua. Yu Hua smiled and said, "Nothing at all. Couldn't I just come and see my fourth uncle? I heard our sixth sister is finally about to get married. As an older brother, I have to deliver a congratulatory gift." Though the Fourth Great Uncle was without sons, he had 7 daughters, of which, only his sixth, who had an extremely strong personality, was unmarried despite being over 40. This had left the Fourth Great Uncle's entire family worried sick. Now that this old girl was finally leaving, the Fourth Great Uncle was very excited and his face was glowing red. "That's true. You're the richest one in the clan, and it will be inexcusable for me not to get a little cut from you." The Fourth Great Uncle was quite the entertainer, even joking that Yu Hua would buy a house as a wedding gift, but Yu Hua agreed without blinking an eye. "This is Xia Fei, a new law warrior of my family. He has a few things that I will have to trouble your store to exchange for," Yu Hua introduced. The Fourth Great Uncle squinted his little eyes and then happily said, "So you're Xia Fei. I heard about some excessively talented youth in the clan who managed to reach level 4 law warrior in only a month, even killing a demon chrysalis on his own. Extraordinary, extraordinary." Xia Fei said nothing. In the law realm, one's lifespan frequently got into the hundreds. Yu Hua, though he appeared middle-aged, was probably more than 100, and it would even be appropriate for Xia Fei to call him grandfather. As for this Fourth Great Uncle, his seniority was even harder to estimate. For a moment, Xia Fei did not know how he should address this fat, old man. Yu Hua softly laughed. "Fourth Uncle, what year is this news from?" "Xia Fei is already level 6, an elite law warrior." The Fourth Great Uncle was flabbergasted. "Level 6? He's advancing this quickly." Xia Fei gave a slight nod. Level was not money, and there was no point in hiding it. The Fourth Great Uncle turned his head and looked at Yu Hua, a profound tone to his words as he spoke. "Back then, you made a record of taking 20 months to reach Law Sovereign, and then Little Bay came out of nowhere and turned that record into 18 months. It seems like the record is going to change again. Yu Hua casually said, it is a good thing for talented individuals to appear in the family. I really don't care that others can break my record. The fourth great-uncle nodded. That's true. If a few more individuals like this appear in the clan, the old patriarch won't need to hold things up all by himself anymore. A subtle gleam flashed in Yu Hua's eyes as he softly said, that's true. It's been very hard for the old patriarch, holding up the clan all by himself. The people in the family all call me fourth great-uncle or fourth uncle Yu, and you can call me the same. If you have anything you want to trade, take them out now. Your fourth uncle is in a good mood today, so I'll take everything you have and give you a good deal. Xia Fei nodded and handed over a ring that he had prepared beforehand. Sending in his mental energy, fourth great-uncle said, all of these are machines and ingredients used by apothecaries, and they're quite a lot. You could start a factory with all these. Yu Hua chuckled. Just a few spoils of war. Xia Fei has even more valuable things on hand. Take out those law weapons. Xia Fei frowned. Wouldn't it be better to keep the law weapons for myself? Yu Hua replied, you don't understand. Law adepts primarily rely on their own cultivation to fight. Things like weapons shouldn't be used unless absolutely necessary. Long-term use of a law weapon will create laziness and won't benefit your cultivation. Xia Fei indicated that he understood. Law weapons were often forged by experts of high rank, so they possessed impressive power. A low-rank law warrior using a high-rank weapon would naturally be able to exhibit greater power, but this would also breed a dependent mindset. To a warrior, what's needed in a weapon isn't the quantity but rather the quality to decide victory in one blow. This is why many warriors will spare no expense to get a suitable weapon. The fourth great-uncle nodded. Yu Hua is right. It'd be better to trade those weapons for a top-class one. At critical moments of a battle, a small difference in level might decide the outcome. Any weapon with special attributes and a high rank will be difficult to obtain, but once you do get one, it will provide more than just a simple multiplier to your fighting power. Xia Fei naturally understood this argument on weapons. After some thought, he came around to the idea. Since he had gone through so much trouble to collect all this money and resources, if he had the chance to trade them for one or two top-class products which could help him out in a pinch, it would obviously be better than having an entire basket load of ordinary products. Xia Fei took out the lapis killing rain and Yuan Dian's round shield. Besides that, he also took out some weapons that he did not frequently use, like the immortal rank butterfly serpent. Suddenly, as Xia Fei was exploring the contents of his spatial ring, he discovered something weird, a crystalline white ape. This ring had contained all of Dark Ghost's property, and it contained a variety of different items. Xia Fei had not gone through everything carefully before this, but now that he was starting to take things out, he discovered this strange ape. He called it strange because when he released his mental energy onto the white jade ape, it produced a strange reaction. The mental energy that Xia Fei had scattered throughout the space suddenly began to converge. It seemingly had the ability to increase one's focus by 100 times. It seems to be something good, Xia Fei thought to himself, deciding to leave this ape in the ring. The fourth great-uncle looked at the law weapons Xia Fei had removed and said, these weapons have rather decent grades, but none of them can be considered good quality. Weapons with an area of effect like the lapis killing rain can be found in every store, so keeping it won't do you much good. Selling them all for one or two quality products is the correct course of action. Seeing that the fourth great-uncle was sincere, Xia Fei said nothing. Everyone understood the principle that good steel was used on the blade, but Xia Fei just had no idea how much a quality law weapon would cost. The fourth great-uncle called over a middle-aged manager and ordered, take all these things and exchange them for crystals. Try and get the best prices you can. We're all brothers, so we won't lose out in this as long as we come out even. The middle-aged man nodded in agreement. Taking the spatial rings, he went to the storehouse to check over the inventory and do the calculations. Yu Hua smiled. Fourth uncle, do you have any top-class items available for selection? It's not like my main business is law weapons, so how can I have quality goods? A new store opened up in Foundry City calling itself Unique Pavilion. It has a grand build and sells only quality goods. You might as well go and look around. Yu Hua stroked his chin. Unique Pavilion from Unique and Unmatched. Quite the resplendent name, but who knows if they can really do it? Fourth great-uncle mysteriously said, I don't know if the name matches the reality. After all, I'm not a warrior, so I only know a bit about law weapons. However, the tales say that this store sources its products from the Withered Mew clan. Withered Mew? That's one of the 9 great clans. Yu Hua gasped. The Law realm had many humans, and most of them lived in clans. The 9 most powerful families were known as the 9 great clans, and they were existences far above the Yu family. These were the Bright Sea clan, the Withered Mew clan, the Cruel Wolf clan, the Snowdrift clan, the Moonward clan, the Glacier clan, the Shatterwu clan, the 9 Fan clan, and the Noah clan. If the law weapons were really made by the Withered Mew clan, they could not be lacking in grade. After all, the 9 great clans were second in status only to the 2 peak race standing at the top of the pyramid. However, 4th great uncle suddenly said, while Unique Pavilion's products are good, their prices are sky high. The starting price of their weapons is 100 grade 4 crystals. Xia Fei suddenly felt dizzy. 100 grade 4 crystals could be converted to 10,000 grade 3 crystals, enough for him to cultivate for an entire year, but for Unique Pavilion, this was only the starting price. Yu Hua smiled. Quite interesting. Just the thought of a weapon produced by one of the 9 great clans makes one excited. Xia Fei, once things are done here, let's go and take a look. Xia Fei nodded in agreement. The prices were truly astonishing, but Xia Fei could not help but be tempted to see what truly legendary top-class law weapons were like. As before, Xia Fei took out tea leaves and other such specialties from his home and gifted them to the 4th great uncle. The 4th great uncle took the gifts with little hesitation, praising them as excellent tea after putting everything away. It was not long before the middle-aged man returned, a list of items in his hand. The 4th great uncle had him read it out, and the middle-aged man cleared his throat and said, 74 high-speed centrifuges, each one with a converted value of 15 grade 3 crystals. 31 B-type purifiers, each one with a converted value of 8 grade 3 crystals. Law weapon shield of solidification, with a converted value of 170 grade 3 crystals. Law weapon Silverwind war armor, with a converted value of 195 grade 3 crystals. In sum, a converted value of 53,129 grade 3 crystals, the middle-aged man finally declared. Yu Hua smiled. 4th uncle is truly a generous soul. You're going to take some losses on this trade. The 4th great uncle smiled at Xia Fei. We're all family. Just call it the price of making a friend. Xia Fei, if you come across any rare items like the demon chrysalis, don't forget about your 4th uncle here. I'll definitely give you the highest price. Xia Fei repeatedly nodded his head and agreed to the affirmative. Adding together with the crystals he had taken from Dark Ghost, Xia Fei's fortune had soared to 913 grade 4 crystals. Xia Fei had the 4th great uncle help him exchange 600 grade 4 crystals and 31,300 grade 3 crystals, which he put away in his ring. After all, Xia Fei did not have a lot of situations where he would use grade 4 crystals, and he still relied on grade 3 crystals for cultivation. Leaving the 4th great uncle's store, Yu Hua asked for directions and then headed off with Xia Fei to the mysterious Unique Pavilion. Chapter 542, Unique Pavilion. Artificers were wealthy and respectable people, and Foundry City was a gathering place of artificers in the circle. Thus, both land and housing prices were extremely expensive. Unique Pavilion was located on a large plot of land in the most bustling street of Foundry City, the Western Avenue. It was built in the style of a picturesque garden, and from it, one could see the wealth and power of its owner. To Xia Fei's surprise, such a famous and enormous store was rather deserted. There were 3 rows of parking spaces in front of the cinnabar gates, but only 2 or 3 small energy cars were parked there. However, there were quite a lot of employees wearing grey uniforms. At least 30 of them were lined up outside of the gates with respectful smiles on their faces. Yu Hua and Xia Fei got up close, and 6 sales representatives immediately followed them. They did not say much, simply leading Yu Hua and Xia Fei through the gates, whereupon 2 graceful young women offered hot towels and tea, making it feel more like they were entering a luxury hotel. No one asked Xia Fei and Yu Hua what they were buying. All of their actions seemed very natural and not at all affected. A good trick, Xia Fei smiled and said. Businesses often talk about making their guests feel at home, but only a scant few are capable of it. This Unique Pavilion can be considered very experienced when it comes to customer service. Yu Hua nodded in agreement to Xia Fei's words. In the courtyard of Unique Pavilion, one would be even more inclined to clap their hands in praise. Every tree, plant, blade of grass, and tile was exquisitely placed and selected. Even the cobblestones paving the small lane running through the flowers were separated by less than a millimeter. From these details, one could see that the owner of the store had pondered human tastes for a long while, and the arrangements were so intricate and fine that one could spend money here happily. It was as if this was the only proper place to spend one's money. While admiring the flowers, they arrived at the reception hall, and the entire way, not a single person asked Yu Hua and Xia Fei what they were buying. The employees led Xia Fei and Yu Hua to a large and warm sofa made of velvety material. After serving 7 or 8 kinds of fruits and snacks and a pot of excellent tea, the 6 employees withdrew. Yu Hua and Xia Fei were somewhat bewildered. These people were seemingly in no rush to do business. Was there any business that left its guests alone in the reception hall? A minute later, a young girl of 17 or 18 arrived with 2 maidservants. "Honored guest, it was rude of me not to greet you outside. Please accept my apologies," the young woman said with a smile. This woman put on no airs, confidently sitting down across from Xia Fei and Yu Hua. There was naturally nothing to criticize about her appearance or dress. From her bearing, one could instantly tell that she had a wealthy background. No one else could receive guests with such grace and poise. Bearing was a very interesting thing. One could not just have it even if they wanted it. Without abundant experience, a pretty daughter from a humble family would never be able to become a girl of a wealthy one. Seeing this girl made Xia Fei suddenly think of Avril. On their first meeting, Avril had still been young, naughty, and unruly. Over the last few years, she had gradually matured, and Avril gradually gained her bearing. It was rather similar to the one possessed by this girl before him. This was because while they both seemed elegant on the surface, there was a streak of mischief in their bones which could be easily noticed through their smiles or the occasional gleams in their eyes. This young Mrs. Mu Qingping, owner of the unique pavilion. "May I ask your names?" Xia Fei was startled. This girl had the surname Mu? Did that not mean that she was a member of the withered Mu family, one of the 9 great clans? The Mu family was famous. To be more precise, they were part of a higher circle than the Yu family, so why had this girl from that clan come all the way here to do business? It had to be understood that businessmen did not have a high status in the lower realm. Even Yu Hua had encountered much opposition for becoming a businessman, let alone a girl from the mighty Mu family. "I did not think that the owner would be so young and beautiful. May I be so old to ask, since you have the surname Mu, are you a member of the withered Mu family?" Yu Hua asked. Mu Qingping nodded. "I am. Where might you two be from?" Yu Hua replied, "My surname is Yu Hua. This one is an elite law warrior of our clan, Xia Fei." "Oh, so you are of the illustrious Yu family, the most skilled in the art of spatial tears. Miss Mu thinks too highly of us." Yu Hua's introduction had been met with the appropriate decorum, but Xia Fei felt like his name had been met by some disdain. In truth, Mu Qingping could not be blamed for this. While large clans would usually have members with different surnames, these outsider members did not have very high statuses and played unremarkable roles in their respective clans. In these clans which were maintained through blood relations, outsiders would find it very hard to be acknowledged. Mu Qingping considered Xia Fei a bodyguard or servant of the Yu family. After talking a big detour, with Yu Hua and Mu Qingping chatting for at least half an hour over meaningless subjects, they finally reached the topic of purchasing weapons. "I won't hide it from you. 90% of Unique Pavilion's weapons came from the withered Mu family. Although a few other artificers have also sent over their products to put up for sale here, the number is small. Our withered Mu clan's products have never been lacking, be it in terms of function or appearance. In coming to make your purchase, I guarantee that you will not be disappointed," Mu Qingping rather proudly proclaimed. Yu Hua firmly nodded. The 9 great clans are the most outstanding families in the circle, so there is naturally nothing that can be criticized about the quality. However, this time, it is not me who has come to make a purchase but rather my little brother Xia Fei here. He is a newly promoted law warrior and needs 1 or 2 good weapons to protect himself. Mu Qingping glanced at Xia Fei with obvious disappointment. How could a newly promoted law warrior, who was also an outsider to the Yu family, have any money? If Xia Fei was really strong, he would not be staying in some other person's family. Xia Fei frowned. Mu Qingping's attitude made him uncomfortable. Fortunately, she still kept up the appearance, talking and smiling. "Gentlemen, please follow me," Mu Qingping stood up and said. Passing through the reception hall, they entered the rear garden, a splendid courtyard that was at least 50 acres in size. All kinds of plants vied with one another for beauty here, and it felt like one was standing in the middle of a fairyland. This place is 100 Jade Garden. All of Unique Pavilion's weapons are kept here. Xia Fei followed Mu Qingping's finger and saw transparent display cabinets amid the flowers. Each cabinet contained a weapon or a set of weapons. There was a pavilion with reclining chairs set up every 100 steps so that one could rest, drink tea, and enjoy the view if they felt tired. By putting display cabinets in a garden, Unique Pavilion could truly be said to possess consummate craftsmanship. By turning the cold process of selecting weapons into an elegant leisure activity, it catered precisely to the tastes of rich scions. Xia Fei's eyes brightened. When weapons were placed in front of him, he would not even give the most beautiful woman in the world a second glance. All of his attention was drawn to the display cabinets. Yu Hua was not planning to buy any weapons this time, so he accompanied Mu Qingping in conversation. In a little while, he had gone some distance away from Xia Fei. In Mu Qingping's view, Yu Hua, a law emperor of the Yu family, was the true big customer, so she gave Xia Fei the cold shoulder. These are all excellent products. Look at that saber, it has law energy that can slice and shatter space, and its appearance is beautiful while its edge is sharp. It's definitely a high-quality product. Phantom excitedly said to Xia Fei. Xia Fei frowned. While the weapons were good, for some reason, Xia Fei felt that they were all flawed in some way. It was as if the weapons were too fancy and too covered in finery, such that they seemed unreliable. To him, weapons had only one purpose: take the lives of others. Any sort of gaudiness, which had nothing to do with killing, was simply a burden and had no reason to exist. Mu Qingping smiled, believing from Xia Fei's furrowed brows that he had been scared away by the price. She had no idea that Xia Fei was not even thinking about price, looking only for a weapon that suited his tastes. Big brother Xia Fei, this spatial lock Cloudheart is a very decent suit of protective armor, possessing the multi-aspect defensive power of the law of matter. Level 4 law sovereign, and it's not expensive, only 124 grade 4 crystals. Mu Qingping came up and made a sales pitch. She was doing this out of goodwill. In truth, it was impossible to find cheap armor in Unique Pavilion. Xia Fei would only be more disappointed the more he kept looking. She could clearly see that Xia Fei did not come from a wealthy family, so Mu Qingping decided to select a suit of armor, which might be in his price range. Xia Fei had no idea of Mu Qingping's good intentions. He directly asked, "What's the purpose of this cloud-shaped piece of armor on the shoulder?" "This is a decoration. Don't you think that adding this piece to the armor makes it very beautiful?" Xia Fei frowned, insensitively asking, "Can beauty defend me?" Mu Qingping frowned. "No. What about this golden chain ring at the waist? Is this for defense?" A vein bulged on Mu Qingping's forehead, an unkind look surfacing in her eyes. "Not as well. The breastplate mirror has been carved in the shape of a water lily. Does this boost its defense?" "No." Mu Qingping was beginning to lose her patience. As a young lady of the Mu family, she had always grown up in a graceful and noble circle. She had never met someone as short-sighted as Xia Fei. It was as if the only thing that mattered to Xia Fei was practicality. He cared little for whether or not a suit of armor was beautiful or the detailed artistry that adorned it. Armor needs to be worn on the body. I trust that there's no one who doesn't want to make themselves appear a bit more handsome, so there's a need for decorations like this, Mu Qingping indifferently retorted. Xia Fei calmly replied, "I don't reject your words, but armor is armor. The first consideration should be protection, not aesthetics. The width of the shoulder has been widened by 0.7 centimeters, which will cause unnecessary obstruction when moving the arm. The breastplate has an odd shape, leaving 19% of the heart unprotected." Mu Qingping and Yu Hua were flabbergasted. No one could have imagined that Xia Fei would be able to find a whole host of problems in this seemingly magnificent suit of armor, and he spoke so clearly and logically that there was no way of arguing against him. These details had been obscured by beauty, but this did not mean that they did not exist. Xia Fei's sharp eyes had penetrated through the beauty and seen the essence. This sort of observation ability was simply astonishing. Mu Qingping was unconvinced. For a weapon produced by the mighty withered Mu to be criticized so thoroughly by a lowly law warrior was sheer humiliation. What about this one? This silver needle torrent is a top law emperor battle armor, Unique Pavilion's treasure. Mu Qingping pointed at a half-suit of silver armor and said. Yu Hua was startled. A top-class law emperor battle armor. In other words, this had the defensive power of a level 9 great law emperor. It was the best of the best. Xia Fei sighed. The designer of this armor is probably a woman. Mu Qingping coldly glared at Xia Fei, clearly dissatisfied. What does it matter if it's a woman? Don't look down on others. Xia Fei smiled. I wasn't looking down on anyone. On the contrary, from the meticulous design and excellent quality of the armor, I can see that a lot of thought and effort was put into it. Normally, male designers are much cruder and won't focus so much on the details. Mu Qingping became a bit smug, finally feeling that Xia Fei had said something right. However, before she had much time to bask in this pride, Xia Fei added another comment. It should have been a top-class suit of armor. Alas, the designer forgot something very important. The waist was designed to be too slim, yet there's no waist adjuster installed. How many people can actually wear this? The garden instantly fell silent. Everyone had somehow failed to notice such a fatal flaw. This was like the difference between a fashion model and an ordinary person. Clothes on a fashion model were truly gorgeous, but not just anybody could go out wearing them. After all, how many people had the body of a fashion model? No matter how good this set of armor looked or how great its quality was, nobody could deny that 80% of warriors would be unable to wear it, for it was far too demanding on the wearer's body. A suit of armor that the vast majority of people could not wear simply could not be described as a top-class suit of armor. Xia Fei suddenly realized what he had done. He had been so focused that he had said something that he should not have. In fact, Mu Qingping's face was already turning green. Chapter 543, Silver Desert. Mu Qingping's face turned green. It was clear that Xia Fei's blunt words had inadvertently enraged her. As the saying went, words from the loyal soothed, while the truth was unpleasant to hear. There was nothing wrong with speaking the truth. If there was any error here, it was that the listener was a woman from a noble and esteemed background, who had a taste far superior to the common crowd. Xia Fei had undoubtedly hurt Mu Qingping's self-esteem. Just as he was thinking of how to deal with the enraged Mu Qingping, Xia Fei suddenly spotted a very different suit of armor beneath a Chinese hemlock tree, which drew his attention. Just when he was going to inspect it, Mu Qingping finally exploded. Humph! What qualifies you to judge the worthiness of a suit of armor? Even if the demands on the body are harsh, there's nothing wrong with that. If you can't wear it, you can only blame your body for being too lacking, for being unworthy of possessing it. Women normally became unreasonable when they got angry, and Mu Qingping was no different. Yu Hua hastily went up to soothe Mu Qingping's rage, but at this moment, an indifferent voice drifted over from the distance. This Mr. Xia Fei is right. Qingping, you must not be rude. Xia Fei and Yu Hua turned to the voice and saw a woman of about 20 years old slowly walking over, her face somewhat similar to Mu Qingping's. Though this woman did not use makeup, and her fair oval face contained a streak of indelible sorrow which could make one's heart throb in pain. In this way, she was actually even more beautiful than Mu Qingping. Xia Fei said nothing. His eyes were still looking over at that Chinese hemlock tree, not caring about the arrival of this woman. Older sister. This man is saying that the armor you designed is bad. He's horrid. The woman smiled and stroked Mu Qingping's hair. Gentlemen, I am Mu Fuping, Mu Qingping's older sister. I am wondering if I may speak with you. It was a gentle and calming voice that was impossible to refuse. Yu Hua was just about to agree when Xia Fei suddenly strode over. As the Mu sisters and Yu Hua stared, he said, if you have something to say, just say it here. Yu Hua helplessly shook his head. Xia Fei only had eyes for that silver suit of armor, not caring one bit about the Mu sisters. With his businessman's intuition, Yu Hua had realized something strange. Artificers had a lineage. The master would take a disciple, the disciple would take their disciple, and so on and so forth, passing down their techniques. He had not heard of an artificer with a daughter. Mu Fuping was a young woman, but she was an artificer, and an artificer from the Mu family of the 9 great clans. The situation was definitely more complicated than it seemed. If that Peak Law Emperor battle armor silver needle torrent really was made by Mu Fuping, then it was an even more incredible feat. To create a Peak Law Emperor armor, one at least had to be a Peak Law Emperor. Mu Fuping was only 20, yet she was already a Peak Law Emperor. There was a flash of anger in Mu Qingping's eyes, but just before she could erupt, Mu Fuping held her back. Unique Pavilion is treating an honored guest today. Close the shop and send off the other guests, Mu Fuping softly ordered. The maidservants and employees were all startled. Close the shop and send off the other guests? This was the first time this had happened since Unique Pavilion's opening. Was it all because of these two from the Yu family? Everyone withdrew with their orders, leaving behind the Mu sisters, Xia Fei and Yu Hua in the 100 Jade Garden. Mu Qingping stomped her feet with a huff. She then turned around and left. Mu Fuping did not stop her, and after some thought, Yu Hua decided to go after Mu Qingping, leaving Xia Fei alone with Mu Fuping. Such a powerful killing intent. It's no wonder it's being displayed in a corner. This set of liquid war armor is very different from all the other weapons. Its bearing is something else entirely. Phantom had also been entranced by this suit of armor. This was a set of liquid war armor. Liquid metal could be soft or hard, and this suit of armor was currently in its hard state. The sharp lines took the form of muscles, and the suit of armor appeared like a valiant warrior proudly standing beneath the tree. It was as if the suit of armor had a life of its own. Xia Fei could almost hear the sound of a heart beating in its chest. It provided defense from all sides, every part from the solace of the feet to the hairs tightly enclosed. Liquid war armor was a single object, and there was no need to link anything together, nor was there any sort of port or interface. The red visor was like a pair of blood-red eyes, craving the blood of its enemies. That bloody color seemed to erupt from those two eyes. There was no doubt that this suit of armor was special, standing out from the rest of the products of Unique Pavilion. Xia Fei was bewitched by this suit of armor. The texture of the metal seemed to thrum with power. Even Warstar's liquid war armor could not compare to it. Xia Fei had discovered it among several hundred suits of armor, and it had seemingly discovered Xia Fei. A warrior met eyes with a suit of armor. Xia Fei stared straight at the suit of armor as if they were two experts facing off. This is the one. Xia Fei internally remarked. Mu Fuping walked over and stood behind Xia Fei. This suit of liquid war armor is called Silver Desert. The defensive law energy attached to it is not powerful, only that from a level 6 law sovereign, but liquid war armor itself is extremely adaptive and tough, enough to make it one of the top class suits of armor. Xia Fei nodded. He naturally understood the traits of liquid metal. This sort of armor that could move between flexible and tough was very comfortable and close-fitting. Moreover, liquid metal had a natural resistance to law energy and was even better when it came to protecting the human body. I will have someone take it down so that you can get a closer look. Come to the reception hall to see it. Xia Fei said nothing. Before leaving, he glanced at the price, 500 grade 4 origin crystals. He almost broke out in a cold sweat. This was almost the limit of what Xia Fei could accept. However, if he bought Silver Desert, Xia Fei would not have the money to buy any other weapons. It appeared that he would have to keep waiting on the long-desired spatial compass. What you said earlier is very penetrating and incisive. I truly focus too much on the details when designing armor, ignoring the most fundamental requirements a warrior has when it comes to armor, Mu Fuping said. As the two of them spoke, they walked back to the reception hall. Mu Qingping was angrily sitting there, and when she saw Xia Fei come in, this girl turned her head away and coldly snorted. It was clear that her anger had yet to dissipate. Xia Fei still had his mind on the Silver Desert armor, so he did not much care about her. Mu Fuping continued to question Xia Fei on his thoughts of armor design, and Xia Fei did not mince words and said quite a lot. Flexible combat uniforms were frequently used in the alliance. These combat uniforms were very close-fitting, but they were lacking in defense. Low realm warriors would have to face the powerful attacks of their foes, so they often used hard armors to raise their defense. It was not hard to understand Xia Fei's ideal. What he cared about was the level of comfort. A suit of armor must not disrupt one's ability to attack. In Xia Fei's view, armor was purely meant to defend, and offense was the greatest defense. He advocated for the view that offense was the way to gain victory. Mu Fuping calmly listened, occasionally nodding her head. She seemed to be digesting Xia Fei's words. Xia Fei frowned and asked. Miss Mu, you seem to have never experienced a real battle before, yes? Mu Fuping nodded, curiously asking, how did you know? Xia Fei replied, if you ever experienced that sensation of your life hanging by a thread, you wouldn't care about whether or not a suit of armor is sufficiently beautiful and would remove those superfluous defensive layers. Combat armor exists to be used in combat. They're tools meant to protect your life at crucial moments, not to show off on the battlefield. If you're willing to listen to the requests of those experienced warriors or have each armor design tested to see if it makes sense or if it will interfere with one's movements, all these problems would be easily resolved. Xia Fei spoke very practically, but his words could still cut at the woman's self-esteem. Yu Hua quickly tried to cover for Xia Fei, changing the topic and asking, Miss Mu, were you the one who applied law energy to all the suits of armor? Mu Fuping smiled. My level is still not enough to reinforce the entire armor. I have only reinforced a small portion of the suit. For the majority, I mainly designed the armor, while the major artificers of the family did the application of law energy. Yu Hua was enlightened. It turned out that this woman was not a peak law emperor. He shrugged. After all, it was already a miracle to have become an artificer at such a young age. If she also had the cultivation of a peak law emperor, that would be truly heaven-defying. Mu Qingping could no longer restrain herself, savagely saying, You're saying my sister's products are bad. Is there something wrong with your eyes? Humph. Do you know how many people want my sister to design their armor that she refused? Even if you want to buy something today, I refuse to sell anything to you. Xia Fei smiled. My apologies. I've already ordered a suit of armor. I truly don't want any of your older sister's products. Crash. Mu Qingping's teacup fell to the floor while Yu Hua's eyes bulged. Xia Fei's stubbornness was truly something else. Not only did he not show any respect for Mu Qingping, he even dragged in Mu Fuping. Mu Fuping's face paled as she massaged her temples. You. Mu Qingping was so angry to the point of speechlessness. Xia Fei had truly riled her up. Qingping, those people who asked me to design armor were all men after my hand. There's no need to mention them again. Mu Fuping displayed her excellent upbringing and calmly spoke. Young Master Xia's words are extremely reasonable. He has his reasons for not liking the armors I designed and they are understandable. Mu Qingping seemed to be obedient when it came to her sister, turning her head and saying more, suppressing her rage. Xia Fei said, Miss Fuping, I may have spoken rather harshly, but the truth is the truth. Please forgive me. At this moment, an employee came in with silver desert and placed it in front of Xia Fei. Yu Hua was taken aback, apparently sensing the unique bearing of this suit of armor. So this is the one he chose. Good eyes. It truly surpasses Mu Fuping's products. Xia Fei immediately became excited upon seeing this suit of armor, praising it to the high heavens as he put it on. The soft and pliant liquid metal covered his body like fur, light and tough. This sort of comfortable feeling was far superior to what cold hard armor could provide. Even better, liquid metal was tough while also being very breathable. Even if one wore it night and day, one would not need to take it off. During the day, it could serve as tough combat armor, a weapon that could make one's enemies shiver. At night, it could serve as a warm quilt. Even if one wore this combat armor on a cold night in an icy cave, one would still be able to sleep soundly without any problems. Great! This is the one! Xia Fei excitedly said. Mu Fuping ordered an employee to pack the armor. After some hesitation, she asked, I happen to have some suits of armor that I'm in the middle of designing. I wonder if you can stay a few days and offer your opinions. Fuping will naturally compensate you for this. Yu Hua paled. The Mu sisters came from one of the 9 great clans. This was a wonderful opportunity to make connections. If they had the backing of the withered Mu family. Yu Hua's mind worked quickly, but Xia Fei's reply was even faster. No one had expected Xia Fei to wave his hand and declare, My apologies, I don't have that much time. Yu Hua and Mu Qingping wanted nothing more than to rush up and give Xia Fei a good kick. Do you know who you're refusing? Yu Hua and Mu Qingping mentally said in unison. Chapter 544, A Ball-aching Problem. Mu Qingping felt very angry while Mu Fuping felt very dejected. The reason was that Xia Fei had rejected her very obviously good intentions. If Xia Fei had really assisted Mu Fuping in the design process, helping her progress farther on the path of the artificer, the Mu sisters would have undoubtedly owed him a big favor. The withered Mu clan was one of the 9 strongest clans in the circle. Having the 2 of them owe him a favor would be an extremely profitable exchange to Xia Fei. One day, he might require the help of the Mu family. Mu Fuping's fair face, which was as white as snow, turned even whiter. She was the sort who could easily make a man's heart throb inconspicuous, taciturn, and a face tinged with sorrow. Before Mu Qingping could rage again, Xia Fei suddenly said, It's not that I don't want to help you, but that I can't. Mu Fuping frowned. Why is that? The advice you gave moments ago is extremely useful, and Fuping understood a great deal from it. Xia Fei faintly smiled. No matter how much I say, I can't change how you conceptualize or your way of thinking, as you have no idea what it means to have your life hanging by a thread and what a mortal combat is. Thus, you can't truly design with a warrior in mind. Your personality is too cultured and timid. I presume that this is the first time you've spoken so much. Mu Fuping said, if I didn't overhear you today, we might not even meet. Be it in the clan or in Unique Pavilion, it is true that I rarely speak with outsiders. Xia Fei said, I don't understand armor design, nor do I understand artificing, but I do understand the principle of superficiality. A designer is like an artist, and they must first break free of the restraints in their heart, forgetting about their gender or status and focusing entirely on designing. It is clear that you have too many considerations in your mind, caring a lot about aesthetics and what other people feel. Plus, you charge such a high price for your products which you presumably wish to sell to those scions or those who come purely because of the reputation of the withered Mu clan. These people, just like you, have their worries and considerations, so they will naturally be effusive with praise for your armor. As time passes, you will believe that beauty is correct. Birds of a feather flock together, and as you design armor for those important figures, you will naturally make a lot of money, but will any of those important figures actually go onto the battlefield and risk their lives? In the end, it's still warriors like us who will spill our blood on the battlefield. What the rich need is not armor with high defenses, but dazzling decorations. With this isolated lifestyle of yours, you can only create art. You can't design the weapons that grassroots warriors like me require. Mu Fuping was taken aback, and Mu Qingping had also fallen quiet, both earnestly considering Xia Fei's words. In truth, the reasoning was very simple. The armor needed by scions was completely different from the weapons warriors like Xia Fei, who had grown up in a rain of bullets, needed. Xia Fei was a true warrior, so he naturally would not like those flashy and impractical things. Warriors, who truly needed combat armor, would not come to Unique Pavilion, for the products were both very expensive and impractical. The customers who visited Unique Pavilion did not need armor, for they had warriors who would fight for them. Little by little, the luxurious Unique Pavilion would become a toy store for the wealthy of the circle, nothing more than a display case. Mu Fuping gathered her courage and said, Young Master Xia, I wish to design armor that true warriors can use, a weapon for killing enemies. Please help me. Yu Hua's wrist trembled. Mu Fuping was speaking with such solemnity that it was obvious she was sincere. It was hard to blame her. A young miss who had resided for a long time in a mansion was interacting with another circle, and hearing a few words from someone from the grassroots like Xia Fei would leave her stunned. This was because she had never met people like this before. Xia Fei's words all sounded new and different to her, each sentence containing a profound meaning. They lived in the same universe, but they were people from two different worlds. Xia Fei smiled, a hint of mischief surfaced in his mind. Initially, as the two of you are women, there are some things that I left unsaid. In truth, Miss Fuping's designs have a very silly flaw. What flaw? Mu Fuping nervously asked. Mu Qingping also perked up her ears. Men and women aren't the same biologically, Xia Fei said, pointing between his legs. The Mu sisters immediately flushed red, their scalps going numb. In this place, men bulge out a little, but Miss Mu designed the area around the crotch very tightly. If a man wears armor like that, then what? Their balls will hurt. The room fell silent. The Mu sisters' faces rapidly turned red, then purple, a bead of sweat occasionally trickling down their foreheads. It truly was a silly flaw. The thought of those scions, who had bought Mu Fuping's armor, as they endured the pain in their balls and proudly stood made Yu Hua almost break out in laughter on the spot. Xia Fei did not seem to care. In his view, this was a very serious problem. No one would wear a suit of armor which could hurt their testicles to fight. A momentary lack of caution might result in their bloodline coming to an end, and the pressure was so great that a warrior would never be able to fight in peace while wearing this sort of armor. So what I'm saying is that Miss Fuping may have to start your learning all the way from basic biology. Not only do you have to make the crotch bulge a little, you should add in a layer of soft protection, too. After all, that place is very fragile. Moreover, men will have them in different sizes and shapes. Xia Fei spoke very seriously, but the two women could not keep listening. Telling such things to these women who had yet to familiarize themselves with the ways of the world? Mu Fuping and Mu Qingping were so embarrassed that they wanted to find a hole they could hide themselves in. No more. The Mu sisters spoke as one, interrupting Xia Fei's biology class. Xia Fei and Yu Hua said their goodbyes and made their way back to the Yu family. They had been gone for 10 some days, and it was about time that they reported to Patriarch Yu Zhang. Mu Fuping watched Xia Fei leave, after which, she softly said, "It's not hard to understand what Xia Fei said. Why is it that no one in the clan ever told me this?" Mu Qingping pouted. Who in the family would dare say what he said? He's a savage with no shame. He's capable of speaking any sort of nonsense. Mu Fuping lightly nodded. The people in their family were too worried about status to point out these flaws, but Xia Fei did not have such considerations. Thus, he had bluntly pointed out all the flaws in Mu Fuping's designs. If not for him, she would have continued designing her armors without regard for the outside world. "Pack up our things and prepare some gifts. In 2 days, I will pay a personal visit to the Yu family," Mu Fuping ordered as she got up to return to her room. Mu Qingping curiously asked, "Older sister, why are you going to the Yu family? Looking at how warriors truly live might help me when designing my armor." Mu Qingping said, "There's no need to go to the Yu family for that. Ours has many warriors as well. Will they tell the truth? Will they be like Xia Fei and fearlessly slander my products?" Mu Qingping stomped her feet. "What is this? Are you addicted to being insulted? I just want to hear some honest opinions," Mu Fuping casually said before drifting away. After reporting the killing of Dark Ghost's group to Yu Zhang, Xia Fei returned to his calm and peaceful life. In the mornings, he would take a stroll around the city, listen to the lessons he wanted to hear, and then walk around Roaring Tiger Park. Xia Fei would allocate the rest of the time as he wished. The Yu family taught its law warriors mainly through public lessons. Every day, a platform would be set up in the city, upon which, an experienced instructor would lecture on law energy and fighting techniques. The warriors could choose which ones they wanted to listen to, and if they had any questions, they could go and ask the instructors in the morning when more than a dozen of them were present. The learning environment was very open, and it was mostly left up to the warriors to study and cultivate. On one side of a field that broadcasted today's public lesson, Xia Fei looked for a while before he found it uninteresting and headed back to his residence, not even visiting Roaring Tiger Park. Roaring Tiger Park only had 2 exotic beasts left, and he only helped others tame their beasts once every 10 days. Thus, things were fine even if Xia Fei did not go. It was essentially a job with no obligations. In the cultivation chamber, Xia Fei took out that white jade ape. Each time he held it, he felt refreshed and 100 times more focused. Whether he studied or cultivated, he would always be more efficient. His primary objective was to study the law of energy purification. Money was spent far too quickly in the law realm, and energy master was a profession that could produce its own money. Producing energy had always been Xia Fei's dream. Breaking free of the restriction of origin crystals and becoming an energy master was the only path. Alas, the clan had only one energy master, Duba, and Xia Fei had no means of acquiring his instruction. The two got along like fire and water, as Gu Tong's demotion had been a very sharp sting to Xia Fei. Xia Fei found that he could not ask for instruction from someone he disliked. Originally, Xia Fei thought that this ape alone could help him learn the law of energy purification, but after some testing, he realized that focus was far from enough. Those threads in his brain region remained difficult to control, and his cultivation progress remained stagnant. Placing the white jade ape on the ground, Xia Fei lit a cigarette and began wondering if this weird object had another use besides focusing the mind. Furball lazily reclined on the side, doing all sorts of adorable things to make Xia Fei happy. Ever since his food was upgraded to grade 3 origin crystals, this fellow had truly become content with his simple life. Although his body did not seem to be growing any longer, his fur was growing denser and glossier. Xia Fei was sure that the day that Furball rose to the next rank was getting closer and closer. The prerequisite was that Furball had to be given enough food every day. A pair of small eyes stared at the white jade ape. Furball was clearly very curious about this possession of Xia Fei's. He liked it a lot and would often hug it. While this ape was weird, it did not contain any energy, so Xia Fei was not worried about Furball eating it. Furball was the classic case of treating whoever provided his milk as his mother. Xia Fei fed him a grade 3 origin crystal every day, so he was very obedient. Furball kissed the white jade ape with his mouth and nuzzled his head against it. Suddenly, Furball burped, and a white wisp of energy drifted out from his stomach. This sort of thing had only begun to happen recently. A grade 3 origin crystal had 100 times the energy of a grade 2. Every day, after eating only one, Furball would feel very full and would constantly burp. Strangely, the energy that Furball burped out became an extremely thin line after it passed through the white jade ape's body. Phantom and Xia Fei immediately noticed this obvious change, and confusion appeared in their eyes. No way! This white jade ape can also concentrate energy. Phantom murmured in shock. Chapter 545, A False Alarm. The discovery regarding the white jade ape was very wondrous, and Xia Fei was forced to inspect this exquisitely crafted ape again. The white ape had been crafted to be sitting cross-legged. On one hand, it was raising a peach. Its expression was like that of a monk in meditation, a hint of a smile on its face. When energy passes through this ape, it becomes concentrated. What's the reason for that? Phantom asked in confusion. Xia Fei shook his head. He also did not understand this very much. However, he had suddenly realized that this ape could be used as a pedestal. He took out a grade 3 origin crystal from his spatial ring and lightly placed it on the ape. As expected, the crystal could snugly fit in the bosom of the ape. The crystals used by the Law Realm were identical in size. While the white jade ape was seated cross-legged, there was a space between its legs which was perfect for an origin crystal. Even more surprising was that the white jade ape was slowly absorbing the energy, and that peach it held high overhead began glowing like a light bulb. Holding his breath, Xia Fei lightly placed his finger on it. Whoosh! A very thin and pure thread of energy swiftly entered his seventh brain region like an agile snake. This unprecedented sensation left Xia Fei both surprised and delighted. Once concentrated, the energy was incredibly pure, but there was still a bit of intensity to it. It seemed like this was the essence of origin energy, that true most effective part. Xia Fei immediately tried to cultivate the law of energy purification in his seventh brain region. Those threads of energy, which had originally been difficult to control, were now much more obedient. Before this, they ran around, doing whatever they pleased, no matter what Xia Fei thought, but now, this sort of behavior was much less frequent. It still was not easy to control them, for they would often overcompensate. When Xia Fei had it go left, it would immediately travel a long distance. The direction was right, but the strength was too much. At this time, Xia Fei's superb energy control went to work. He constantly adjusted his control over the thread, slowly making subtle adjustments. The pattern began to form, the threads growing more and more concentrated. This could be considered a rather tough test of Xia Fei's energy control. Suddenly, when the pattern was nearly half complete, the origin crystal in the white jade ape's bosom dimmed and lost its luster. 10 minutes. A grade 3 origin crystal can only last 10 minutes. Phantom exclaimed. The white jade ape is seemingly able to alter the nature of energy, causing your consumption of energy during cultivation to increase massively. Xia Fei frowned. A grade 3 crystal was normally enough to sustain his cultivation for an hour, but the time had been reduced to a sixth of that. This was truly a pricey endeavor. Nonetheless, he was making progress in the law of energy purification. This sort of pleasant surprise was enough to balance out the expensive cost. As long as he could become an energy master, money and energy would cease to be problems. All the costs would be worth it. Gritting his teeth, Xia Fei removed a yellow grade 4 origin crystal from his ring. Xia Fei had many grade 3 crystals, but only 100 grade 4s. He had used most of them in purchasing the liquid war armor, silver sand. Once the grade 4 crystal was placed in the white jade ape's bosom, the peach above its head began glowing with an even brighter luster. Xia Fei readied himself to cultivate the law of energy purification again. Thump thump thump. Knocking came from outside. Master, there's a guest here to see you, Pod said. Who could it be? Xia Fei put away the white jade ape and left the cultivation chamber for the living room. He saw Mu Fuping and Yu Hua sitting next to each other. The meticulous Pod had already served tea and snacks to the pair, which they were in the middle of enjoying. Xia Fei smiled. Miss Mu, why are you here? Mu Fuping said, when you were at Unique Pavilion, you said that I need to observe on site how warriors actually live and what they require, so I asked Senior Yu Hua to take me around the Yu family. Xia Fei's mind was completely occupied by the problem of the law of energy purification, so he was not paying much attention to Yu Hua and Mu Fuping. He asked back, the withered Mu family has even more warriors. Why come to here to observe? Yu Hua almost spat out his tea as he shot Xia Fei a strange look. Xia Fei seemed to have some sort of grudge against Mu Fuping, always speaking to her with a scolding tone. This was a young lady of one of the 9 great clans. When mocking others, one had to understand who they were mocking. Not only did Mu Fuping not blame Xia Fei in the least, she seemed to admire Xia Fei even more. Even the ears of a statue would start getting calluses after hearing 20 years of praise. Thus, Mu Fuping preferred it when people were more straightforward with her. The people in my family will always be apprehensive when speaking with me, so it will be very difficult for me to know of their true experiences, Mu Fuping explained. Xia Fei replied, "Oh, that's simple. If you change your face and disguise yourself, you'll naturally be able to go unrecognized. When you go walking among a different family, you'll be able to hear their true feelings easily." Pa! A noise came from the roof. Someone's eavesdropping. Yu Hua said in shock. Xia Fei and Yu Hua charged out. One was a speed ability user while the other was a great law emperor. They moved very quickly. Alas, the person on the roof was even faster. In the time it took to blink, that person was gone without a trace. Whoosh! Xia Fei jumped onto the roof and scanned the tiles. The roof was covered in dust, and the person who had been lying on top of it and listening had naturally left an impression. One person 1.7 meters tall, with a thin figure. Placing his fingers on the tiles, Xia Fei added, "Warm. Presumably, they came with you and Mu Fuping and have been hiding up here for some time." Yu Hua was furious. For a great law emperor to have been followed without realizing it was an immense humiliation. "You stay behind and protect Miss Mu. I'll go and search for him," Yu Hua loudly said. After which, he completely vanished. Xia Fei swiftly jumped down the roof and headed back into the room. Placing Furball on his thigh, he began to think. The withered Mu family was one of humanity's 9 strongest law clans. If a member of them died in the Yu family, in his house, he would undoubtedly be implicated. This was a vicious move. If someone was intent on framing the Yu family, there truly was not much one could do about it. "Does Miss Fuping have an enemy?" Xia Fei sternly asked. Mu Fuping somewhat hesitantly said, "I have not had an enemy before." "Then could it be an enemy of the withered Mu family taking their anger out on you?" After some thought, Mu Fuping said, "My family is enormous. What clan wouldn't have an enemy?" Xia Fei said nothing, taking up a teacup and sipping on it. Mu Fuping suddenly thought of something, but after hesitating for some time, she decided not to say anything. A few moments later, Yu Hua returned. Xia Fei glanced at Yu Hua's expression and knew that the mysterious eavesdropper had escaped. Someone who could escape from Great Law Emperor Yu Hua? That person must possess a very high cultivation. Raising his teacup, Xia Fei said, "Miss Fuping, I have important business to attend to, so I won't keep you." Raising the teacup and sending off the guest? Such decisiveness! Mu Fuping felt dizzy. What had she done to offend Xia Fei to be treated like this? Xia Fei furtively exchanged a glance with Yu Hua, and Yu Hua gave a slight nod. The two of them were not like Mu Fuping, who had grown up in the middle of a mansion and did not understand the wickedness of human nature. What Mu Fuping viewed as an insignificant incident had triggered the vigilance of Yu Hua and Xia Fei, and Yu Hua did not blame Xia Fei for sending his guest away. He was keenly aware that nothing could happen to Mu Fuping while she was in the Yu family. The Yus could not take the wrath of one of the 9 great clans. "Miss Mu, I will send you back. We can observe the warriors cultivating later," Yu Hua firmly said. Mu Fuping was truly vexed. To her surprise, even Yu Hua, who had always treated her with respect, was asking her to leave. "All right. I'll take my leave, then," Mu Fuping coldly said, not even saying goodbye to Xia Fei before barging out the door. Yu Hua said, "You follow her. I'll remain in proximity and keep watch." Xia Fei firmly nodded. After working together once already, the two shared some level of tacit understanding. At a time like this, no one would care about the anger of the young lady Mu. Her rage was nothing compared to the annihilation of the Yu family. Even the slick and unscrupulous Yu Hua had not shown the slightest hesitation. It was clear that, while Xia Fei's methods were callous and cold, they were the most appropriate. Nothing regarding the 9 great clans was a minor affair. Xia Fei went after Mu Fuping, placing Furball on his shoulder as he looked warily around. Mu Fuping truly had been rather angry at the start. Every girl had some temper, and anyone would have found it hard to accept being driven out of someone's home so abruptly. However, Xia Fei's wary eyes made her realize that something was off. After that noise came from the roof, Yu Hua and Xia Fei had become different people, their expressions grim. At this moment, Xia Fei happened to run into Yu Kikai. Yu Kikai stood at the intersection, a mischievous look on her face. "Oh, which family is this girl you've seduced from? She looks rather pretty." Yu Kikai was a heartless sort, and she was an expert at messing around with other people. If Mu Fuping was really Xia Fei's girlfriend, she would certainly immediately go red at the ears from these words, which was exactly what Yu Kikai was after. Alas, before Yu Kikai could see Mu Fuping blush, she was greeted by an angry roar. "Scram!" Xia Fei bellowed, and Yu Kikai's face froze. Before she could react, Xia Fei and Mu Fuping had already walked past her. Yu Kikai's mistake was her timing this time around. Normally, Xia Fei would have definitely retorted, throwing back an appropriate response to whatever he received. Unfortunately, Xia Fei had no intention of joking around with little Miss Qi. His one scram had left Yu Kikai stunned. It seems like Xia Fei isn't very patient when it comes to women. It seems that he was already being very polite with me. Those who spoke had no idea of what those who listened were thinking. Mu Fuping had mistakenly believed that this was Xia Fei's real personality, thus creating a misunderstanding that was neither too large nor too small. At the spatial gate, Yu Hua and Xia Fei sent Mu Fuping back to Foundry City, both appearing rather nervous. Only after they watched Mu Fuping enter Unique Pavilion did Yu Hua and Xia Fei finally sigh in relief. That was close. It seems that someone is watching Miss Mu, though I don't know if it's an enemy, Yu Hua said. Xia Fei nodded. It's a good thing nothing bad happened at my house. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to clear our names even if we jumped into the Yellow River. Yu Hua smiled. You know, don't you think we understand each other rather well? Xia Fei replied, anyone would immediately think about sending Miss Mu home. If something bad happened, the implications would be severe. However, Mu Fuping is certain to think that we don't respect her thusly, and she may not return to the Yu family anymore. Yu Hua sighed. Xia Fei smiled. Would you like her to visit the Yu family more often? No. At least not right now. As the two were conversing, they returned to the Yu family through the spatial gate. They were greeted by a furious Yu Kikai, who was about to explode in vitriol against Xia Fei. However, upon seeing Yu Hua, Yu Kikai changed her mind, putting on a pitiful appearance and saying, Uncle Hua, Xia Fei was bullying me. Yu Hua indifferently said, I saw it all. Yu Kikai was delighted. Then how do you plan to punish him? He scolded your obedient little niece. Serves you right. Yu Hua barked these 3 words before walking off with Xia Fei, leaving behind a once more stupefied Yu Kikai. Chapter 546, Luring the Tiger Away from the Mountain. Mu Qingping sat in the reception hall. Across from her was a man in his 50s, a scowl on his face. Uncle Yuan, how could you be so careless as to be discovered by the people of the Yu family? Mu Qingping asked with a frown. Mu Yuan sighed. The young miss just arrived at the Yu family when that Xia Fei began speaking rudely to her, putting the squeeze on Miss Fuping. While I was listening on the roof, I felt like my lungs were about to explode from rage. In just a few words, he recommended that Miss Fuping change her face, disguise herself as an ordinary person, and observe the people of another clan. The master was already very antsy when he allowed Miss Fuping to set up Unique Pavilion in Foundry City. If the young miss started disguising herself and running around, what would happen then? I was so frantic that I inadvertently revealed myself, causing Yu Hua and Xia Fei to discover me. Mu Qingping instantly jumped out of her chair in anger. That's Xia Fei. My sister is so precious, yet he dared to incite her to disguise herself and tour around. I'm going to explode. Mu Yuan added fuel to the fire, saying, if the young miss really listened to Xia Fei and disguised herself to go out and explore about, that would be terrible. It would all be because of Xia Fei's incitements. Mu Qingping impatiently waved her hand. I don't blame you for this incident. You're dismissed for now. Xia Fei and Yu Hua had no idea that the so-called assassin was really someone from the Mu family. This man had followed Mu Fuping, causing the two of them to panic and to offend Mu Fuping. Of course, there was also the lamentable Yu Kikai. It was not long before Xia Fei and Yu Hua had escorted Mu Fuping back to Unique Pavilion. Mu Qingping saw that her older sister had returned and hastily put on a smile and went to welcome her. Sister, why did you come back so soon? Mu Fuping looked at her younger sister very seriously. Tell me the truth, did you send someone to follow me in secret? Mu Qingping feigned shock and alarm. Sister, you were followed? Could it be an enemy of our family? It really wasn't you. How could I send someone to follow older sister? Just listen to yourself. Mu Fuping nodded, taking her at her word. In truth, neither Yu Hua nor Xia Fei understood Mu Fuping's secrets. All they knew was that she was a young miss of the withered Mu clan, who could bring out a lot of money to set up unique pavilion, so she probably had a rather high status in the clan. Yu Hua had even considered her as someone he could form a connection with and treated her with utmost respect. The two of them did not understand Mu Fuping's personality. Xia Fei thought that she was scholarly and timid, lacking experience in the ways of the world. She was modest and never snobbish, making her one of the better young misses from wealthy families. However, Xia Fei had no idea that Mu Fuping had the stubbornness and obstinance of the withered Mu clan in her genes. The withered Mu clan originally had the surname Mu. The reason the circle called this clan Withered Mu was not merely because of their original surname but also to describe their stubborn and inflexible personality. Withered Mu, wood, could not be carved, and to the people of the Law realm, those of the Mu family would push through a wall to get their way. The more Mu Fuping thought about it, the stranger it seemed. Xia Fei and Yu Hua had so nervously sent her back not because they were disrespecting her but because they feared some mishap. However, she had yet to observe how warriors lived, and it was a matter which would continue to vex her. After a night of cultivation, the white jade ape had consumed an entire precious grade 4 origin crystal. Xia Fei had made even more progress in the law of energy purification and was on the brink of breaking through the threshold. Just when Xia Fei was ready to make another attempt at a breakthrough, Yu Hua paid an unexpected visit. "Hurry up and put down whatever you're doing and come with me," Yu Hua said upon seeing Xia Fei. "What's wrong?" "I'm in the middle of cultivation." Yu Hua sighed. "Miss Mu Fuping is back again." "Again? It's all your fault for suggesting that she go incognito." This time, Mu Fuping changed her appearance and came to the Yu family. "She's observing the warriors train in the city right now." Xia Fei felt helpless. He had not expected Mu Fuping to have such a stubborn personality. Even though he had unreasonably sent her home yesterday, he failed to dispel her resolve to observe the daily routine of law warriors. "I really can't leave right now," Xia Fei said. He was on the cusp of attaining a law, and he had no desire to split his focus at this time. Yu Hua rolled his eyes. "You're the one who caused all this. If not for you, Mu Fuping wouldn't keep coming back. Let's follow the same rules as last time. You stay by her side while I keep watch of the surroundings. This is no trifling matter. If something happens to Mu Fuping in the Yu family, both of us will be eating the consequences. It's best if we keep this matter to ourselves unless absolutely necessary." Xia Fei sighed. Scooping up furball, he followed Yu Hua to the dirt field where the warriors were training. From a distance, he spotted Mu Fuping standing at the perimeter and watching. She was wearing men's clothes today, blue leisure clothes. She looked like a pretty boy and was receiving quite a few looks from other girls. Xia Fei frowned and walked over. Standing at Mu Fuping's side, he appeared like a bodyguard. "I understand now," Mu Fuping softly said. "The reason you sent me back without a word yesterday is you're worried that something might happen to me. You had good intentions." Xia Fei said nothing. He knew that he was in a hurry to send Mu Fuping away not out of kind intentions. Rather, if she had died in the Yu family, the blame would have fallen on him. Mu Fuping was so simple-minded that Xia Fei did not know whether he should laugh or cry. "Do you really want to know how warriors train and live?" Xia Fei asked. Mu Fuping firmly nodded. Without another word, Xia Fei took Mu Fuping to a human-shaped target and took out a dagger from his spatial ring, October Flying Snow. Thrust. Thrust again. For the rest of the morning, Xia Fei constantly repeated this action. The essence of the sly thrust was in this single thrust. As he had recently been studying law powers, Xia Fei had not practiced the crafty approach. Since Miss Mu wanted to watch today, Xia Fei might as well give her a show. Mu Fuping's eyes grew more and more astonished. Xia Fei's movements were very fast. For 4 whole hours, he repeated this one movement. This sort of harsh training left her in disbelief. She could not even keep count of the number of times Xia Fei had thrust his dagger. Putting away October Flying Snow, Xia Fei wiped off his sweat and walked up to Mu Fuping's side. He softly said, "I'm going to eat and rest for 30 minutes. The food at the Yu family was rather decent, but to this lady who had been raised like a princess, she could not stomach it. She barely managed to eat a few fruits, but Xia Fei wolfed 24 bowls of food. For the entire afternoon, Xia Fei practiced the footwork for crafty approach. Like a gust of wind, he constantly changed directions and turned over and over. By the time the sun was setting, all of Mu Fuping's curiosity had been replaced by shock. This is one day of your training. Xia Fei shook his head. It's been a long time since I trained my body, so I did a little review. At night, I still have to cultivate law powers and martial techniques. I go to sleep at 3 am and get up at 5 am to cultivate my special abilities. Mu Fuping's body froze. Such cruel and Spartan training was simply unimaginable. I understand. Warriors are so harsh on themselves that they can't be sloppy when it comes to their armor. Even a tiny flaw will cause them a lot of trouble. After all, every movement has to be repeated tens of thousands of times. Xia Fei nodded. Miss Mu, it's good as long as you understand. My ideals don't forbid decorations, but decorations can't impair the function. It's late now. I'll send you back to Unique Pavilion. As he spoke, 7 dazzling colors appeared over the horizon, even more resplendent than the artificial sunset. 7 dragons split the heavens. Xia Fei exclaimed in shock. Not good. This is Yu Hua's ultimate technique. He's fighting with someone else. It might be the person who was following you yesterday. At the same time, a giant purple net descended from the heavens, capturing Yu Hua's 7 spatial fissures. The two sides were fighting. Violet Wood Lightning Array. This is a special technique of our Mu family. Yu Hua might be fighting with a warrior of our withered Mu clan. Mu Fuping found it very strange. Why had someone from the Mu family come over to the Yu family and started fighting with Yu Hua? The battle in the distance was very obvious, and large numbers of Yu family warriors rushed over. Xia Fei grabbed Mu Fuping and quickly led her to the spatial gate. Regardless of the reason Yu Hua started fighting with that Mu family's law adept, Mu Fuping's safety was paramount. Xia Fei was keenly aware of this point. Let's leave this place. No, I need to see which person of our clan came to the Yu family and if they were following me. Mu Fuping shook off Xia Fei's hand and stubbornly said. Xia Fei allowed no explanation, nor did he cared about the difference between men and women this time. He carried Mu Fuping's body and rushed for the spatial gate. Yu Hua was smart enough to deal with the situation, so there was no need to worry about things on his end. Xia Fei's keen senses were making him extremely uneasy, but he could not pinpoint exactly what was strange. However, the sensation left him very uncomfortable. Suddenly, when he was 500 meters from the spatial gate, Xia Fei stopped. The spatial gate was an important location of the Yu family and heavily guarded, but at this moment, there was not a single person around. This was very strange. Very unusual. Miss Fuping, we meet again, an elderly voice suddenly spoke. A short and thin elder suddenly appeared behind Xia Fei, blocking them from going back. 7th Grandpa, it's you. Mu Fuping exclaimed. The elder had a healthy complexion, and if not for his white hair, one would mistake him for a child. Xia Fei could sense fear in Mu Fuping's voice. It seemed like this was an unwelcome visitor from her clan. Stay your hand. I am an Iron Guard of the Mu family, Mu Yuan. Yu Hua froze in shock. The Iron Guards were an elite division of the Mu family which served as trusted security. He could already see from the move Mu Yuan had used that this man was from the Mu family, but he remained cautious. Many of the Yu family's warriors were coming over. Yu Hua and Mu Yuan's battle had drawn everyone's attention. I was chasing someone, but when I got close and used my attack, it turned out to be you. Mu Yuan said in frustration. Yu Hua was incredibly sharp, and upon hearing these words, he instantly paled. I was also chasing someone, a short and thin elder, to the foot of the mountain, but it turned out to be you. The two of them were flabbergasted. Mu Yuan asked, white hair, 1.4 meters tall. The most up-to-date novellas are published on Fruitnoelo. Precisely. Mu Yuan turned ghastly pale. Oh, no. That's Mu Kaiubo, the scum of our withered clan. 3 months ago, he was banished from the Mu family by the young Miss's father. The young Miss? Where is the young Miss? Chapter 547, The Tempered Spatial Gate. Xia Fei's mind rapidly turned. From the look on Mu Fuping's face, though she called this short and thin elder 7th Grandpa, this was no kind fellow. This was because Mu Fuping was slightly trembling and her eyes were stricken with fear. According to what they had agreed on before, Yu Hua should have been in the vicinity so that he could charge out at the sign of any mishap. Alas, Yu Hua was fighting someone else on the horizon and would not be able to come over any time soon. It was at this exact moment that this elder chose to abruptly appear. Xia Fei instantly understood that this was a scheme to lure the tiger away from the mountain. Girl, your 7th grandpa needs you for something. Be a good girl and come with me, Mu Kaiubo smiled and said. He turned over and glanced into the distance. Mu Kaiubo did not have much time. On that end were 2 great law emperors, Yu Hua and Mu Yuan. The moment they understood that this was a plan to lure the tiger away from the mountain, Mu Kaiubo would be in a dire predicament. Thus, he had to act quickly. Seal. A spatial barrier suddenly appeared around Xia Fei, enclosing him and Mu Fuping. A wave of light appeared in Mu Kaiubo's hand. He was preparing to use law force to take Mu Fuping away with him. Break. 2 arms extended, 2 fists infused with the subversive force of the law of primal chaos slamming into the barrier. Rumble. The spatial barrier shattered. Mu Kaiubo gasped in alarm. He had never imagined that Xia Fei would be able to break his spatial barrier. Xia Fei shoved Mu Fuping by her waist, pushing her some several dozen meters away. Xia Fei also borrowed the inertia to fly into the air and sent out a heavy punch. Use the spatial gate and get out of here. Xia Fei sternly said. Mu Fuping was not a complete weakling, and her cultivation was that of a law sovereign. Xia Fei pushing her away like this would not do her any harm. On the contrary, it placed her closer to the spatial gate. 15 seconds. Xia Fei was confident that he could hold down Mu Kaiubo for 15 seconds, giving Mu Fuping a chance to escape. If he could hold on for 30 seconds, then Yu Hua would definitely be able to get back and assist him. He moved with incredible speed, and in the blink of an eye, his wild storm fist was above Mu Kaiubo, making straight for his head. Out of my way! Mu Kaiubo roared in fury, his arms thrusting out. The 2 waves of light intersected like curved blades and howled through the air. Crafty approach. Someone, who could lure Yu Hua away, would surely have a substantial cultivation, and Xia Fei had no intention of fighting it out with this man. This punch had always been a feint. As his body made a curved arc in the air, Xia Fei moved around to Mu Kaiubo's left side like an agile mudfish. Rumble. 4 tornadoes swept out. It was as if Xia Fei had tossed out an explosion which was now tearing apart space. Useless. Mu Kaiubo swung his left arm, aiming his palm at the spatial fissure that Xia Fei had unleashed. Light erupted from his palm, like the beam fired by a laser. Bang! The spatial tiers were torn to shreds. This was a tier technique against a tier technique, and Mu Kaiubo's attack was far stronger than Xia Fei had imagined. This light tore through the fissure and shot straight at Xia Fei. Liquid war armor. Mercury-like liquid crawled up Xia Fei's body and enclosed him. Rumble. The laser beam did not stop, blasting Xia Fei into the air. Because of the liquid war armor, Xia Fei appeared like a ball of silver metal flying through the air. Humph! Know your own limitations. Mu Kaiubo squatted. No longer caring about Xia Fei as he flew off, he focused his attention back on Mu Fuping and prepared to seize her in one fell swoop. While Mu Fuping had the cultivation, she had no experience fighting an enemy. Although she had law sovereign cultivation, in a real fight, she would be no match for Xia Fei, let alone the shrewd and ruthless Mu Kaiubo. Pew pew pew. Just when Mu Kaiubo's arm was about to reach Mu Fuping's back, Xia Fei began launching long-distance attacks, balls of light howling through the air, coming in at an angle to block Mu Kaiubo's path. Of course, these were not Xia Fei's attacks, but Furbal's. It was impossible for Xia Fei to launch an attack in the short span of time available to him, but Furbal could. He had been hiding in Xia Fei's bosom this entire time, and when Xia Fei saw that Mu Fuping was about to be captured, he immediately ordered Furbal to fire a salvo of energy balls to force Mu Kaiubo back. The moment his feet touched the ground, Xia Fei started running, accelerating toward Mu Fuping. He grabbed her with his left hand and threw her into the spatial gate. This was an astonishing move. No one would throw a girl like a basketball, but Xia Fei had no time to worry about any risks. In any case, Mu Fuping cultivated law powers, so throwing her would not kill her. Ping! With a flick of his fingers, Xia Fei furtively shot out a small stone. On the side of the gate were several round gauges like clocks. These were used to set coordinates, with the spatial gate transporting the person to the coordinates indicated. Mu Fuping was in front, with Xia Fei chasing right after Mu Fuping and Mu Kaiubo right on Xia Fei's tail. The 3 formed a straight line. As Mu Fuping was tossed into the spatial gate, the stone struck one of the round gauges. The gauge rapidly spanned. Where would it eventually stop? Crafty approach. Just as he was about to run into the spatial gate, Xia Fei suddenly rose into the air. He wanted to vault over the gate. This was an extremely creative move. Xia Fei first threw Mu Fuping inside the spatial gate, and then he messed with the coordinates, after which, he would use crafty approach to get around the gate. Meanwhile, Mu Kaiubo, who was following right behind him, would end up running right into the spatial gate. It was the same spatial gate, but Mu Kaiubo would discover that he was ending up in a completely different place from Mu Fuping. By the time he realized what was going on, the spatial gate might have sent him straight into a black hole, utterly destroying him. A crafty smile appeared on Xia Fei's lips. Xia Fei was very smug. Mu Kaiubo could keep up his chase, and only the gods knew where he would end up. Suddenly, a steely hand gripped Xia Fei's ankle, pulling him into the spatial gate. Xia Fei's face was stricken with fear. These were random coordinates. No one could say where one would end up being teleported. Only now did he understand what it meant to say that no plan could keep up quickly enough to an adaptive situation. He had thrown Mu Fuping into the spatial gate and then messed up the coordinates so that his foe would end up somewhere completely different. Xia Fei had exercised his imagination to its utmost to develop this tactic. It must be understood that all of this had taken place in the span of a few seconds. Even a bystander would not have had time to think it over, let alone develop and execute such a crafty plan. Xia Fei had thought about it, done it, and subsequently fallen into his own trap. Just when he was on the verge of success, Mu Kaiubo grabbed his ankle and dragged him into the spatial gate together. Whoosh! Yu Hua and Mu Yuan had arrived at the spatial gate at almost the same time. Xia Fei had used the impressive chain blockade technique, which Yu Hua had spotted in the distance and gone toward. This was the signal Xia Fei and Yu Hua had agreed on. When this move was used, Yu Hua would immediately know that Xia Fei was in danger. What's going on? Young miss? Where's the young miss? Mu Yuan stomped his feet and demanded. Mu Yuan's frustration was obvious, having fallen for Mu Kaiubo's misdirection scheme. Yu Hua's complexion was ashen. He walked up to the spatial gate, his eyes fixed on the still spinning gauge. This was not a good sign. Spatial gates were intricately designed, and there was no telling where random coordinates would send a person. Anyone sent through the gate in this state would find death, 9 chances out of 10. Was it Xia Fei or Mu Fuping or the two of them together? Yu Hua mentally asked himself. As his finger stopped the spinning gauge, Yu Hua seemed to age 3 years. If Xia Fei died after going through a tampered spatial gate, the Yu family would only lose a future powerful warrior. However, if Mu Fuping died, his clan would be facing a calamity. The fury of the 9 great clans was not something any mortal could endure. The gauge seemed to be spinning earlier, Mu Yuan said in confusion. Oh, no. Young miss didn't go through, did she? Mu Yuan's eyes were instantly streaked with blood. His hands seized his disheveled hair, trembling in pain and grief. Young miss, if something happens to the young miss, it's not just me who must die. All 1 million people of your Yu family will compensate with your lives. Mu Yuan seemed to have turned into a completely different person, his expression fiendish as he spoke. Yu Hua was so startled that he could not speak. Who are you? That's quite the big tone you're talking with. Several Yu family's warriors, who did not know the truth of the situation, rudely spoke. Mu Yuan immediately lunged out, grabbing the nearest warrior and tearing him apart. I'll say it again. If something happens to the young miss, none of you shall even think about leaving this place alive. At this moment, the spatial gate suddenly activated. A frantic figure came through. It was none other than the woman disguised as a man, Mu Fuping. Young miss. Mu Yuan immediately rushed over and prostrated at Mu Fuping's feet. Young miss, are you okay? You scared old Yuan to death. Old Yuan deserves to die. For not taking good care of the young miss, I should die. I should die. Mu Yuan began slapping himself. These were real hits, with shattered teeth and blood flying out of his mouth. Yu Hua was stunned, and he immediately felt like he understood something. Mu Yuan was an esteemed Great Law Emperor. Yu Hua had just exchanged blows with him, so he was keenly aware of his power, but upon seeing how Mu Fuping, a Great Law Emperor, had seemingly lost control of himself, Yu Hua could tell that Mu Fuping's status was even greater than what he had formerly speculated. Mu Fuping stopped Mu Yuan and said, "You were following me. I deserve death. I deserve death. It was Miss Qingping who had me follow the young miss." Mu Yuan had already beaten himself into a miserable state, and he was even mumbling about how he should die. Yu Hua let out a deep sigh and walked over. Since Mu Fuping was safe, the Yu family had avoided disaster. Lady Mu, all is well so long as you are okay. Mu Fuping frowned and scanned the ground. She viciously asked, where's Xia Fei? That man is too unreasonable. He actually threw me into the spatial gate like I was a ball. It's good that the other side of the gate was Glory Rise City and not some dangerous place. Yu Hua was a very smart man and immediately understood what was going on. Xia Fei apparently went through the spatial gate, but I don't know where he went, Yu Hua said. The spatial gate is watched by security cameras, so we can find out by viewing the footage. Mu Fuping was actually a rather good-tempered girl. It was just that Xia Fei had pushed his palm against her breasts when throwing her at the spatial gate, leaving her somewhat embarrassed. Moreover, he had done so with such strength that they were still sore, leading her to feel somewhat vexed. Yu Hua played the security footage several times, and the scene became eerily still. That small stone was like the plaything of fate, pushing Xia Fei into a tempered spatial gate. Mu Fuping went pale, tightly biting down on her lip. Chapter 548, Rainbow Ice Coffin. Mu Kaiubo had grabbed Xia Fei by the ankle and dragged him into the spatial gate. Die! Mu Kaiubo roared as he threw Xia Fei out. Xia Fei curled up his body into a ball, his liquid war armor tightly enclosing him. Rumble! Xia Fei's body collided with an iceberg, blasting open a hole as his body went through. The flexibility of liquid war armor provided him excellent protection, and though Xia Fei entered the iceberg like a bullet, he simply felt some numbness on his body and some dizziness, but he did not suffer any serious wounds. The iceberg was enormous and covered in a thick layer of snow. The enormous shaking triggered an avalanche. In truth, the icebergs for the surrounding several hundred kilometers were all trembling. Mu Kaiubo's eyes widened. Only now did he realize that he had come to an unfamiliar place. White glaciers as far as the eye could see and a strange rainbow flatly stretching out on the horizon. Everything was bizarre and cold. Bang! The iceberg behind Mu Kaiubo began collapsing, starting from the middle. The upper half of the iceberg began to topple toward the location of the spatial gate. Not good. Mu Kaiubo ran into the distance, and the snow and ice pursued. In the blink of an eye, that lonely little spatial gate was obliterated. The enormous chunks of ice weighed 10,000 tons, and not even the spatial gate could stop it. However, Mu Kaiubo was not too concerned about it. Although he did not know spatial traversal, he had a spatial compass that he could use. The intense avalanche lasted for half an hour, and when the calamity was finally over, the field of ice had been completely transformed. Mu Kaiubo frowned. He could not see Mu Fuping anywhere in the area, but he had only been a bit behind her in going through the spatial gate. There was no way she could have run off so soon. Mu Kaiubo began to feel that something was wrong. His sharp senses told him that the key to the problem lied with Xia Fei. Spatial recombination. Mu Kaiubo came to the base of the mountain where Xia Fei was buried, and large chunks of ice and snow began to fly into the air, tossed far away. Slowly, the mountain of ice began shrinking. If Xia Fei was hiding in the snow, he would be exposed eventually. He's starting to search for you. What do we do? Phantom grimly asked. Xia Fei was hiding beneath a thick layer of ice, using his sharp sensory abilities to observe his surroundings. He was well aware that at the current rate at which the iceberg was disappearing, Mu Kaiubo would discover him in less than 5 minutes. Xia Fei had no confidence in taking on a law emperor of the Mu family, so he was determined to escape this place first. Whoosh! The liquid war armor charged forms again, turning Xia Fei's hands into sharp and cold blades. He swung his arms in a frenzy and began digging his way through the ice. Mu Kaiubo was trying to move away the ice and find Xia Fei, while the latter was digging a path to escape. If the two met, they would have to fight a bitter battle. At present, it was now a contest to see which was faster, Mu Kaiubo's ability to move mountains or Xia Fei's ability to dig a path. Mu Kaiubo suddenly grunted and took out 2 grade 4 origin crystals. Using law energy to move an iceberg was extremely taxing, and as a law emperor, he could not keep it up for very long. Thus, while using law energy, he used crystals to restore his energy. Speed ability users did not just have fast feet. Their hands could also move fast. Xia Fei's arms could swing several hundred times every minute. An ordinary person would not even be able to see what he was doing, only a blur. In the space of a few minutes, the iceberg had disappeared, and Xia Fei was about 10 kilometers away from Mu Kaiubo. Bang! Xia Fei emerged from the ice like an excavator, advancing toward that bizarre rainbow in the distance. Trying to run. Mu Kaiubo's figure suddenly disappeared, and a second later, he was behind Xia Fei. Xia Fei's speed exceeded 30,000 meters per second. Mu Kaiubo had noted Xia Fei's location and instantly moved there, but by the time he appeared where Xia Fei had been standing, Xia Fei had already run another several dozen kilometers, leaving him far behind. Rows of nails sprouted from his feet. With each step, the nails would dig into the ice, helping Xia Fei keep his footing. Wherever he went, flecks of ice would fly into the air, creating an artificial snowstorm. Mu Kaiubo creased his brows, a cold smile on his lips. Whoosh! He moved again, but this time, Mu Kaiubo had calculated Xia Fei's route and appeared in front of him, blocking the path forward. Oh, no! Mu Kaiubo extended an arm, releasing enormous amounts of law force. The ice suddenly became a giant wave which spanned 10 kilometers, hurtling towards Xia Fei. Crafty approach. He moved his body like an ice skater making a turn, his body leaning at such an acute angle that his head was almost touching the ice. A 90-degree turn. This was an absurd movement technique. Xia Fei's sudden change in direction was enough to let him escape Mu Kaiubo's attack. Mu Kaiubo continued pursuing Xia Fei, and Xia Fei continued using the same tactic, utilizing crafty approach and his speed ability to escape Mu Kaiubo's attacks again and again. Mu Kaiubo suddenly realized that Xia Fei was even more slippery than the crafty mudfish. Although he was much stronger than Xia Fei, capturing him was not easy. High-rank martial technique, Thunderwood Rampart. Mu Kaiubo gritted his teeth and mustered up all his energy to use his strongest entrapment technique. A sphere. A giant spherical spatial barrier suddenly appeared. It had a radius of 100 kilometers. This also meant that any person or creature within 100 kilometers was imprisoned by this spatial barrier. Even at maximum speed, Xia Fei needed 3.3 seconds to run 100 kilometers, and this was on ice, which limited Xia Fei's speed. He could only run 25,000 meters per second. 100 kilometers was an enormous distance, and it was clear that it was beyond Xia Fei's abilities to break. At almost the same time, the two grade 4 origin crystals in Mu Kaiubo's hand ran out of energy, becoming nothing more than useless transparent crystals. From this, one could see that the Thunderwood Rampart took up an enormous amount of energy. Whoosh! Mu Kaiubo held a jade green origin crystal with both hands. This was a grade 5 origin crystal. It held a veritable sea of energy. Spatial constriction. The sphere of 100 kilometers in radius began shrinking, and all people or objects within this space began being compressed. If Xia Fei could not break out of this spatial barrier soon, he would be crushed by the increasing pressure. Mu Kaiubo's expression turned savage. The grade 5 origin crystal in his hand had greatly dimmed. There was no telling how much energy he had used at this moment. Primal chaos. As he accelerated, the power of the law of primal chaos gathered in Xia Fei's right fist. Shatter it! A furious roar. Xia Fei's iron fist clashed against the pressure of Mu Kaiubo's spatial barrier. Crackling resounded in the air like the sound of bamboo explosively growing in the spring. Mu Kaiubo's high-rank spatial barrier shattered. From Xia Fei's one punch. Bang! As he staggered out of the shattered barrier, Xia Fei felt a sweetness in his throat, and then he vomited blood. On the other end, Mu Kaiubo scowled. He had already reached his limit, his body emptied of energy. This was the inevitable response to using multiple high-rank techniques in a row. Pushing through the pain in his organs, Xia Fei staggered to his feet. He held a grade 4 origin crystal in his hand to recover energy as he continued retreating. There was nothing Mu Kaiubo could do. He had not recovered his energy, so let alone martial techniques, he could not even do instant movement. The ice field in front of him suddenly became flat and weird. That strange rainbow turned out to be giant pillars of ice, each one several dozen kilometers high and of a different color. They surrounded the field of ice, their colors reflecting onto the sky and turning it into a rainbow. What is this place? Xia Fei wondered to himself in amazement. However, before Xia Fei could react, his body ran into an invisible wall. Compared to the hardness of a spatial barrier, this invisible wall was like cotton, and Xia Fei's body sank into it. It had rubber-like properties, where greater pressure created a more powerful repulsive force. Xia Fei felt like the wall was getting tougher and tougher, and he was on the verge of being bounced back. Law of primal chaos. Xia Fei covered his entire body with the energy of the law of primal chaos. The disruptive energy was miraculous that this law suddenly became like sea water, no longer resisting Xia Fei and allowing his body to go through. In this inexplicable manner, Xia Fei penetrated through that invisible wall, and what appeared before him was a bizarre sight. There was nothing but colors before his eyes. Several minutes later, Mu Kaiubo arrived. He was also blocked by this soft and invisible wall. Behind the massive pillars of ice were bright and garish lights. It seemed like this was a barrier created by this light. Xia Fei turned his head and saw Mu Kaiubo standing a dozen or so meters away. Mu Kaiubo did not have the law of primal chaos, so he was pushed back by the barrier. It was impossible to hear sounds from outside the wall while within it. Xia Fei could only make out Mu Kaiubo's furious face as he unleashed attacks on the wall, but unfortunately for him, his attacks were insufficient to break the wall. Regardless, he was safe. Exhaling, Xia Fei began stabilizing his breathing and checked for injuries to his organs. There was nothing Mu Kaiubo could do, so he gestured at Xia Fei, his meaning being that, "You'll have to come out of there one day." He took out a golden compass from his ring, and then his face once more twisted in rage. It appeared that a spatial compass could not help him. He was also imprisoned here. Xia Fei felt a throb of pain from his stomach. Turning around, Xia Fei ignored Mu Kaiubo and entered the rainbow of light, and he soon vanished from sight. Xia Fei was surrounded by colors as if he were in a rainbow. Ka-chunk! The spectrum visor, which came with the liquid war armor, popped out. Xia Fei tried using it several times to peer into the distance, but to no avail. It was as if this mess of color possessed some sort of isolation effect, and his equipment was incapable of filtering out the extraneous light. With no other option, Xia Fei could only close his eyes and advance through the light. After that intense battle, what he needed the most was rest. These colorful lights are very strange. They don't have any energy pulses, the same as that invisible wall before, Phantom said with a frown. Does it not have an energy body? Is it pure light? Pure light without energy? That doesn't make much sense. Xia Fei ignored him. He had many more problems on his mind. Suddenly, the rainbow of lights disappeared. Xia Fei was in the middle of a completely transparent and pure field of ice. The exquisite chunks of ice were free of all impurities, seeming like perfectly flat mirrors. In the distance was a pyramid-shaped platform made from blocks of ice, and on top of the platform was a coffin. A coffin made from both ice and light. It was incredibly bizarre. Chapter 549, The Demon Race. What is this place? Phantom asked in confusion. This space was enclosed by a rainbow of lights, and under their feet was a mirror-like plane of ice. In the distance was a pyramid made of ice and a rainbow ice coffin. Could this be a tomb? To think such a tomb exists in the universe, I wonder who could be buried here. Xia Fei was just as confused as Phantom. He could only find out the truth with his eyes, so after taking a deep breath, Xia Fei walked over to the ice coffin. The pyramid platform had 999 steps in all, and flanking the stairs were statues of ice monsters with bared teeth and fangs. They had peculiar poses, their expressions streaked with madness. When walking among them, one could not help but be terrified. The ice coffin at the top was circled by a rainbow. Its length was 20 meters and its height and width were 5 meters each. Lying inside was a suit of black armor which was completely sealed off so that it was impossible to know if there was a body inside. It was such a massive suit of armor that anyone inside would have to be of comparably massive size. Xia Fei tried pushing the coffin, but unfortunately, no matter how much he pushed, the coffin did not move a hair. Bizarre. Truly bizarre. Xia Fei lit a cigarette and sat down on the ice platform, hoping to relax a little. Furball yawned and snuggled against Xia Fei's neck. It was a very heartless fellow, not worried at all that Xia Fei was imprisoned in this strange field of ice. Its only worry was presumably that sleeping here was not as comfortable as sleeping at home. What is this place? Xia Fei muttered to himself as he puffed out a smoke ring. Phantom sighed. Just when he was about to express his confusion, a voice came from the black suit of armor inside the coffin. These are the eternal ice plains. Zing! Xia Fei's hair stood on end as he jumped to his feet. That black suit of armor in the ice coffin had turned its head to him. There was an alloy visor over his face, making the man inside seem like a robot. Who are you? Xia Fei asked sternly. And who are you? How were you able to penetrate through the law of light and enter this place? The voice from the armor was deep and old, tinged with a majesty that could not be denied. My name is Xia Fei. He took a step back and bent a knee. Xia Fei made sure he had enough energy stored so that he could respond to any sudden change in the situation. There is no need to be nervous. The law of light imprisons me, and I pose no threat to you. The suit of armor sighed. I don't even remember how long I've been imprisoned. It's nice to talk to someone else. You may call me Old Sable. Old Sable? It was a very plain name, but no matter how Xia Fei saw it, this Old Sable was not a good sort. His massive body alone was extremely intimidating. You still haven't answered me. Why were you able to penetrate the law of light? Are you saying that those multicolored lights is the law of light? How come I've never heard of it before? Old Sable chuckled. You're a human, belonging to the god race, so you naturally wouldn't understand one of the great laws of the demon race. Not only are those colored lights law of light, they're the supreme law of ternary spectrum. Everyone knows that colors are all a combination of red, green, and blue, the purest and most striking colors. The three primary colors can be mixed into the majority of colors, but the other colors can't be mixed into the three primary colors. Upon mastering the laws of the three primary colors, one attains the law of ternary spectrum, the supreme law across the law of light's range. Xia Fei frowned. You're a member of the demon race? Old Sable unhappily asked, must I be a human? Just because you're a human, I have to be human. Too? Why couldn't I be a member of the demon race? Xia Fei was speechless. It seemed that the demon imprisoned in the coffin was rather opinionated. Moreover, your attitude changed so much upon hearing that I belonged to the demon race. Do you really think that the god race represents righteousness while the demon race represents evil? Perhaps because he had not spoken with anyone for a long time, Old Sable began a long lecture about principles, constantly emphasizing that there was no such thing as absolute evil or good in the universe, and Xia Fei could not help but get annoyed. Why is this demon such a chatterbox? Phantom said with a frown. The god race and demon race aren't actually races. I'll use you as an example. Through cultivation, humans can also become members of the god race. In truth, the god race has always been a faction formed by the top-class experts of various major races in the universe. Whether one can become a member of the god race depends on one's cultivation, not one's background. As long as your cultivation is enough, you will be accepted into the god race, joining a group consisting of the strongest experts in the universe. Of course, because humans stand behind the god race, they have no chance of joining the demon race. The gods and demons are opponents who are vying for authority over the cosmic gate, a battle which has been fought since time immemorial. Through Old Sable's words, Xia Fei gradually developed a deeper understanding of these two supreme races. Rather than races or clans, they were actually two different factions that had split off from the collective mass of law adepts. All the clans of the circle had to pick a side, either the god race or the demon race. Groups of the strongest adepts? Xia Fei could not help but be curious about these two supreme races. What sorts of groups of old monsters were they? The god race has the time, space, and matter laws. The demon race controls the light, darkness, and life laws. These 6 laws are the supreme great laws, and from them, countless other laws were derived. I cultivate the darkness law, and dark and light counter each other. My foe dispersed all my energy and then used the supreme law of ternary spectrum to imprison me. Fortunately, I have an inextinguishable life, or else I would have been annihilated long ago. Old Sable began chattering about his experiences, and after a few moments of silent thought, Xia Fei asked, You have an eternal life because you studied the life law? Nodding, Old Sable said, Indeed. I have an eternal life, and if he were to obliterate me, I would be reborn and once more regain my law powers. Thus, he doesn't dare to kill me as killing me would be helping me. There existed such a miraculous law that allowed rebirth in the universe? Xia Fei was shocked. Was there anyone in the universe who did not want an eternal life? Was immortality not the ultimate goal that all warriors sought through cultivation? Xia Fei was tempted by these laws that Old Sable spoke of, but his outstanding analytical sense told him that there was some other meaning in these seemingly casually spoken words. Who is the one outside who came with you? Old Sable asked. You could sense him. Old Sable smiled. Nothing that happens here on the Eternal Ice Plains can be hidden from me, but while I can see and hear, I can't do anything about it. Xia Fei nodded. Outside is my enemy. He's stronger than me, and he chased me all the way here. Oh, I see, Old Sable indifferently said. In truth, it's very simple. You just need to kill him. Alas, your strength is still lacking. Nothing, not even the holy beast Shatterstar, can help you with that. He seemed to be trying to entice Xia Fei. Xia Fei smiled. It's fine. I have time. Saying this, Xia Fei walked down the pyramid, sat cross-legged on the ice, and proceeded to ignore old Sable. Phantom anxiously said, this demon race monster must have been incredibly powerful in the past. He must have a way to deal with that fellow outside. Why not ask him to teach you a few moves? Xia Fei shook his head, sternly saying, it's not that simple. He's waiting for me to ask for help. What do you mean? Phantom did not get what Xia Fei was saying. Old Sable knows that I have the power of the law of primal chaos and that I can use it to break the law of ternary spectrum that has him sealed here. If it's you who had been imprisoned for tens of thousands of years, wouldn't you want to borrow my strength to escape? Is there a need to ask? Even if I had to beg, I would beg for you to break the seal, Phantom said. Xia Fei chuckled. You think that, and so does old Sable. He tells me how powerful he is on purpose, and then he points out how bad my current situation is. This is precisely so that I would ask him for help. The moment I ask for his help, I'll have fallen into his trap. He will definitely have me release him as compensation. Do you think I should agree or not? Phantom asked, what's bad about that? Just release him. In any case, he's lost all his power, so he poses no threat to you. Xia Fei sternly said, that's all based on his words alone. What if he hasn't lost his power? Then you would be in danger, Phantom stroked his chin and said. From the name of the demon race alone, he could tell that old Sable was very powerful. Xia Fei would be no match to him. Then what do we do? Just stay here for the rest of our lives? Phantom asked. Xia Fei said nothing. Taking out the upgraded Black Bat radar, he attempted to get in touch with Avril. Alas, there was no signal. This was how the lore realm was. The signal could be good or bad at times. Let's just plan as we go. In any case, I don't wish to let this demon out. Then you'll die imprisoned here. There's a high-ranked law emperor outside waiting for you to throw yourself into his net, Phantom said. Xia Fei took out a grade 3 origin crystal from his spatial ring and handed it to Furball, softly saying, let's wait and see who breaks first. Anyway, I have enough crystal reserves to last for a long time. Patience is also a form of cultivation. Just as Xia Fei said, that demon old Sable had been trying to get Xia Fei to ask for his help, but he had not expected for Xia Fei to be even more patient than he was, actually beginning to cultivate in this region surrounded by the law of light. With the white jade ape in hand, Xia Fei used up the origin crystals and began patiently cultivating, all calm and composed, barely looking any different from when he was residing in the Yu family. If there was one difference, it would be that it was quieter. People like Yu Kikai or Mu Fuping would not suddenly jump out and disturb him. Patience was a very valuable attribute of a warrior, and not falling to temptation had always been the basis of Xia Fei's survival until now. In this prison, Xia Fei was abnormally calm and patient. Outside, Mu Kaiubo wanted to leave, but the spatial compass was ineffective, meaning that he could not leave even if he wanted to. Letting out a long sigh, Xia Fei petted Furball and said, your master's space law has reached level 7. You have to grow up fast, too. In any case, we have plenty of origin crystals, so let's seclude ourselves here for 10 years. We shall stay here until we can beat that fellow outside. Old Sable was stunned. Xia Fei was clearly saying these words for him to hear. Have plenty of origin crystals. Seclude ourselves here for 10 years. Old Sable was speechless. Humph. I simply refuse to believe that there's anyone who can actually resist the allure of the law of life. Old Sable inwardly fumed. Chapter 550, Different Paths Leading to the Same Goal. Eternal Ice Plains. Cultivating law was like that. Everything came naturally after crossing a threshold. A majority of law warriors would fall at the threshold, but Xia Fei had managed to clear the first important roadblock with Yu Hua's help and reached level 6. His cultivation after seemingly went out of control, and in just the span of a short week, he consecutively cleared level 7 and 8. Old Sable from the demon race of course intently saw everything transpire, and he was equally surprised like everyone else. It was as if Xia Fei's promotion state was a geyser that no one could stop. As the immortal demon lord that had existed for millions of years, Old Sable naturally possessed outstanding knowledge, and he had of course seen countless geniuses, as well as people who could go up in levels with the ease of chopping up vegetables, but Xia Fei's ability to improve by leaps and bounds, anytime, any place, had left him completely flabbergasted. Xia Fei lit a cigarette. The injuries he sustained several days ago had all healed, and leveling up had him brimming with vigor, enough that it staved off any lethargy he was feeling from his crazy cultivation. Xia Fei, old Sable called his name. Yet. Xia Fei turned around and asked. Has the speed of your promotion always been this fast? Xia Fei shook his head. My brain region was badly damaged before, so I relied on medicine and drugs to promote my cultivation at first, but there's ultimately a limit to what they could do, and I ended up stalling at the legendary rank for 3 years, unable to make any progress whatsoever until I managed to repair my 7th brain region. Old Sable chuckled. I bet that you didn't stop cultivating during those 3 years, hey? Xia Fei nodded. I didn't slack in the slightest. Old Sable nodded. Now I see. Though your brain region was ruined, you didn't once give up on cultivation. As a result, the moment your brain region made a full recovery, the cultivation you had accumulated from before allowed you to increase the speed of your promotion. If I'm not mistaken, that 3-year accumulation only will end after you achieve the cultivation of Law Sovereign, and the speed of your promotion will slow down by then. Xia Fei asked, somewhat puzzled, I've only been cultivating my special ability before, what has that got to do with law? Old Sable burst out laughing. Looks like you don't have too much understanding with regards to law. Have you heard of the saying, different paths lead to the same goal? Different paths lead to the same goal. Xia Fei's brows furrowed. What does that mean? Take life as an example, no matter how exciting or boring you lead your life, be it a rich life or a poor life, you'll ultimately end up dying. Different processes with the same result. This itself is an eternal rule of the universe. Cultivation is just the same. Whether you start with cultivating law or if you first cultivate your special ability before changing over to law, the end goal remains the same, and that is the acquisition of supreme power. Xia Fei was slightly stunned. The words Old Sable had said sounded very reasonable. Previously, Xia Fei had always thought that being born with special abilities was the strongest power in the universe, until he discovered the existence of the law realm and realized that talent in law without any special ability could be equally as powerful, if not even more so. The law realm originally didn't exist and only came to be created by a group of ability users. They too went through the same path you're taking, first by cultivating their special abilities and then comprehending law force in the process. From this point alone, you have an advantage in having spent plenty of effort learning your special ability, while if you are born in the law realm, your starting point will begin with law and will lack the special ability foundation. Your special ability is speed, and that is your innate law. Innate law? Is the speed ability a law in itself? Xia Fei curiously asked. But of course. What did you think would be the final state you could reach cultivating your speed ability? Achieving light speed, Xia Fei answered somberly. To have a speed that is as fast as light. Old Sable shook his light lightly. Wrong. The speed ability will reach its limit upon hitting the immortal rank, and from then, no matter how much medication you administer to yourself, no matter how hard you train, nothing will matter, unless you pivot to cultivating the speed law. Xia Fei came to a profound understanding there and then. It was no wonder why the experts in the alliance would always say that the immortal rank was the endpoint. It turned out that there was a limit to ability cultivation, so unless they started learning law, they would just end up stagnating there for the rest of their lives. In the past, even in the law realm, the families and clans would first require the younger generations to cultivate their special abilities to the immortal rank before getting started on laws. Unfortunately, it seems like the people in the current circle have become more and more impulsive, only recognizing that directly learning law will promote faster, with no one having the patience to spend the hundreds of years needed to cultivate their special ability to its limit. Xia Fei smiled. Thank you. I've indeed learned plenty from spending time here with you. His words were earnest, and Old Sable laughed. If you are patient enough, then it's best if you cultivate your special ability till the end before beginning your study of the law of speed. I'm certain that you will have an unexpected gain by doing so. Xia Fei knitted his brows together. But I've already learned both the law of space and law of energy purification, while my main ability is speed, with the secondary ability of telekinesis. Wouldn't I be under a lot of pressure if I were to cultivate so many altogether? That was not all. Xia Fei was still keeping mum about the law of primal chaos, and just thinking about all these gave him a headache. There was too much he needed to learn and not enough time to do so. He really wished he could have 48 hours in a day or even 72 hours. Old Sable mused. 2 abilities with 2 laws. That's indeed tough on a new law warrior, but this universe is fair. The more you give, the more you receive in return. That person beyond the law of light restricted boundary is a level 4 law emperor. Why did he not kill you? The level difference between you two is humongous, and it's all because of how complex the things you learn that gave you a combat strength well above warriors at your level. Xia Fei nodded. Logically speaking, there was no way he ought to be able to retaliate given the huge gap in levels they shared. The only reason why he had managed to escape was all thanks to his speed ability, crafty approach, law of space, and law of primal chaos working in tandem, turning the impossible possible. Just one type alone might not have been sufficiently powerful, but they would often demonstrate an unimaginable combat strength when used in conjunction. Time. Old Sable said severely. To a warrior, aside from energy, the other thing they need the most is time. Only by living a longer life than others, cultivating for a longer time than others, and being more hardworking can you reach the highest reaches of your potential. Having a complex system of learning is a benefit, while having a short lifespan is your enemy. Honestly, there aren't many people in the lore realm who have embarked on so many different paths like you have. You may end up becoming very powerful, but you will first have to address the issue of your limited life. Once you cultivate law to a certain point, your lifespan will increase, even to the point where you are near immortal, but that is very difficult. If you practice the law of life, you'll be able to achieve the same result with half the effort. After all that talk, Old Sable finally arrived at the crux of the conversation. Everything he had said prior was just to remind Xia Fei. I, Old Sable, have the law of life. If you wish to learn it, beg me for it. Xia Fei, of course, understood his intentions, and he remained wordlessly seated on the ground where he was. He placed a grade 4 origin crystal on the white jade ape. Xia Fei had been able to promote 2 whole levels in 7 days all thanks to this thing which could concentrate energy, and now he was preparing to try comprehending the law of energy purification. Doing the same cultivation would dull the senses and induce lethargy. Changing the style of cultivation to something else was like a sort of relaxation to Xia Fei. Old Sable coldly harumphed. Still not gonna beg me for it? I refuse to believe that you're not tempted by the law of life. The more he thought about it, the angrier Old Sable got. He had already amply stated the value of his existence, yet Xia Fei was still unmoved. This made him feel irate, and so he turned his body over and no longer faced Xia Fei. That mysterious energy thread in his 7th brain region slowly turned, and Xia Fei began to be more used to this sort of fine control, which inadvertently gave him greater confidence toward his ability to manipulate the thread, and in turn this increased his speed at recreating patterns. Snap! The complex and changing pattern for the law of energy purification finally solidified, and the numbing sensation of electricity passed through Xia Fei's entire body as if every single cell in his body had been agitated as a result. Xia Fei did not stop, as the most important step after formation was the consolidation, which he spent an entire day's time going over. Opening his eyes once more, Xia Fei had a smile across his face. Actually, level 1 law of energy purification was hardly of any use to Xia Fei, for few people would use red grade 1 origin crystals. Thus, even though Xia Fei had the ability to purify grade 1 crystals, he would hardly benefit from them. Nonetheless, this process was also the way to learn it. To Xia Fei, the most important aspect was getting a handle of the technique. After taking plenty of detours and experiencing a lot of frustrations, Xia Fei slowly began comprehending the true meaning behind the law of energy purification. Wading across a stream while feeling the way would always be difficult, but once successfully making it across, it would give one an even deeper understanding of the process. You cultivate in a very strange manner, Old Sable said with uncertainty. Who would cultivate the law of energy purification like you did? Which family's method is that? Xia Fei was mildly surprised. Isn't that how it's done? I figured it out on my own. Old Sable was flabbergasted. What? You don't have a teacher, and you practiced the law of energy purification all by yourself? Xia Fei nodded, not denying the truth. That's impossible. All energy masters need not only a natural affinity to the control of energy, they also need to rely on their master's imparted teachings. How could you become an energy master just by cultivating it all on your own? The fact remained that, no matter how shocked Old Sable was, Xia Fei had truly managed to complete the first level of the law of energy purification by himself, and he had done it right before his very eyes. Heavens! To actually cultivate the law of energy purification successfully through your own probing. Old Sable was looking at Xia Fei as if he were looking at a monster, hardly hiding a shred of his surprise. Why must the law of energy purification require a teacher? Who made such a rule? Xia Fei asked, dissatisfied. He hated rules the most and was never the sort to follow them, either. Old Sable pouted. The law of energy purification is a very difficult path to cultivate, and most circumstances require a high-level energy master by their side as assistant, or else it will be extremely difficult to succeed. That's why it is so important to have a teacher as an energy master. Unless you have a teacher who is willing to help increase your level, it'll be completely impossible to promote all by yourself. Having a good teacher to help you willingly level is the only way to advance as an energy master. With that, Old Sable suddenly let out a self-depreciating chortle. Honestly, even for someone who has lived as long as I, this is the first time meeting a self-taught energy master. You've really surprised me there. Xia Fei shrugged. It was no wonder he had such a hard time cultivating the law of energy purification by himself. It turned out that the reason was he lacked anyone aiding him. Xia Fei was unfazed by the hardship he faced, though, because he was originally not the sort who liked subjecting himself to others, having to defer to a teacher's capriciousness, only promoting when he wanted you to. Xia Fei would have hated that sort of life. In any case, Xia Fei succeeded in the end, and that was what mattered the most. He was now a bona fide energy master, and though he was still of low level, at the very least he had managed to get on this path. Placing Furball on his shoulder, Xia Fei began walking toward the periphery of the Law of Light's restriction boundary. Where are you going? Old Sable asked, intrigued. That guy who's after you has yet to leave. Are you trying to get yourself killed?